Psychoanalyzers, plural of psychoanalyzer. Psychoanalyze is third person singular simple present indicative of psychoanalyze. Psychoanalyzing, present participle and gerund of psychoanalyze. Psychoanalysis, a family of theories and methods within the field of psychotherapy that work to find connections among patients' unconscious mental processes. Psychoanalyst, a practitioner of psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysts, plural of psychoanalysts. Psychoanalytic, of or relating to psychoanalysis. Psychoanalytical, of or pertaining to psychoanalysis. Psychoanalytically, in terms of or by means of psychoanalysis. Psychoanalytics, psychoanalysis. Psychoanalyze, to practice psychoanalysis on. Psychoanalyze, simple past and past participle of psychoanalyze. Psychoanalyzer, alternative form of psychoanalyzer. Psychoanalyzers, plural of psychoanalyzer. Psychoanalyzes, third person singular simple present indicative of psychoanalyze. Psychoanalyzing, present participle and gerund of psychoanalyze. Psychobabble, the jargon of psychology and of psychoanalysis, especially when used pretentiously to discuss mundane issues. Psychobabbled, simple past and past participle of psychobabble. Psychobabbler, a person who uses psychological jargon or terminology, often in a superficial or imprecise manner. Psychobabblers, plural of psychobabbler. Psychobabbles, third person singular simple present indicative of psychobabble. Psychobabbling, that makes use of psychobabble. Psychobabblish, resembling or characteristic of psychobabble. Psychobabbly, resembling or characteristic of psychobabble. Psychobehavioral, describing aspects of behavior that have psychological causes or significance. Psychobehavioral, alternative spelling of psychobehavioral. Psychobilly, a genre of popular music, blending rockabilly with punk rock containing grotesque or humorous lyrics which often draw heavily on the imagery of science fiction and horror films of the 1950s. Psychobiochemical, relating to psychobiochemistry. Psychobiochemistry, the use of biochemistry in the discipline of psychology. Psychobiographer, an author who writes psychobiographies. Psychobiographers, plural of psychobiographer. Psychobiographic, relating to psychobiography. Psychobiographical, relating to psychobiography. Psychobiographies, plural of psychobiography. Psychobiography, a biography that emphasizes the psychological aspects of its subject. Psychobiologic, synonym of psychobiological. Psychobiological, of or pertaining to psychobiology. Psychobiologically, in terms of psychobiology. Psychobiologies, plural of psychobiology. Psychobiologist, a biologist who works in psychobiology. Psychobiologists, plural of psychobiologists. Psychobiology, the study of the biological basis for cognition and other mental processes. Psychobiomarker, a psychologically regulated biomarker. Psychobiomarkers, plural of psychobiomarker. Psychobiome, a part of the microbiome inside the human gut which is able to influence processes in the brain. Psychobiomes. Plural of psychobiome. Psychobiosocial. Psychosocial and biosocial. Psychobiotic. Of or relating to both the mind and the body. Psychobiotics. Plural of psychobiotic. Psychobitch. A female who is angry, dangerous, or mentally unstable. Psychobitches. Plural of psychobitch. Psychocentric. Primarily focused on the mind or spirit, especially as opposed to the body. Psychocentrics. Plural of psychocentric. Psychocentrism. The quality of being psychocentric. Psychoceramic. A cracked pot. Psychoceramics. Plural of psychoceramic. Psychochemical. Relating to psychochemistry. Psychochemically. In terms of psychochemistry. Psychochemicals. Plural of psychochemical. Psychochemist. One who studies psychochemistry. Psychochemistry. The study of the psychological effects of chemicals on the brain. Psychochemists. Plural of psychochemists. Psychosidorid. Any sea urchin in the family Psychosidoridae. Psychosidorids. Plural of psychosidorid. Psychocivilization. Civilization constructed according to psychological notions. Psychoclinic. A psychologist's clinic. Psychoclinical. Relating to the clinical practice of psychology. Psychoclinician. A clinical practitioner of psychology. Psychoclinicians. Plural of psychoclinician. Psychokinesis. Synonym of psychoclinician. Psychokinesis. Plural of psychoclinicus. Psychoclinics. Plural of psychoclinic. Psychocognitive. Relating to the forms of mental processing that underpin cognition. Psychocosmic. Relating to the inner self-psyche and the external world cosmos. Psychocosmological. Relating to psychocosmology. Psychocosmology. A belief system that aims to unite the inner self-psyche and the external world cosmos. Psychocultural. Relating to psychology and culture. Psychoculturally. In a psychocultural context. Psychocutaneous. Describing any disorder of the skin that has a psychological cause. Psychodactic. Destructive to the soul, soul destroying. Psychodegradation. Degradation of mental capacity. Psychodermatologic. Describing a disorder of the skin that has a psychological cause, relating to psychodermatology. Psychodermatological. Alternative form of psychodermatologic. Psychodermatologists. A person who practices psychodermatology. Psychodermatologists. Plural of psychodermatologists. Psychodermatology. The use of psychological methods to treat disorders of the skin. Psychodiagnosis. Plural of psychodiagnosis. Psychodiagnosis. Diagnosis of psychiatric conditions. Psychodiagnostic. Or pertaining to psychodiagnosis or psychodiagnostics. Psychodiagnostically. In terms of or by means of psychodiagnosis. Psychodiagnostics. Psychodiagnosis. Psychotid. Any fly in the family Psychotidae. Psychotids. Plural of psychotid. Psychodispositional. Relating to psychological aspects of a person's disposition. Psychodiversity. The variety of psychological attributes among individuals. Psychodrama, a form of psychotherapy in which a patient acts a role in a context devised by a psychotherapist. Psychodramas, plural of psychodrama. Psychodramatic, pertaining to psychodrama. Psychodramatically, in a psychodramatic way, in terms of a psychodrama. Psychodramatics, the use of psychodrama as a therapeutic technique. Psychodramatist, a psychotherapist who employs psychodrama. Psychodramatists, plural of psychodramatists. Psychodynamic, of or pertaining to psychodynamics, the dynamic interplay between forces that govern human behavior or the study of this. Psychodynamically, in a psychodynamic way. Psychodynamics, the dynamic interplay between forces that govern human behavior. Psychodynamism, synonym of psychodynamics. Psychodysleptic, that brings on a dreamlike mental state, hallucinogenic. Psychodysleptics, plural of psychodyslepte. Psychoecological, of or pertaining to psychoecology. Psychoecology, a form of ecology which incorporates aspects from psychology. Psychoeconomic, that has characteristics of or uses techniques from psychology and economics. Psychoeconomics, a discipline combining psychology and economics. Psychoeconomist, one who studies psychoeconomics. Psychoeconomists, plural of psychoeconomists. Psychoeducation, education given to people who have or have to deal with psychological disturbances. Psychoeducational, of or pertaining to psychoeducation. Psychoeducationally, in terms of or by means of psychoeducation. Psychoeducative, relating to psychoeducation. Psychoeducator, a teacher in the field of psychoeducation. Psychoeducators, plural of psychoeducator. Psychoeffect, a psychological effect. Psychoeffects, plural of psychoeffect. Psychoelectronic, relating to psychoelectronics. Psychoelectronics, the use of electrical stimuli to alter someone's mental state. Psychoemotional, describing any psychological interaction with the emotions. Psychoempirical, both psychological and empirical. Psychoendocrine, relating to the interaction of the mind and the endocrine system. Psychoendocrinologic, alternative form of psychoendocrinological. Psychoendocrinological, alternative form of psychoendocrine. Psychoendocrinologist, one who studies psychoendocrinology. Psychoendocrinologists, plural of psychoendocrinologists. Psychoendocrinology, the study of the interactions between the mind and the endocrine system. Psychoendoneuroimmunology, synonym of psychoneuroimmunology. Psychoenergetic, relating to psychoenergetics. Psychoenergetically, in terms of psychoenergetics. Psychoenergetics, a subschool of psychotronics dealing with the purported links between the human psyche and mystical forms of energy. Psychoerotic, relating to the mind and the erotic. Psychoethical, relating to psychology and ethics. Psychoethics, a branch of ethics that takes into account psychological considerations or perspectives. Psychofunctionalism, alternative form of psychofunctionalism. Psychofunctionalist, alternative form of psychofunctionalist. Psychogalvanic, relating to psychogalvanometry. Psychogalvanism, psychogalvanometry. Psychogalvanometer, a device that makes psychogalvanic measurements typically of the skin. Psychogalvanometers, plural of psychogalvanometer. Psychogalvanometric, relating to psychogalvanometry. Psychogalvanometry, the measurement of the electrical conductivity of the skin, typically when the subject is being asked personal questions. Psychogas, any gas having a psychological effect on the brain. Psychogases, plural of psychogas. Psychogender, psychological gender. Psychogenders, plural of psychogender. Psychogenesis, plural of psychogenesis. Psychogenesis, the origin and development of psychological processes such as personality and behavior. Psychogenetic, of or pertaining to psychogenesis. Psychogenetically, by means of or in terms of psychogenesis. Psychogeneticist, a specialist in psychogenetics. Psychogeneticists, plural of psychogeneticists. Psychogenetics, the branch of psychiatry or genetics that studies the effect of genetic inheritance on mental illness. Psychogenic, originating from or caused by state of mind, having a psychological rather than a physiological cause. Psychogenic alopecia, a type of hair loss affecting domestic cats caused by psychological stress. Psychogenic pain, physical pain that is caused, increased, or prolonged by mental, emotional, or behavioral factors. Psychogenic pains, plural of psychogenic pain. Psychogenically, in a psychogenic way. Psychogenicity, the state or property of being psychogenic, i.e., of an illness having a psychological etiology. Psychogenomics, psychogenetic genomics. Psychogeny, psychogenesis. Psychogeographer, a specialist in psychogeography. Psychogeographers, plural of psychogeographer. Psychogeographic, relating to psychogeography. Psychogeographical, of or pertaining to psychogeography. Psychogeographically, in a psychogeographical manner or context. Psychogeography, the study of the effect of geographical factors on the mind or on behavior. Psychogeophysics, the branch of psychogeography pertaining to geophysics. Psychogeriatric, relating to psychogeriatrics. Psychogeriatrician, a psychiatrist subspecializing in the assessment and treatment of elderly people. Psychogeriatricians, plural of psychogeriatrician. Psychogeriatrics, geriatric psychiatry. Psychogerontological, of or pertaining to psychogerontology. Psychogerontologist, one who studies psychogerontology. Psychogerontologists, plural of psychogerontologists. Psychogerontology, a subfield of gerontology that studies the psychological processes of aging. Psychomancy, the study of mentality, personality, or character. Psychogonical, relating to psychogony. Psychogonies, plural of psychogony. Psychogony, the study of the origins and development of the soul or mind. Psychogram, a composite psychological measurement that attempts to integrate various interrelated elements of a person's thought processes. Psychograms, Plural of psychogram. Psychograph, one of various graphical representations of a cognitive or psychological profile. Psychograph, simple past and past participle of psychograph. Psychographer, a medium able to psychograph to have one's body possessed by spirits in order to let them write texts in the physical world. Psychographers, plural of psychographer. Psychographic, relating to seances or occult communication. Psychographically, in psychographic terms. Psychographics, the use of demographics to obtain marketing data from people's attitudes, lifestyles, etc. Psychographies, plural of psychography. Psychographing, present participle and gerund of psychograph. Psychographist, a psychographer. Psychographists, plural of psychographists. Psychographological, relating to psychographology. Psychographologists, one who studies psychographology. Psychographologists, plural of psychographologists. Psychographology, the study of handwriting as a means of analyzing a person's character. Psychographs, plural of psychograph. Psychography, the act of a spirit possessing one's physical body in order to write something. Psychoheresy, the integration of psychotherapy in Christian teaching held to be unchristian by some. Psychohistorian, one who is involved in the field of psychohistory. Psychohistorians, plural of psychohistorian. Psychohistorical, of or pertaining to psychohistory. Psychohistorically, in terms of psychohistory. Psychohistories, plural of psychohistory. Psychohistory, the scientific study of psychology and motivation in history. Psychohydraulic, describing a mechanistic model of behavior in which the effects of drives are interpreted as those of pressure on a fluid. Psychohydraulics, a mechanistic model of behavior in which the effects of drives are interpreted as those of pressure on a fluid. Psychoid, an innate physical reaction to a psychological stimulus. Psychoids, plural of psychoid. Psychoimmunologic, of or pertaining to psychoimmunology. Psychoimmunological, of or pertaining to psychoimmunology. Psychoimmunology, a branch of medicine that studies psychological effects upon the immune system. Psychojargon, psychobabble. Psychojudicial, relating to psychological aspects of the justice system. Psychokinesis, plural of psychokinesis. Psychokinesia, abnormal and impulsive behavior unaccompanied by depression or other mental disorder. Psychokinesiology, a form of alternative medicine that aims to uncover the workings of the unconscious mind by testing the muscles of the body. Psychokinesis, the movement of physical systems and objects by the use of psychic power, abbreviated as PK. Psychokinetic, of or relating to psychokinesis. Psychokinetically, in a psychokinetic manner or context. Psychokinetics, plural of psychokinetic. Cycle, abbreviation of psychology. Psycholagny, the ability to achieve orgasm without any physical stimulation of the genitalia, usually achieved through mental stimulation or fantasy alone. Psycholatry, the worship of departed souls. Psycholegal, relating to psychological aspects of law enforcement or justice. Psycholeptic, any medication that produces a calming effect. Psycholeptics, plural of psycholepte. Psycholexical, relating to the language of psychology and psychiatry. Psycholexically, in a psycholexical manner. Psycholing, abbreviation of psycholinguistics. Psycholinguist, a practitioner of psycholinguistics. Psycholinguistic, pertaining to psycholinguistics. Psycholinguistical, psycholinguistic. Psycholinguistically. In a psycholinguistic way. Psycholinguistics, the interdisciplinary field of study which concerns the acquisition, comprehension, and production of language in its spoken, written, and signed forms, using concepts and approaches from linguistics, psychology, and cognitive science. Psycholinguists, plural of psycholinguists. Psychologer, a psychologist. Psychologers, plural of psychologer. Psychologies, the specialized language or jargon of psychology. Psychologian, a psychologist. Psychologians, plural of psychologian. Psychologic, of or pertaining to psychology. Psychological, of or pertaining to psychology. Psychological autopsies, plural of psychological autopsy. Psychological autopsy, an analysis of the psychological factors that led to an individual's death. Psychological crises, plural of psychological crisis. Psychological crisis, a type of crisis in which a person is threatening to harm themselves or others or is substantially out of touch with reality. Psychological hedonism, the view that the ultimate motive for all voluntary human action is the desire to experience pleasure or to avoid pain. Psychological injuries, plural of psychological injury. Psychological injury, damage to the psyche caused by an event that may lead to a tort action lawsuit or other compensation claim. Psychological moment, the best time to do something when those involved are in the most workable state of mind. Psychological moments, plural of psychological moment. Psychological pricing, the setting of prices for goods and services in a way thought to have a psychological impact on the consumer. For example, an odd price that is slightly under a round number, such as $19.98, may be perceived as lower than it really is. Psychological refractory period, a delay in the second response to too closely spaced stimuli. Psychological refractory periods, plural of psychological refractory period. Psychological slip, synonym of Freudian slip. Psychological slips, plural of psychological slip. Psychological warfare, a mentally manipulative approach to warfare involving use of techniques to demoralize or intimidate someone into surrender. Psychologicality, psychologicomus, psychologically, in a psychological sense. Psychologicomus, the state or quality of being psychological. Psychologics, psychology. Psychologies, plural of psychology. Psychologize, alternative form of psychologize. Psychologized, simple past and past participle of psychologize. Psychologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of psychologize. Psychologizing, present participle and gerund of psychologize. Psychologism, the tendency to describe things in psychological or subjective terms. Psychologisms, plural of psychologism. Psychologists, an expert in the field of psychology. Psychologistic, of or pertaining to psychologism. Psychologistically, in a psychologistic manner or context. Psychologist-like, resembling a psychologist. Psychologists, plural of psychologists. Psychologization, psychological analysis or interpretation. Psychologizations, plural of psychologization. Psychologize, to interpret or analyze in psychological terms. Psychologized, simple past and past participle of psychologize. Psychologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of psychologize. Psychologizing, present participle and gerund of psychologize. Psychologizings, plural of psychologizing. Psycholar, a psychologist. Psychologs, plural of psycholog. Psychology, the study of the human mind. Psychology-like, resembling psychology. Psycholysis, psycholytic therapy. Psycholytic, of or relating to a kind of therapy involving low to medium doses of psychedelic drugs, mainly used to treat patients with neurotic and psychosomatic disorders. Psychomatia, psychomachy. Psychomatias, plural of psychomatia. Psychomachis, plural of psychomachy. Psychomachy, a conflict between the soul and the body, sometimes considered as between good and evil. Psychomancy, divination involving communication with spirits, necromancy. Psychomanipulation, the intentional manipulation of a person's psychological state. Psychomanipulative, employing or relating to psychomanipulation. Psychomantia, a dark, mirrored room dedicated to communication with the spirit realm. Psychomantic, relating to psychomancy. Psychomechanical, relating to psychomechanics. Psychomechanics, mechanical psychophysics. Psychomedical, relating to psychomedicine. Psychomedicine, any form of medical treatment that involves a psychosomatic component, from primitive shamanistic treatments to the use of placebos. Psychomental, psychological and mental. Psychometabolic, relating to psychometabolism. Psychometabolism, the mental control of the metabolism. Psychometer, a person with the paranormal ability of psychometry. Psychometers, plural of psychometer. Psychometric, of or pertaining to psychometrics. Psychometrical, psychometric. Psychometrically, with reference to or by means of psychometrics. Psychometrician, a person who administers psychometric tests. Psychometricians, plural of psychometrician. Psychometrics, the design of psychological tests to measure intelligence, aptitude, and personality, and the analysis and interpretation of their results. Psychometries, plural of psychometry. Psychometrist, a professional who administers and scores psychological and neuropsychological measures. Psychometrists, plural of psychometrists. Psychometrize, to discover information about an object's past or past owners merely by handling it. Psychometrize, simple past and past participle of psychometrize. Psychometrizes, third person singular simple present indicative of psychometrize. Psychometrizing, present participle and gerundive psychometrize. Psychometry, the paranormal ability to discover information about an object's past and especially about its past owners merely by handling it. Psychomime, a word or phrase that depicts a certain psychological state or bodily feeling. Psychomimes, plural of psychomime. Psychomimetic, that mimics the symptoms of psychosis. Psychomological, psychological. Psychomoral, relating to psychology and the morals. Psychomorphological, of or relating to psychomorphology. Psychomorphology, a branch of psychology that deals with transitions morphings in the mind. Psychomotive, alternative form of psychomotor. Psychomotor, of or pertaining to the function of muscles under the control of the mind. Psychomotoric, alternative form of psychomotor. Psychomotorically, in a psychomotor manner. Psychometrician, a practitioner of psychometricity or psychomotor therapy. Psychometricians, plural of psychometrician. Psychometricity, the mental control of the muscles. Psychomotrist, synonym of psychometrician. Psychomotrists, plural of psychomotrists. Sagomia, any cat is fly in the family Sagomiidae. Psychomias, plural of psychomia. Psychomythic, relating to psychomyth. Psychomythical, relating to psychomyth. Psygon, a hypothetical unit of consciousness. Psychonaut, a person who explores their own psyche, commonly with the aid of psychedelic drugs. Psychonautics, the research of the altered state of consciousness induced by meditation or mind-altering substances. Psychonauts, plural of psychonaut. Psychonetic, relating to psychonetics. Psychometics, a set of mental approaches for resolving tasks developed by Oleg Bakhtiarov. Psychoneuroendocrine, related to the effect of hormone fluctuations on human behavior. Psychoneuroendocrinological, relating to psychoneuroendocrinology. Psychoneuroendocrinology, synonym of psychoneuroimmunology. Psychoneuroendocrinologic, alternative form of psychoneuroendocrinological. Psychoneuroendocrinological, of or pertaining to psychoneuroendocrinology. Psychoneuroendocrinologist, one who works in psychoneuroendocrinology. Psychoneuroendocrinologists, plural of psychoneuroendocrinologists. Psychoneuroendocrinology, the clinical study of hormone fluctuations and their relationship to human behavior. Psychoneuroimmune, relating to psychoneuroimmunology. Psychoneuroimmunity, psychoneuroimmunological immunity. Psychoneuroimmunologic, of or pertaining to psychoneuroimmunology. Psychoneuroimmunological, of or pertaining to psychoneuroimmunology. Psychoneuroimmunologically, in terms of or by means of psychoneuroimmunology. Psychoneuroimmunologists, one who studies or practices psychoneuroimmunology. Psychoneuroimmunologists, plural of psychoneuroimmunologists. Psychoneuroimmunology, the study of the interactions between behavioral, neural, endocrine, and immune functions. Psychoneurologic, alternative form of psychoneurological. Psychoneurological, relating to psychoneurology. Psychoneurologically, synonym of neuropsychologically. Psychoneurologists, neuropsychologists. Psychoneurologists, plural of psychoneurologists. Psychoneurology. Neuropsychology. Psychoneuromuscular, describing the effect of the mind on neuromuscular action. Psychoneurosis, plural of psychoneurosis. Psychoneurosis, neurosis. Psychoneurotic, pertaining to or suffering from a psychoneurosis. Psychoneurotically, in a psychoneurotic manner. Psychoneurotics, plural of psychoneurotic. Psychome. Of or relating to psychones. Psychonomic, of or pertaining to psychonomics or psychonomy. Psychonomics, the branch of psychology that aims to discover strict laws that govern the working of the mind, especially by means of experiment. Psychomy, the psychology of human behavior. Psychonosology, the study of mental disorders. Psychons, plural of psychom. Psycho-oncological, relating to psychological aspects of cancer or its treatment. Psycho-oncology, the branch of psychology that deals with people's experience of cancer. Psycho-onomastics, the branch of onomastics studying names from a psycholinguistic point of view. Psychopedic, of or relating to the care of the mentally disabled. Psychopanichism, the doctrine that the soul falls asleep at death and does not wake until the resurrection of the body. Psychopanicus, a believer in the doctrine of psychopanichism. Psychopanichistic, of or relating to psychopanichism. Psychopanichists, plural of psychopanicus. Psychopanicy, synonym of psychopanichism. Psychoparesis, mental weakness. Psychopath, a person with a personality disorder indicated by a pattern of lying, cunning, manipulating, glibness, exploiting, heedlessness, arrogance, delusions of grandeur, carelessness, low self-control, disregard for morality, lack of acceptance of responsibility, callousness, and lack of empathy and remorse. Such a person may be especially prone to violent and criminal offenses. Psychopathic, exhibiting the behaviors and personality traits of a psychopath. Psychopathically, in a psychopathic manner. Psychopathics, plural of psychopathic. Psychopathies, plural of psychopathy. Psychopathist, one who studies mental illness. Psychopathists, plural of psychopathist. Psychopathogenic, able to cause a psychological disorder. Psychopathographies, plural of psychopathography. Psychopathography, a biography with respect to the subject's mental health. Psychopathologic, synonym of psychopathological. Psychopathological, of or relating to psychopathology. Psychopathologically, in terms of psychopathology. Psychopathologies, plural of psychopathology. Psychopathologist, one who studies psychopathology. Psychopathologists, plural of psychopathologists. Psychopathologize, to bring into the realm of psychopathology, to treat as a mental disorder. Psychopathologized, simple past and past participle of psychopathologize. Psychopathologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of psychopathologize. Psychopathologizing. Present participle and gerund of psychopathologize. Psychopathology. The study of the origin, development, diagnosis, and treatment of mental and behavioral disorders. Psychopathophysicology. Psychological pathophysiology. Psychopaths. Plural of psychopath. Psychopathy. A personality disorder characterized by impaired empathy and remorse, and bold, disinhibited, and egocentric traits masked by superficial charm and the outward presence of apparent normality. Violent and criminal offenses may be indicative of this disorder. Psychopedagogic, relating to psychopedagogy. Psychopedagogically, in terms of psychopedagogy. Psychopedagogist, an educational psychologist. Psychopedagogy, the psychology of education. Psychoperceptual, pertaining to psychology and perception. Sycophant, misspelling of sycophant. Sycophants, plural of sycophant. Psychopharmaceutic, psychopharmaceutical. Psychopharmaceutical, any drug used to treat a psychosis or similar disorder. Psychopharmaceuticals, plural of psychopharmaceutical. Psychopharmaceutics, plural of psychopharmaceutic. Psychopharmacology, of, pertaining to, or making use of psychopharmacology. Psychopharmacological, of or pertaining to psychopharmacology, the interactions between pharmaceuticals and the brain. Psychopharmacologically, in a psychopharmacologic way. Psychopharmacologist, a person involved in psychopharmacology. Psychopharmacologists, plural of psychopharmacologists. Psychopharmacology, the branch of pharmacology which pertains to the psychoactive aspects of drugs. Psychopharmacotherapeutic, of or relating to psychopharmacotherapy. Psychopharmacotherapeutically, by means of or in terms of psychopharmacotherapy. Psychopharmacotherapeutics, the study of psychopharmacotherapy. Psychopharmacotherapies, plural of psychopharmacotherapy. Psychopharmacotherapist, a therapist who offers psychopharmacotherapy. Psychopharmacotherapists, plural of psychopharmacotherapists. Psychopharmacotherapy, treatment of psychiatric disorders through the use of medications. Psychopharmacy, the study or application of psychopharmaceuticals. Psychophilosophical, relating to psychology and philosophy. Psychophilosophies, plural of psychophilosophy. Psychophilosophy, a philosophy that changes an individual's personal psychology. Psychophily, pollination by butterflies. Psychophobia, a fear of the mind, particularly mental illness such as dementia. Psychophobic, of or pertaining to psychophobia. Psychophonetic, of or relating to psychophonetics. Psychophonetically, in terms of psychophonetics. Psychophonetics, the study of phonetics as it relates to human psychology. Psychophonic, of or relating to psychophony. Psychophony, vocal communication with the dead or with spirits. Psychopher, a metal device that sits against the prostate and perineum through which cold water is run, used to treat impotence and excessive masturbation. Psychophylaxis, mental hygiene, the development of healthy emotions, attitudes, and behavior. Psychophysic, alternative form of psychophysical. Psychophysical, of or pertaining to psychophysics. Psychophysical parallelism, the theory that mental and bodily experiences occur in tandem with each other, but without any type of causal interaction. Psychophysical time, the amount of time required for the mind to transform a sensory impression into a motor impulse. Psychophysical times, plural of psychophysical time. Psychophysically, in a psychophysical way. Psychophysicist, one who studies psychophysics. Psychophysicists, plural of psychophysicists. Psychophysicotherapeutics, the study of psychophysicotherapy. Psychophysics, the branch of psychology concerned with the effects of physical stimuli on mental processes. Psychophysiology, alternative form of psychophysiological. Psychophysiological, or pertaining to psychophysiology. Psychophysiologically, in terms of psychophysiology. Psychophysiologist, one who works in the field of psychophysiology. Psychophysiologists, plural of psychophysiologists. Psychophysiology, the branch of physiology that deals with the interaction of the mind and physiological processes. Psychoplasm, a supposed physical substance that is the basis of consciousness. Psychoplasticity, synonym of neuroplasticity. Psychoplastogen, any of a group of small molecule drugs, notably including some psychedelics that produce rapid and long-lasting effects on neuronal structure and function, and whose use is intended to produce therapeutic benefit after a single dose. Psychoplastogens, plural of psychoplastogen. Psychopolitical, of or relating to psychopolitics. Psychopolitics, the interaction between human psychology and politics. Psychopomp, a spirit, deity, person, etc. who guides the souls of the dead to the afterlife. Psychopompoi, plural of psychopompos. Psychopompos, alternative form of psychopomp. Psychopomps, plural of psychopomp. Psychopractice, psychoanalytic practice. Psychopractices, plural of psychopractice. Psychopragmatic, relating to psychopragmatics. Psychopragmatics, an interdisciplinary field of inquiry concerned with which types of actions, beliefs, and lives lead to the greatest psychological well-being for a person. Psychoprophylactic, relating to psychoprophylaxis. Psychoprophylaxis, a method of preparing women for natural childbirth by means of special breathing, relaxation techniques, and psychological conditioning, practiced without anesthetics. Psychopsid, any insect of the silky lacewing family. Psychopsidae. Psychopsids, plural of psychopsid. Psychoradiology, radiology in the diagnosis of psychological or psychiatric problems. Psychoruby, a cytotoxic naphthaquinone obtained from Psychotria rubra. Psychos, plural of psycho. Psychoscience, any science that deals with the mind, mental behavior, and mental disorders. Psychosciences, plural of psychoscience. Psychoscientific, relating to psychoscience. Psychoscope, a proposed device able to read a person's thoughts or to provide psychiatric diagnosis. Psychoscopes, plural of psychoscope. Psychoscopic, relating to psychoscopy. Psychoscopy, psychometry, the paranormal ability. Psychosemantic, relating to psychosemantics. Psychosemantically, in terms of psychosemantics. Psychosemantics, the study of how meaning is inferred. Psychosemiotic, relating to psychosemiotics. Psychosemiotically, in a psychosemiotic manner. Psychosemiotics, the study of how people make and use signs to convey meaning. Psychosensorial, psychosensory. Psychosensory, relating to the mental processing of information received via the senses. Psychosis, plural of psychosis. Psychosexological, psychological and sexological. Psychosexual, of or relating to the psychological aspect or aspects of sexuality. Psychosexual development, the progressive evolution of infantile sexuality through oral, anal, phallic, latent, and genital phases. Psychosexualities, plural of psychosexuality. Psychosexuality, the psychological aspects of sexuality. Psychosexually, in a psychosexual manner or context. Psychosign, an intermediate sphingosine galactoside in the biosynthesis of cerebrosides. Psychosigns, plural of psychosign. Psychosis, a severe mental disorder, sometimes with physical damage to the brain, marked by a deranged personality and a distorted view of reality. Psychosocial, having both psychological and social aspects. Psychosocially, with regard to psychosociology. Psychosociological, having both psychological and sociological aspects. Psychosociologically, in a psychosociological manner. Psychosociologists, a practitioner of psychosociology. Psychosociologists, plural of psychosociologists. Psychosociology, the study of psychosocial development. Psychosociophilosophical, alternative form of psychosociophilosophical. Psychosomatic, pertaining to both the mind and the body. Psychosomatically, in a psychosomatic manner or context. Psychosomatician, a psychosomaticist, a specialist in psychosomatic disorders. Psychosomaticians, plural of psychosomatician. Psychosomaticist, a specialist in psychosomatic disorders. Psychosomaticists, plural of psychosomaticists. Psychosomaticity, the quality or state of being psychosomatic, i.e. of an illness being a psychogenic etiology. Psychosomatics, psychosomatic medicine science. Psychosomatization, the development of psychosomatic illness. Psychosonic, relating to the effects of sound on the mind or soul. Psychosonics, psychosonic phenomena collectively. Psychosphere, the realm of consciousness. Psychospheres, plural of psychosphere. Psychospiritual, of or pertaining to the relationship between spirituality and the mind. Psychospiritually, in a psychospiritual fashion. Psychostasia, the weighing of souls as a form of judgment of people's worth. Psychostasy, alternative form of psychostasia. Psychostatic, relating to psychostatics. Psychostatical, alternative form of psychostatic. Psychostatically, in psychostatic terms. Psychostatics, the theory of the conditions of the phenomena of mind. Psychostimulant, tending to increase mental alertness and awareness. Psychostimulants, plural of psychostimulant. Psychostimulating, acting as a psychostimulant. Psychostimulation, the action or result of a psychostimulant. Psychostimulations, plural of psychostimulation. Psychostimulative, alternative form of psychostimulatory. Psychostimulatory, acting as a psychostimulant. Psychostress, psychological stress. Psychostressor, a psychological stressor. Psychostressors, plural of psychostressor. Psychosurgeon, one who carries out psychosurgery. Psychosurgeons, plural of psychosurgeon. Psychosurgeries, plural of psychosurgery. Psychosurgery, surgery of the brain to treat or alleviate mental illness. Psychosurgical, relating to psychosurgery. Psychosyndrome, a psychological or psychiatric syndrome. Psychosyndromes, plural of psychosyndrome. Psychosyntheses, plural of psychosynthesis. Psychosynthesis, a form of psychology based on the direct experience of the self. Psychosynthesis, a practitioner of psychosynthesis. Psychosynthesists, plural of psychosynthesis. Psychosynthetic, relating to psychosynthesis. Psychotactical, of or relating to psychological tactics. Psychotechnic, relating to psychotechnology. Psychotechnical, relating to practical applications of psychology. Psychotechnician, a practitioner of psychotechnology. Psychotechnicians, plural of psychotechnician. Psychotechnics, synonym of psychotechnology. Psychotechnological, relating to psychotechnology. Psychotechnologies, plural of psychotechnology. Psychotechnologists, a practitioner of psychotechnology. Psychotechnologists, plural of psychotechnologists. Psychotechnology, the technological application of psychology. Psychoism, the doctrine that God is pure spirit. Psychotheoretical, relating to psychoanalytic theory. Psychotheories, plural of psychotheory. Psychotheory, psychoanalytic theory. Psychotherapeutic, of or pertaining to psychotherapeutics. Psychotherapy. Psychotherapeutical, alternative form of psychotherapeutic. Psychotherapeutically, by means of, or with regard to psychotherapy. Psychotherapeutics. Psychotherapy. Psychotherapeutist, dated form of psychotherapist. Psychotherapeutists, plural of psychotherapeutists. Psychotherapies, plural of psychotherapy. Psychotherapist, someone who practices psychotherapy. Psychotherapists, plural of psychotherapists. Psychotherapy, the treatment of people diagnosed with mental and emotional disorders using dialogue and a variety of psychological techniques. Psychothriller, a psychological thriller suspenseful work. Psychothrillers, plural of psychothriller. Psychotic, of, related to, or suffering from psychosis. Psychotic disorder, a severe mental disorder that causes abnormal thinking and perceptions. Psychotic disorders, plural of psychotic disorder. Psychotically, in a psychotic manner. Psychoticism, a personality pattern typified by aggressiveness and interpersonal hostility. Psychoticisms, plural of psychoticism. Psychotics, plural of psychotic. Psychotization, the process of making psychotic. Psychotho, relating to psychosis. Psychotogenesis, the development of psychosis. Psychotogenic, that causes psychosis. Psychotoi, resembling psychosis. Psychothalytic, that reduces the severity of psychosis and is psychotic. Psychotomimses, the onset of psychotic symptoms following the administration of a drug. Psychotomimetic, that induces a temporary state of altered perception and symptoms similar to those of psychosis, such as hallucinations. Psychotomimetics, plural of psychotomimetic. Psychotopological, relating to psychotopology. Psychotopologies, plural of psychotopology. Psychotopology, the psychological dimension of place, the impact of the physical environment on one's emotional and mental state. Psychogeography. Psychotoxic, that has a toxic effect on the mind. Psychotoxicity, the condition of being psychotoxic. Psychotrauma, psychological trauma. Psychotraumas, plural of psychotrauma. Psychotraumatic, relating to psychotrauma. Psychotraumatism, traumatism as a result of psychotrauma. Psychotraumatization, psychological traumatization. Psychotraumatizations, plural of psychotraumatization. Psychotraumatological, of or relating to psychotraumatology. Psychotraumatologist, one who studies psychotraumatology. Psychotraumatologists, plural of psychotraumatologists. Psychotraumatology, the study of psychological trauma. Psychotridine, an alkaloid found in some species of Psychotria with analgesic effects. Psychotronic, of or pertaining to psychotronics. Psychotronically, in terms of or by means of psychotronics. Psychotronics, a field of military technology dealing with electronic weapons or devices used to either degrade or enhance human health by directed energy. Psychotropic, that affects brain function. Psychotropic, affecting the mind or mental processes. Psychotropics, plural of psychotropic. Psychotropism, the desire for or pursuit of altered states of consciousness. Psychotropisms, plural of psychotropism. Psychotypological, relating to psychotopology. Psychotypologically, in terms of psychotopology. Psychotopologies, plural of psychotopology. Psychotopology, the way in which a language learner perceives differences and similarities between languages affecting the learner's communication in those languages. Psychovisual, relating to the psychology of vision. Psychovisually, in a psychovisual manner or context. Psychovitalism, the belief that the mind is influenced by a basic vital force. Psychovitalistic, of or pertaining to psychovitalism. Psychovitality, psychological vitality. Psychowarfare, psychological warfare. Psychozoic, pertaining to the period of geological time characterized by the presence of human intelligence. Psychro, psychroactive, active at low temperatures. Psycholuted, any member of the family Cycroludidae, toadfishes. Cycroludids, plural of cycroludid. Psychrometer, any of several instruments used to measure the relative humidity of the atmosphere, especially a wet and dry bulb hygrometer. Psychrometers, plural of psychrometer. Psychrometer, alternative form of psychrometer. Psychrometers, plural of psychrometer. Psychrometric, relating to the measurement or study of the thermodynamic properties of moist air. Psychrometric chart, a graph or chart showing the relationships of the thermodynamic properties of moist air. Psychrometric charts, plural of psychrometric chart. Psychrometrical, psychrometric, psychrometrically, by means of a psychrometer. Psychrometrics, the measurement or study of the physical and thermodynamic properties of the atmosphere and its water vapor. Psychrometries, plural of psychrometry. Psychrometry, synonym of psychrometrics, the measurement or study of the physical and thermodynamic properties of the atmosphere and its water vapor. Psychrophile, an organism that can live and thrive at temperatures much lower than normal, a form of extremophile. Psychrophiles, plural of psychrophile. Psychrophilia, a tendency to thrive at low temperatures. Psychrophilic, especially of certain bacteria capable of living at relatively low temperature. Psychrophilicity, the condition of being psychrophilic. Psychrophilus, synonym of psychrophilic. Psychrophobia, an abnormal sensitivity to or fear of cold. Psychrophore, a refrigerating instrument like a catheter for cooling the urethra. Psychrophores, plural of psychrophore. Psychrophyte, any plant that tolerates or thrives in a cold climate, especially in Arctic or alpine conditions. Psychrophytes, plural of psychrophyte. Psychroplanet, a habitable planet that has a surface temperature of -50 to 0 degrees C colder than is optimal for most terrestrial life, such as Mars. Psychroplanets, plural of psychroplanet. Psychrosensitive, sensitive to the cold. Psychrosensitivity, sensitivity to cold temperatures. Psychrosphere, the deep, relatively cold layer of the ocean. Psychrospheres, plural of psychrosphere. Psychrosparic, relating to the psychrosphere. Psychrotothid, any squid in the family Psychrotothidae. Psychrotothids, plural of psychrotothid. Psychrotherapy, the therapeutic use of low temperatures. Psychrotolerance, tolerance of the cold. Psychrotolerant, tolerant to cold. Psychrotolerance, plural of psychrotolerant. Psychotroph, an organism adapted to cold. Psychotrophic, describing microorganisms that thrive in a cold environment. Psychrotrophs, plural of psychotroph. Psychroxoraphitic, both cold and very dry. Psychs, plural of psych. Psychs out, third person singular simple present indicative of psych out. Psychs up, third person singular simple present indicative of psych up. Psych speak, the jargon used by psychologists or psychiatrists. Psychculture, the subculture associated with citrant and related music genres. Psi-D, alternative form of psi.d. Didreia, plural of sidracem. Sidracem, a tiny, irregular-shaped pustule. Saya, a fusion genre of electronic music having its roots in psytrance, ambient, and dub music. Psyker, a person who uses psychic powers. Siktor, an ancient Greek pot with a bulbous body set on a high, narrow foot, used as a wine cooler. Zikr, plural of Siktor. Scylla, any leaping plant louse of the genus Scylla, or family Scyllidae. Scylla, plural of Scylla. Scylic acid, synonym of tritiacantinoic acid. Cellid, any of the host-specific plant-feeding insects of the family Scyllidae, which feed on plant juices. Cellids, plural of psyllid. Psyllium, any of several plants of Plantago suburbs. Psyllium. Psylliums, plural of psyllium. Psyop, an instance of psyops, a psychological operation usually of a clandestine sort. Psyopry, the use of psyops. Psyops, techniques used by military and police forces to influence the beliefs, emotions, and behavior of citizens. Tifats, a genre of trance music characterized by hypnotic arrangements of synthetic rhythms and complex layered melodies created by high-tempo riffs. Psywar, psychological warfare. Psywars, plural of Psywar. Tyshina, a town in Silesian Voivodeship, Poland. Pity, initialism of Profirm time. Pity, initialism of physical training, a physical education class in grade school. PT boat, a type of fast motor torpedo boat used by the U.S. Navy during World War Roman II. PT boats, plural of PT boat. 80, alternative form of PT. Initialism of Parent-Teacher Association. Abbreviation of PESETA. Alternative form of top PESA. Tesa, a surname from Czech. Tesex, plural of Tasek. Pe, simple past and past participle of PTA. Taraxylin, a particular oxybinochromone. A god of creativity and craftsmen, sometimes also identified with the gods of death and the birth of the sun. Peye, present participle and gerund of PTA. That, a surname. That's, plural of TAC. Acronym of please take a look, please review and comment on the proposed change to software source code. Tacquolasi, a carcinogenic terpenoid glycoside, found in bracken that is poisonous to cattle. Tacquolosides, plural of tacquolasi. Tarmac, a substance such as pepper or snuff that causes sneezing. Tarmacs, plural of tarmac. Ptarmigan, any of 3 species of small grouse in the genus Lagopus found in subarctic tundra areas of North America and Eurasia. Ptarmigans, plural of ptarmigan. Tarmoscopy, the divinatory interpretation of sneezes. Tarmus, a sneeze, sneezing, especially spasmodic sneezing. Plural of PTA. Plural of ta. Heybe, prototibetoberman. Hey, initialism of percutaneous transhepatic biliary drainage. Hey, Abbreviation of portable. PDBNL. Initialism of player to be named later an unspecified player, either not yet chosen or named publicly, at the time of a trade between teams. PDBNL. Plural of PTBNL. Initialism of partial test ban treaty. PEC. Phenol thiocarbamide. PEC. Initialism of percutaneous tense luminal coronary angioplasty. PEC. Abbreviation of participle. PEC. Plural of PTC. 80. Initialism of period to date. 80. Abbreviation of printed. PEF. Initialism of power transfer distribution factor. PEF. Plural of PTDF. PEF. Initialism of provisional tolerable daily intake. pDNA. Plasma tumor DNA. pDNA. Alternative form of ptDNA. pDNA. Plural of ptDNA. PEDNAS. Plural of ptDNA. Initialism of private company. Abbreviation of private soldier. Alternative form of T private soldier. Teneglossin. NEC snail of the clade Teneglossa. Teneglossins. Plural of Teneglossin. Teneglossate. Of or pertaining to the Teneglossa. Acronym of previously taxed earnings and profits. Within U.S. taxation, those earnings and profits of a foreign corporation that are attributable to amounts included in the gross income of a U.S. shareholder under Internal Revenue Code sections 951 or 1248. Pteranodon. A member of Pteranodon, a genus of large pterosaurs, the males of which had a bony crest on the back of the head. Pteranodons. Plural of Pteranodon. Pteranodontian. Any ornithocheroid pterosaur of the clade Pteranodontia. Pteranodontians. Plural of Pteranodontian. Pteranodontiid. Any pterosaur in the family Pteranodontidae. Pteranodontids. Plural of Pteranodontiid. Pteranodontoid. Any pterosaur of the clade Pteranodontoidea. Pteranodontoids. Plural of Pteranodontoid. Pterapophysis. A ridge or lamina across the lateral surface of the neural spine of some snakes. Pteraspid. Synonym of pteraspidid. Pteraspidid. Any extinct jawless fish of the family Pteraspididae. Pteraspidids. Plural of pteraspidid. Pteraspidomorph. Any member of the Pteraspidomorphae, an extinct class of early jawless fish. Pteraspidomorphs. Plural of pteraspidomorph. Pteraspids. Plural of pteraspid. Pterasterid. Any sea star of the family Pterasteridae. Pterasterids. Plural of pterasterid. Pterellus. King of the telebones in Plautus amphiuo. Pteletid. Any fish in the family Pteraliatridae. The dartfishes. Pteletids. Plural of Pteleatid. Pivot. Plural of Tyrian. Pterid. Alternative form of pterido. Pteridaceous. Of or relating to the Pteridaceae. Pteridine. Any ornithomorph of the genus Pteridinium. Pteridine. A bicyclic aromatic heterocycle consisting of fused pyrimidine and pyrazine rings. Pteridines. Plural of pteridine. Pteridins. plural of pteridine. Pteridinyl, the functional group derived from pteridine. Pterido, fur. Pteridography, the scientific description of ferns. Pteridoi, any fern of the subfamily Pteridoideae. Pteridoids, plural of pteridoi. Pteridological, relating to pteridology. Pteridologist, a person who studies ferns and other pteridophytes. Pteridologists, plural of pteridologists. Pteridology, the scientific study of ferns and other pteridophytes. Pteridomania, a craze in 19th century England for collecting ferns and for using images of ferns in the decorative arts. Pteridophobia, the fear of ferns. Pteridophyte, any plant of the division Pteridophyta of simple vascular plants that reproduce via spores rather than seeds, and that alternate generations of diploid sporophyte and haploid gametophyte or prothallus forms, the diploid generally being larger and more conspicuous. Pteridophytes, plural of pteridophyte. Pteridophytic, of or pertaining to the ferns of the division Pteridophyta. Pteridosperm, any of various extinct gymnosperms of the division Pteridospermatophyta resembling ferns but producing seeds instead of spores. Pteridospermatophyte, synonym of pteridosperm. Pteridospermus, of or pertaining to the pteridosperms. Pteridosperms, plural of pteridosperm. Hide, any clam of the family Pteriidae. Hide, plural of Pteriae. Pter, a ketonic amide derivative of pteridine responsible for some of the coloring in nature. It is also a component of folic acid. Pterinid, any bivalve of the extinct family Pterinidae. Pterinids, plural of pterinid. Pterinic, pertaining to or containing a pterin. Pterinosome, a cytoplasmic organelle that makes and stores pteridine pigments. Pterinosomes, plural of pterinosome. Pterins, plural of pterin. Pteridophyte, misspelling of pteridophyte. Pteridoi, any marine bivalve of the superfamily Pterioidea. Pteriodian, any bivalve mollusk of the superfamily Pterioidea. Pteriodins, plural of Pterioidean. Pterioids, plural of Pterioi. Pteriomorph, relating to or characteristic of the Pteriomorphians. Pteriomorphian, any bivalve mollusk of the subclass Pteriomorphia. Pteriomorphians, plural of Pteriomorphian. Pteriomnars, plural of Pteriomorph. The point corresponding with the posterior end of the sphenoparietal suture, known as the weakest part of the skull. Pteriane, relating to the pterian. Pteres, plural of pterian. Pteripi, plural of pteripus. Pteripus, a winged horse. Pegasus. Tao, what? Terebranch, any filter feeder of the class Terebranchia. Terebranches, plural of terebranch. Terebranchs, plural of terebranch. Tachycardiac, wing-like and present in the cardiac stomach. Pterocarpan, any of various isoflavonoid derivatives found in the Fabaceae family. Pterocarpanoid, a derivative of a pterocarpon. Pterocarpanoids, plural of pterocarpanoid. Pterocarpon quinone. The naphthaquinone 2 tens 3,12-dioxypentacyclo 11.8.0.02 10.049.01520 henicosa 1,13,4,6,8,15,17,19 heptene 14,21 ione that has antileishmanial activity. Pterocarpenquinone. Plural of pterocarpenquinone. Pterocarpens. Plural of pterocarpen. Pterocarpen. A pterocarpen, 3-methoxide 8,9-methylnedioxypterocarpan, present in camwood. Pterocarpans. Plural of pterocarpin. Pterocarpus. Having winged fruit. Pterochorus. Having wings that are used for dispersal by the wind. Pteroclid. Any bird in the family Pteroclidae is sand grouse. Pteroclids. Plural of pteroclid. Pterocometine. Any avid of the tribe Pterocometini. Pterocometines. Plural of pterocometine. Pterodactyl. A pterosaur of the genus Pterodactylus. Pterodactyling. A small, substituted laterane supposed to have the form of a pterodactyl. Pterodactylanes. Plural of pterodactylane. Pterodactylic. Of, like, or pertaining to a pterodactyl. Pterodactylid. Any pterosaur in the family Pterodactylidae. Pterodactylids. Plural of pterodactylid. Pterodactyloid. Any pterosaur of the suborder Pterodactyloidea. Pterodactyloids. Plural of pterodactyloid. Pterodactyls. Plural of pterodactyl. Pteronon. A hydroxyketone synthesized by Cleone species as a defense against being eaten. Pterographic. Relating to pterography. Pterographical. Relating to pterography. Pterography. The scientific description of feathers. Pteroid. A bone found only in pterosaurs that connected to the wrist to support the perpetagium. Pteroids. Plural of pteroi. Pterology. The study of insects' wings. Pterolysis. Plural of pterolysis. Pterolysis. The arrangement of different feathers in different parts of a bird. Pteroma. A walkway in a Greek or Roman temple between the cella and surrounding colonnade. Pteromalid. Any member of the family Pteromalidae of parasitic wasps. Pteromalids. Plural of pteromalid. Pteromali. Relating to the pteromalids. Pteromas. Plural of pteroma. Pteromata. Plural of pteroma. Ptero. Plural of pteroma. Pteromerhanophobia. Fear of flying. Ptera. A peristyle raised on a podium, differing from an ordinary peristyle raised only on a stylobate. Pteronarce. Any stonefly in the family Pteronarcidae. Pteronarcids. Plural of pteronarce. Pteronophobia. The fear of feathers. Pteronicid. Any mite in the family Pteronicidae. Pteronicids. Plural of pteronicid. Pterophore. Any moth of Pterophorus and allied genera. A plume moth. Pterophores. Plural of pterophore. Pterophord. Any moth of the family Pterophoridae. Pterophorids. Plural of pterophord. Pterophyte. Any fern of division Pteridophyta. Pterophytes. Plural of pterophyte. Pteropid. Any bat of the former family Pteropidae, the fruit bats. Pteropeds. plural of pteropid. Pteropine, of or pertaining to flying foxes, bats, of the genus Pteropus. Pteropines, plural of pteropine. Pteroplural, related to the pteropluran. Pteropluran, synonym of anthimurin. Pteropod, any of free-swimming pelagic sea snails and sea slugs of the suborder the Costomata that have wing-like lobes on the feet, a sea butterfly. Pteropodid, any of the bat family Pteropodidae. Pteropodids, plural of pteropodid. Pteropodine, of or pertaining to the flying foxes and similar bats of the subfamily Pteropodinae. Pteropodines, plural of pteropodine. Pteropodus, of or pertaining to the obsolete group Pteropoda, the pteropods. Pteropods, plural of pteropod. Pteropsin, a non-visual opsin present in some winged insects. Pteropsins, plural of pteropsin. Pteroptochid, any bird in the family Pteroptochidae, is synonym of the Rhinocryptidae. A tapakillo. Pteroptochids, plural of pteroptochid. Pterorhodon, a red pigment in the melanophores of tree frogs. Pterosaur, any flying reptile of the extinct order Pterosauria, including the pterodactyls. Pterosauri, plural of Pterosaurus. Pterosaurian, of, like, or pertaining to a pterosaur. Pterosaurians, plural of Pterosaurian. Pterosauromorph, any extinct reptile of the clade Pterosauromorpha. Pterosauromorphs, plural of Pterosauromorph. Pterosaurs, plural of pterosaur. Pterosaurus, synonym of pterosaur. Pterosauruses, plural of pterosaurus. Pterosin, any of a group of indanon derivatives present in bracken of the genus Pteridium. Pterosins, plural of pterosin. Pterospermus, having winged seeds. Pterosphenoi, either of a pair of endochondral bones in the skull of some fish. Pterosphenoids, plural of pterosphenoi. Pterostigma, a cell in the outer wing of insects, which is often thickened or colored and so stands out from other cells. Pterostigma, relating to a pterostigma. Pterostigmata, plural of pterostigma. Pterostigmatic, relating to pterostigmata. Pterostigmatical, alternative form of pterostigmatic. Pterostilbene, a stilbenoid chemically related to resveratrol. Pterostilbenes, plural of pterostilbene. Pterothecid, any extinct mollusk in the family Pterothecidae. Pterothecids, plural of pterothecid. Pterothorace, relating to a pterothorax. Pterothorax, the mesothorax and metathorax of an insect. Derodic, of or relating to a bone between the pruotic and epiotic in the dorsal and outer part of the periodic capsule of many fishes. Durotics, plural of pterotic. Pterotillomania, a behavioral disorder in birds in which a bird plucks out its own feathers or plucks the feathers of its chicks. Pterotrichae, any gastropod in the family Pterotrichidae. Pterotrichaids, plural of pterotrichae. Pteroil, a univalent polycyclic heterocyclic acyl radical derived from pteroyl acid. Pteroyl acid, an aromatic carboxylic acid composed of a pteridine ring and a 4-aminobenzoic acid. It is a common structural feature of folic acid and its derivatives. Pteroyl glutamic acid, folic acid, pteroyl aspartate, designating an antimetabolite acid used in treating cancers. Pteroyl glutamic, describing an amino acid in the vitamin B complex, folic as in pteroyl glutamic acid. Pteroyl glutamic acid, folic acid, a polycyclic heterocyclic carboxylic acid of the vitamin B complex, essential for cell growth and reproduction. Pteroyl monoglutamic acid, folic acid. Pteroyls, plural of pteroyl. Pter, synonym of orange baboon tarantula. Terry, nickname for Terry Pratchett, 1948, 2015, English author. Pterod, a flexible feather-like strip of material at the edge of body or head armor, particularly used in Greco-Roman times. Pteroges, plural of pteroge. Pterolaceous, of or relating to the Pterolaceae. Ptery, alternative form of pterigo, before a vowel. Pterida, plural of pterigum. Pterido, of or pertaining to the pterigum. Pteride, having a pterigum or pterigia. Pteridaphore, any of the bones in a fish that support the dorsal fin. There are 2 to 3 of them, proximal, middle, and distal. In spinous fins, the distal is often fused to the middle or not present at all. Pteridaphores, plural of pterigiophore. Pteridome, an abnormal mass of tissue in the corner of the eye that obstructs vision. Pteridomes, plural of pterigum. Pterido, of or relating to the wing or fin. Pterigocranial, pterygoid and cranial. Pterygoi, of pertaining to or lying in the region of the inferior part of the sphenoid bone of the vertebrate's skull. Pterygoid canal, an anterior-posterior canal in the base of each medial pterygoid plate of the sphenoid bone that gives passage to the Vidian artery and the Vidian nerve. Pterygoid canals, plural of pterygoid canal. Pterygoid muscle, either of 2 muscles arising respectively from the lateral and medial surfaces of the lateral pterygoid process which serve to move the mandible forwards and to the side. Pterygoid muscles, plural of pterygoid muscle. Pterygoid nerve, either of 2 branches of the mandibular nerve. Pterygoid nerves, plural of pterygoid nerve. Pterygoid plate, either of 2 vertical plates making up a pterygoid process of the sphenoid bone. Pterygoid plates, plural of pterygoid plate. Pterygoid process, each of a pair of projections extending downward from each side of the sphenoid bone in humans and other mammals. Pterygoid processes, plural of pterygoid process. Pterygoidal, relating to a pterygoid bone. Pterygoide, plural of pterygoideus. Pterygoideus, alternative form of pterygoid muscle. Pterygoids, plural of pterygoi. Pterygomandibular raphe, plural of pterygomandibular raphe. Pterygomandibular raphe, a fibroceme that descends from the pterygoid hamulus of the medial pterygoid plate to the myloioid line of the mandible and that separates and gives rise to the superior pharyngeal constrictor and the buccinator. Pterygomaxillary, of or pertaining to the pterygoid process of the sphenoid bone and the maxilla. Pterygomaxillary fissure, a vertical gap between the lateral pterygoid plate of the pterygoid process of the sphenoid bone and the maxilla that descends at right angles to the medial end of the inferior orbital fissure and gives passage to part of the maxillary artery and vein. Pterygomaxillary fissures. Plural of pterygomaxillary fissure. Pterygomaxillary fossa. Synonym of pterygopalatine fossa. Pterygomaxillary fossae. Plural of pterygomaxillary fossa. Pterygontopid. Any trilobite in the family Pterygontopid. Pterygontopids. Plural of pterygontopid. Pterygopalate. Synonym of pterygopalatine. Pterygopalatin. Misspelling of pterygopalatine. Pterygopalatine. Of or pertaining to the pterygoid process of the sphenoid bone and the palatine bone. Pterygopalatine fossa. A small triangular space beneath the apex of the orbit that is bounded above by the sphenoid bone and the orbital process of the palatine bone, in front by the maxilla, medially by the palatine bone, and behind by the pterygoid process of the sphenoid bone, and that contains, among other structures, the pterygopalatine ganglion. Pterygopalatine fossae. Plural of pterygopalatine fossa. Pterygopalatine ganglia. Plural of pterygopalatine ganglion. Pterygopalatine ganglion. An autonomic ganglion of the maxillary nerve that is situated in the pterygopalatine fossa and that receives preganglionic parasympathetic fibers from the facial nerve and sends postganglionic fibers to the nasal mucosa, palate, pharynx, and orbit. Pterygoparoccipital. Pterygoid and paroccipital. Pterygopodia. Plural of pterygopodium. Pterygopodium. A modified part of the ventral fin in male elasma branch which serves as a copulatory organ or clasper. Pterygoquadrate. Of or relating to the pterygoid and quadrate bones or cartilages. Pterygostomial. Relating to the anteroventral region of the carapace of a crustacean. Pterygostomian. Alternative form of pterygostomio. Pterygos. Any insect of the order Pterygoda. Pterygotes. Plural of pterygotes. Pterygode. Any eurypterid in the family Pterygodidae. Pterygotids. Plural of pterygodid. Pterygotidae. Any member of the Pterygodioidea superfamily of extinct eurypterids. Pterygotioids. Plural of pterygotioid. Pteryla. One of the areas of a bird's skin on which feathers grow. Pteryli. Plural of pteryla. Pterylus. Plural of pteryla. Pterylographic. Relating to pterylography. Pterylographical. Relating to pterylography. Pterylographically. In terms of pterylography. Pterylographies. Plural of pterylography. Pterylography. The study or description of the arrangement of feathers or of the pteryli of birds. Pterylological. Of or relating to pterylology. Pterylology. The study of distribution of feathers on birds. Pteryllosis. Plural of pteryllosis. Pteryllosis. The particular arrangement of feathers on a bird. Tesculentacea. A norsesquiterpenoid glucoside present in the Brachypteridium esculentum. Alternative form of TUI sound of spitting. TF. Initialism of program temporary fix. TFE. Initialism of polytetrafluoroethylene. TFE. Plural of PTFE. TF. Plural of PTF. AD. Abbreviation of printing. PEDS. Initialism of post-transcriptional gene silencing. PEA. Initialism of plated through hole. PEAC. Percutaneous transhepatic cholangiography. Phaeaces. Phaeaces. Phaeacas. Initialism of Pitt-Hopkins syndrome. Phae. Plural of PTH. Initialism of physical training instructor. Tilitid. Any fish in the family Tilitidae. Tilitids. Plural of Tilichthia. Hili. Any beetle in the family Tiliidae. Hili. Plural of Tiliae. Hilena. Plural of Tilinum. Tilinal. Relating to the tilinum. Tilinum. A bladder-like pouch on the head of schizophorine flies that by expanding enables the fly to emerge from its puparium. Tilo. Down, feather, also more loosely, downy, feathery, penniform plumiform. Tiloser. Synonym of pen-tailed tree shrew. Tilochronological. Relating to tilochronology. Tilochronology. The study of feather growth rates as an index of nutritional condition in birds. Tilodontid. Any primitive mammal in the family Tilodontidae. Tilodontids. Plural of Tilodontid. Tilodontoi. Any of the superfamily Tilodontoidea of extinct mammals. Tilodontids. Plural of Tilodontoi. Tilorection. Fluffing up of feathers or down so that birds can control heat. Tilogonetid. Any bird in the family Tilogonetidae, the silky flycatchers. Tilogonetids. Plural of Tilogonetid. Tilolite. Mortonite. Once designated as a new mineral, it was discovered to be identical with mortonite. Telolites. Plural of tilolite. Tilonorhinchid. A member of the Tilonorhinchidae, a bowerbird. Tilonorhinchids. Plural of Tilonorhinchid. Tilapedic. Having down on the ventral and dorsal side. Teloses. Plural of telosis. Telosis. The appearance or study of feathers on a bird, including factors such as their texture or shape. Tede. Any in a family Tinea beetles. Tenant. Plural of tinin. Plural of pati. Tasm. Alternative spelling of tisane. Tisane. Alternative spelling of tisane. Tisanes. Plural of tisane. Tisms. Plural of tisan. Hita. A kind of toasted pasta from Israel, shaped like rice grains or little balls. PALS. Abbreviation of Podolsky syndrome. PALV. Initialism of primate T lymphotropic virus. PALV. Plural of PALV. PATA. Initialism of parent-teacher meeting. PAMI. Initialism of provisional tolerable monthly intake. PAT. Plural of PTM. The initialism of Patent and Trademark Office, United States Patent and Trademark Office, usually abbreviated USPTO. Technocracies. Plural of technocracy. Technocracy. A society or a system ruled and dominated by the poor. Technologist. Someone who specializes in technology. Technologists. Plural of technologists. Technology. The study of poverty. Acronym of point takeoff and landing. Tolman. Alternative form of Tolman. Tolman. Ptolemaic. Ptolemaic. Of or pertaining to the Ptolemy dynasty of pharaohs, the Ptolemies, rulers of Hellenistic Egypt. Ptolemaic system. A geocentric model of the solar system, described by the eponymous astronomer. Ptolemaical, alternative form of Ptolemaic. Tolmeda, a city in Greece located in the western Kazani prefecture. Ptolemais, former name of Tolmeda. Ptolemaism, the geocentric Ptolemaic system of astronomy. Ptolemaeus, someone who accepts the astronomical system of Ptolemy. Ptolemaists, plural of Ptolemaeus. Ptolemean, Ptolemaic, Ptolemian, Ptolemaic. Ptoles, the Ptolemaic dynasty. Ptolemy, a male given name from ancient Greek of Greek origin, born by historical persons in ancient Egypt. Ptolemy's theorem, a theorem that states in a cyclic quadrilateral, the product of the lengths of its diagonals is equal to the sum of the products of the lengths of the two pairs of opposite sides. Ptoleus, alternative form of Ptolemaeus, a male given name from ancient Greek, variant of Ptolemy. Ptomaine, alternative form of Ptomaine. Ptomaine, any of various amines formed by putrefactive bacteria. Ptomaines, plural of ptomaine. Ptomaines, plural of ptomaine. Ptomatropi, a poisonous atropine-like base found in decomposing meat and fish. T, the sound of spitting. T, alternative form of tui sound of spitting. The plural of PTO. Toast, affected by ptosis. Ptosis, plural of ptosis. Ptosis, the pallops of a bodily organ, especially drooping of the eyelid or the breasts. Tozel, tozel especially p-tozel. Other, of or pertaining to ptosis. Hey, initialism of precision time protocol. Hey, initialism of polytestosterone fluorine phosphate. Hey, abbreviation of pointer. ptRNA, tRNA precursor. ptRNA, alternative form of ptRNA. ptRNA, plural of ptRNA. PNS, plural of ptRNA. ptRNMKR, abbreviation of Pavermaker. ptRNMKRS, plural of ptRNMKR. PRS, plural of PTR. PRS, initialism of Parsonage-Turner syndrome. 80, plural of PT. PS, plural of PT, points. PS, abbreviation of parts. PTSA, initialism of Parent-Teacher-Student Association. PTSA, plural of PTSA. PTSA, initialism of post-traumatic stress disorder. PTSA, one who has post-traumatic stress disorder. PTSD, plural of PTSD. Initialism of professional technical trainer. Plural of PTT. Initialism of police tactical unit. The trainer. Plural of PTT. Initialism of police tactical unit. The sound of spitting. Plural of PTU. Initialism of personal television. Plural of PTV. PTW. Initialism of powered two-wheeler, a motorbike or similar vehicle. PTWC. Initialism of Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. Pete Y. Initialism of provisional tolerable weekly intake. PTW. Plural of PTW. PX. Abbreviation of pneumothorax. PX. Plural of PTX. Abbreviation of proprietary, a type of corporation in Australia and South Africa. Thai Limited. Proprietary limited, a type of company that has one or more shareholders and in which the number of shareholders is limited. Thaialagar. Any Sialagarg. Thaialidogs. Plural of Thaialagar. Tyalin, a form of amylase, is found in saliva that breaks down starch into maltose and dextrin. Thioline, alternative form of thiolin. Thiolins, plural of thiolin. Thiolize, alternative form of thiolize. Thiolize, simple past and past participle of thiolize. Thiolizes, third person singular simple present indicative of thiolize. Thiolizing, present participle and gerund of thiolize. Thiolism. Sialoria. Thiolisms, plural of thiolism. Thiolize, decibet. Thiolize, simple past and past participle of thiolize. Thiolizes, third person singular simple present indicative of thiolize. Thiolizing, present participle and gerund of thiolize. Thiolanar, any substance that causes the discharge of saliva. Thiolodogs, plural of thiologar. Thioluria, excessive secretion or flow of saliva, hypersalivation, drooling. Tichidene, any frog of the family Tichidenidae. Tichidenins, plural of Tichidenid. Tichaspidid, any trilobite in the family Tichaspididae. Tichaspidids, plural of Tichaspidid. Tichitid, any anemone in the family Tichitidae. Tichitids, plural of Tichitid. Tichidactine, any sea anemone of the suborder Tichidaceae. Tichidactians, plural of Tichidactian. Tichodrid, any acorn worm in the family Tichodridae. Tichodrids, plural of Tichodrid. Tichodontid, any shark in the family Tichodontidae. Tichodontids, plural of Tichodontid. Tichographic, relating to tichography. Tichographical, alternative form of tichographic. Tichography, a technique that aims to solve the diffraction pattern phase problem by interfering adjacent Bragg reflections coherently and thereby determining their relative phase. Tichenome, an enclosure formed of leaves by some organisms of the order Lepidoptera, a tentiform mine. Tichenomes, plural of tichenome. Tichenomus, having the form of, or relating to, a tichenome. Compare tentiform. Tichate, any trilobate of the order Tichipariida. Tichatiids, plural of Tichipariidae. Tichepteri, any member of the Tichepteridae. Tichepterids, plural of Tichepterid. Tictodont, any placoderm of the order Tictodontidae. Tictodonti, any placoderm of the order Tictodontidae. Tictodontids, plural of Tictodontid. Tictodonts, plural of Tictodont. Dendmatic, having an irregular and slash or disconnected pattern. Texas, plural of Teixus. Deixus, the way in which an individual individual leaf is folded in the bud. Easy. Initialism of pan, tilt, zoom. H. Abbreviation of Punjab, a state of India. H. A county of Linfen, Shaanxi, China. Poo-poo. An appetizer in American Chinese or Hawaiian cuisine. Huh. A county of Kaingshan in Guizhou, China. Her. A prefecture-level city of Yan'an, China. Par city. Synonym of par, a city in China. Pu'er. Alternative form of par in Yan'an, China. Puxian Min. Alternative spelling of Puxian Min. Huh. Abbreviation of purpure. Pua. Initialism of pickup artist. Pua. A surname from Hokkien. Pua. A surname. Puas. Plural of Pua. Puat. A region in northern India. Puati. A dialect of Punjabi spoken in the Puat region of India. Puaovi. A bird of the species Midas palmeri, small Kauai thrush, native to Kauai. Pueohis. Plural of Pueohi. Puako. A census-designated place in Hawaii County, Hawaii, United States. Pualas. A municipality of Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Puiakama. A Hawaiian burr cucumber, Sizios maximovichiae. Pua. Plural of Pue. Pues. Plural of Pua. Hut. Initialism of public utility bus. Hut. A public house where beverages, primarily alcoholic, may be bought and consumed, also providing food and sometimes entertainment such as live music or television. Hub cheese. A soft cheese spread and dip made with cheese and usually beer or ale. Pub crawl. The visiting of a number of public houses in a single session. Pub crawler. Someone who participates in a pub crawl. Pub crawlers. Plural of pub crawler. Pub crawls. Plural of pub crawl. Pub cricket. A game played to pass the time while traveling in a vehicle, involving spotting pub signs and generating cricket scores based on the number of legs described by each sign, for example 4 for the Red Lion or 2 for the King George. Pub golf. A drinking game in which drinkers visit a number of pubs analogous to the holes of a golf course and attempt to consume a drink at each in the fewest sips possible, analogous to the number of strokes taken to sink the ball. Pub growth. Pub food. Meals typically found in a pub. Pub quiz. A trivia quiz held in a public house. Pub quiz question. A question asked in a pub quiz. Pub quiz questions. Plural of pub quiz question. Pub quizzes. Plural of pub quiz. Pub rock. A kind of popular bluesy rock music, specifically unrelated forms of British and Australian music with a similar sound. Pub tests. A hypothetical test of the social acceptability of something, for example a government policy, a certain behavior, as though by asking the opinions of people drinking in a pub. Pub tests. Plural of pub tests. Pub brawl. Alternative form of pub crawl. Pub crawled. Simple past and past participle of pub crawl. Pub crawling. Present participle and gerund of pub crawl. Pub crawls. Plural of pub crawl. Pub doer. Alternative form of pub goer. Pub goers. Plural of pub goer. Hadza, abbreviation of publish subscribe pattern. Hub, publisher des. Hud, abbreviation of public law. Pubalgia, Austates pubis, groin pain. Pubarchal, relating to pubarch. Pubarch, the first appearance of pubic hair in a child. Pubarchial, alternative form of pubarchal. Pubarchic, alternative form of pubarchal. Hud, simple past and past participle of pub. Hover, synonym of publisher-lighted form. Pubbers, plural of pubber. Hudde, a student at a public school. Hudde, comparative form of puppy, more puppy. Pubbis, plural of puppy. Huddes, superlative form of puppy, most puppy. Hubbinas, the characteristic or quality of being puppy. Ave, the practice of frequenting pubs. Huddish, resembling a pub. Hudda, huddy fat. Huddy, who enjoys frequenting public houses. Hubpaster, a public broadcaster. Hubpasters, plural of pubcaster. Pubcasting, public broadcasting. Thupto, a large business enterprise that owns a number of pubs under tenant agreements or as managed houses. Thupcos, plural of pubco. Who, a single pubic hair. Who, having some specific type of pubic hair. Pubidrasser, a person who cuts or styles pubic hair. Pubidressers, plural of pubidresser. Hubei, a county of Qinyu Guangxi Autonomous Region, China. Publess, without pubic hair. Publessness, lack of pubic hair. Publi, resembling a pubic hair. Puberal, synonym of pubertal. Puberate, being a puber between puberty and maturity. Puberphonia, a functional voice disorder that is characterized by the habitual use of a high-pitched voice after puberty. Puberphonias, plural of puberphonia. Pubertal, of or pertaining to puberty. Pubertally, in a manner that pertains to puberty. Pubertic. Synonym of pubertal. Puberties, plural of puberty. Puberty, a developmental phase brought about by the action of hormones as part of the maturing process. For humans, there are 3 in total. Puberty blocker, any drug used to postpone puberty in children. Puberty blockers, plural of puberty blocker. Puberty inhibitor, synonym of puberty blocker. Puberty inhibitors, plural of puberty inhibitor. Puberulence, the quality of being puberulent. Puberulent, covered in soft, downy hairs. Puberulently, in a puberulent manner. Puberulous, puberulent. Puberulously, in a puberulous manner. Pubes, plural of pubis pubic bones. Pubescence, the state of being in or reaching puberty. Pubescences, plural of pubescence. Pubescency, archaic form of pubescence. Pubescenin, a particular steroid glycoside. Pubescent, at or just after the age of puberty. Pubescently, during pubescence. Pubescence, plural of pubescent. Pubi, resembling pubic hair. Pubdoor, one who visits a public house. Pubdoors, plural of pubdor. Pube, of or relating to the area of the body adjacent to the pubis or the pubes. Pubic bone, the pubis bone. Pubic bones, plural of pubic bone. Pubic boot, a wide expansion at the end of the pubis in some dinosaurs. Pubic boots, plural of pubic boot. Pubic hair, the hair that grows in the pubic region from puberty. Pubic hairs, plural of pubic hair. Pubic lice, plural of pubic louse. Pubic louse, crab louse, Pithurus pubis. Pubic mound, the mons pubis. Pubic mounds, plural of pubic mound. Pubic region, the central part of the notably human body near the pubes and pubis, including the genitalia. Pubic regions, plural of pubic region. Pubic symphyses, plural of pubic symphysis. Pubic symphysis, a cartilaginous joint between the two bones of the pubis. Pubic symphysis, plural of pubic symphysis. Pubic tubercle, a prominent forward projecting tubercle on the upper border of the medial portion of the superior ramus of the pubis bone. Pubic tubercles, plural of pubic tubercle. Pubically, in a pubic way. Pubicide, any of the various chemicals used to kill pubic lice. Pubicides, plural of pubicide. Pubically, in a pubic way. Pubigerous, pubescent. Pubikini, a thin, V-shaped, thon-style bathing suit bottom that in the front featured a tiny strip of fabric that exposed the wearer's pubic hair, or mons pubis. Pubikines, plural of pubikini. Pubilect, the language of teenagers. Pubilects, plural of pubilect. Pubectomies, plural of pubiotomy. Pubectomy, synonym of symphysiotomy. Pubis, the pubic bone, the part of the hip bone forming the front arch of the pelvis. Pubkeeper, the person responsible for the running of a pub, usually the proprietor. Pubkeepers, plural of pubkeeper. Pubkey, public key. Pubkeys, plural of pubkey. Auto, abbreviation of publication. Habu, abbreviation of publishing. Hava, abbreviation of publication. Tata, abbreviation of publication. Hubland, the world of public houses. Hoblands, an area with many pubs. Hobless, lacking a pub. Hoblessness, lack of public houses. Hoblek, able to be known or seen by everyone, happening without concealment, open to general view. Public access. Public access television. Public access television, a segment of the PEG short for public, educational, and government access television model of local cable television production. It provides training and access to media production technology and distribution methods so that community, producers, and viewers may participate. Public address system. An electronic voice amplification apparatus, usually containing a set of two loudspeakers and a central control unit, used for singing, giving a speech, play-by-play commentary at events, or broadcasting in public areas like in airports or stations. Public address systems. Plural of public address system. Public administration. The implementation of public policy by governmental bodies, the administration of governmental functions, the administration of a state. Public art. Any artwork planned and executed with the intention of being presented openly to the public, usually outside and accessible to all. Public assistance. Payment made to disadvantaged persons by government in order to alleviate the burdens of poverty, unemployment, disability, old age, etc. Public authorities. Plural of public authority. Public authority. Any authority which has a legal mandate to govern, administrate a part or aspect of public life, such as all branches of the executive power of a state, province, municipality, etc. Public bodies. Plural of public body. Public body. A formally established organization that is at least in part publicly funded to deliver a public or government service, though not as a ministerial department. Public bookcase. A cabinet where people can leave books to be exchanged with other people without the formalities imposed by libraries. Public bookcases. Plural of public bookcase. Public common. Input given by the public to governmental or rarely other bodies about proposed legislation or regulation during a period and by means set aside and prescribed by law. Public comments. Plural of public comment. Public convenience. A lavatory that is provided for public use, i.e. used by any person. Public conveniences. Plural of public convenience. Public credit. The loan of money to a government body in return for a bond or similar promissory note. Public curiosity. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see public curiosity. Public debt. Synonym of national debt. Public debts. Plural of public debt. Public defender. An attorney appointed to represent people who cannot afford to hire one. Public defenders. Plural of public defender. Public diplomacy. In international relations, any of the various government-sponsored efforts aimed at communicating directly with foreign publics to establish a dialogue designed to inform and influence with the aim that this foreign public supports or tolerates a government's strategic objectives, including the use of propaganda. Public display of affection. An act of physical intimacy in the view of others. Public displays of affection. Plural of public display of affection. Public domain. Often preceded by in the. Public Domain Day. An annual observance on January 1 of when copyrights expire and works enter into the public domain. Copyrights usually expire every year on January 1 based on the individual copyright laws of each country. Public domainness. The state or quality of being in the public domain, free of copyright restrictions. Public enemies. Plural of public enemy. Public enemy. A criminal widely regarded as dangerous or antisocial. Public enemy. No. What? Alternative form of public enemy number 1. Public enemy number 1. A person who ranks highest on the federal government's prioritized list of wanted criminal fugitives. Public eye. The focus of public attention, the limelight. Public figure. A famous person whose life is the subject of public interest. Public figures. Plural of public figure. Public finance. A field of economics concerned with paying for collective or governmental activities and with the administration and design of those activities. Public friend. Alternative letter case form of public friend. Public friends. Plural of public friend. Public funds. Money lent to government for which interest is paid of a stated amount at a stated time. Public good. The general welfare of the people, the best interests of the community. Public goods. Plural of public good. Public health. The science and practice of community hygiene, which includes preventive healthcare, health education, sanitation, and environmental safety. Public health funeral. Synonym of pauper's funeral. Public health funerals. Plural of public health funeral. Public health service. A major division of the Department of Health and Human Services dedicated to promoting the public health of the United States. Public Health Service Commission Corps. The uniform service of the Public Health Service and organized under the Department of Health and Human Services DHHS. The Public Health Service Commission Corps PHS Corps is one of the 7 United States uniformed services. The Surgeon General of the United States, a Vice Admiral, directs the PHS Corps, which provides licensed medical and health sciences professionals to the PHS, DHHS, other United States uniformed services, and other government agencies. Public hearing. A judicial hearing which anyone may attend as opposed to a private hearing. Public hearings. Plural of public hearing. Public historian. A professional who works in the field of public history. Public historians. Plural of public historian. Public history. The broad range of activities undertaken by people with some training in the discipline of history who generally work outside of specialized academic settings. Public holiday. A national or regional holiday from work on a specific day, usually for cultural reasons or celebrations. Public holidays. Plural of public holiday. Public hotel. A public house, a pub. Public hotels. Plural of public hotel. Public house. A pub, a British bar or tavern, often selling food and sometimes lodging, an inn. Public houses. Plural of public house. Public housing. Rental accommodation that is subsidized by public funds and provided for disadvantaged groups such as low-income earners, Social Security recipients, the elderly, and people with disabilities. Public image. The general impression of a famous person or organization, what the public most external people think of it which may differ from reality. Public images. Plural of public image. Public indecency. Indecent exposure. Public information officer. A government official who coordinates an agency's public communications, a spokesperson. Public intellectual. A well-known, intelligent, learned person whose written works and other social and cultural contributions are recognized not only by academic audiences and readers, but also by many members of society in general. Public intellectuals. Plural of public intellectual. Public interests. Common good. Public international law. The law concerning the conduct of nations and international organizations. Public intoxication. The criminal offense of being drunk in a public place. Public ivies. Plural of public ivy. Public ivy. A public university that has the academic quality or prestige of an Ivy League university. Public key. One of the 2 keys used in asymmetric cryptography, which is published to others. Public key certificate. A certificate that uses a digital signature to bind together a public key with an identity, used to verify that a public key belongs to a particular person. Public key certificates. Plural of public key certificate. Public key cryptography. the subfield of cryptography in which all information used to encode a message is assumed to be publicly available. Public keys, plural of public key. Public knowledge, knowledge that is available or accessible to the public. Public law, a category of law governing the relationship between the state on the one hand and persons, citizens, or legal persons, including corporations, on the other. Constitutional law, administrative law, and criminal law are some of the major subdivisions of public law. Public libraries, plural of public library. Public library, a library provided essentially as a public service rather than as a commercial venture. Public license, UK, Canada, Australia, South Africa, Ireland, New Zealand, Malaysia, and Singapore. Standard spelling of public license. Public licenses, plural of public license. Public license, a license by which a copyright holder as licensor can grant additional copyright permissions to any and all persons in the general public as licensees. Public licenses, plural of public license. Public life, the aspects of social life which occur in public, in the open, as opposed to more private social interaction within families, private clubs, etc. Public limited companies, plural of public limited company. Public limited company, a publicly traded limited liability company in the United Kingdom and some other jurisdictions. Public limited liability companies, plural of public limited liability company. Public limited liability company, a type or form of for-profit incorporated company where ownership is divided into shares that are publicly tradable, usually in a stock exchange. Public offering, an instance of securities of a company or a similar corporation being made available to the public, usually by causing them to be listed on a stock exchange. Public offerings, plural of public offering. Public office, a position or occupation established by law or by the act of a government body for the purpose of exercising the authority of the government in the service of the public. Public officer, one who holds public office, an official or employee of the government. Public officers, plural of public officer. Public offices, plural of public office. Public opinion, the opinion of the public, the popular view. Public order, a traditional university representative who gives public speeches on special occasions. Public orators, plural of public orator. Public ownership, ownership of an industry by the people or the state, nationalization, state ownership. Public place, a space that is generally open and accessible to people. Public places, plural of public place. Public policies, plural of public policy. Public policy, the set of policies, laws, plans, actions, behaviors of a government, plans and methods of action that govern that society, a system of laws, courses of action, and priorities directing a government action. Public pretender, a public defender viewed as inadequate. Public pretenders, plural of public pretender. Public-private partnership, alternative form of public-private partnership. Public-private partnerships, plural of public-private partnership. Public properties, plural of public property. Public property, property, assets, or information directly owned by or under the control of the state. Public purse, a quantity of money collected by a government through taxation and other methods and used for public purposes. Public funds, public money. Public purses, plural of public purse. Public record. Information that has been filed with or recorded by a government agency. Public records. Plural of public record. Public relations. The professional dissemination and management of information by a person or an organization to the public with the purpose of creating a favorable public image. Public rhetoric. The communication within and between groups with a focus on how discourse seeks inclusion in broader public discussions. Public safety announcement. An advertisement intended to benefit the public interest by raising awareness of a threat to public safety and informing the public of preventative measures to take. Public safety announcements. Plural of public safety announcement. Public school. Certain private schools, particularly initially any grammar school operated apart from the personal lands of its students, or from the 19th century the fee-paying secondary schools which developed from or were modeled upon them, a British boarding school. Public schools. Plural of public school. Public sector. Any government and all entities that are controlled or funded by it. Public sectors. Plural of public sector. Public servant. A person employed by the government. Public servants. Plural of public servant. Public service. A service performed for the public good. Public service announcement. An advertisement intended to serve the public interest by raising awareness of an issue, affecting public attitudes, and potentially stimulating action. Public service announcements. Plural of public service announcement. Public services. Plural of public service. Public space. Public place. Public spaces. Plural of public space. Public speaker. One who gives a speech or lecture in a public setting such as a meeting, rally, or conference. Public speakers. Plural of public speaker. Public speaking. Act of speaking to a group of people in a structured manner. Public speakings. Plural of public speaking. Public spending. Public expenditure. Public sphere pedagogy. An educational method that intertwines classroom activities with real-world civic engagement. Public spirit. The quality of being public-spirited. Public square. Synonym of town square. Public squares. Plural of public square. Public telephones. Plural of public telephone. Public television. Non-commercial television broadcast as a public service, often supported by licensing fees. Public toilets. Plural of public toilet. Public transit. Public transport. Public transits. Plural of public transit. Public transport. Any form of transport that can be used by a member of public who usually pays a fare, as opposed to private ownership of, for example, cars. Public transportation. Public transport. Public transportations. Plural of public transportation. Public transports. Plural of public transport. Public trust. Alternative form of charitable trust. Public trustee. A public office which acts as a trustee, usually when a sum is required to be deposited as security by legislation, when courts remove another trustee, or for estates where either no executor is named by a will or the testator elects wishes to appoint one. Public trustees. Plural of public trustee. Public trusts. Plural of public trusts. Public utilities. Plural of public utility. Public utility. Synonym of public service. Public utility bus. A bus that does public transport. Public utility jeepney. A jeepney that does public transport. Public utility van. A van that does public transport. Public utility vehicle. A vehicle that does public transport. Public walk. A promenade or well-frequented pedestrian way in a town. Public walks. Plural of public walk. Public woman. A female prostitute. Public women. Plural of public woman. Public works. Technical projects, often construction or engineering, carried out by the government on behalf of the community. Public-hearted. Synonym of public-spirited. Public house. Alternative spelling of public house. Public houses. Plural of public house. Public key cryptography. A form of cryptography which allows users to communicate securely without previously agreeing on a shared secret key, abbreviation PKC. Public-minded. Public-spirited. Public-private partnership. An arrangement by which one or more private firms agrees to fund, create, or operate a facility, service, or other element of public infrastructure such as a school, hospital, or highway, which is usually the sole responsibility of government in return for all or some of the revenue generated by that facility or service. Public-private partnerships. Plural of public-private partnership. Public relations. Public relations in attributive use. Public school. Attributive form of public school. Public schools. Plural of public school. Public sector. Alternative spelling of public sector. Public service announcement. Alternative form of public service announcement. Public service announcements. Plural of public service announcement. Public-spirited. Having personal motivation toward the betterment of the public. Public/private partnership. Alternative form of public-private partnership. Public/private partnerships. Plural of public/private partnership. Publico. Public. Publicly. Rare spelling of publicly. Publican. Synonym of Arnoldist. Publicans. Plural of publican. Publicate. To publish or make publicly known. Publicated. Simple past and past participle of publicate. Publicates. Third person singular simple present indicative of publicate. Publicating. Present participle and gerund of publicate. Publication. The act of publishing printed or other matter. Publication bias. The bias to meta-analysis resulting from statistical studies with low statistical power tending to remain unpublished and inaccessible to the analyst. Publication biases. Plural of publication bias. Publications. Plural of publication. Public-hearted. Alternative form of public-hearted. Publicize. To make widely known to the public. Publicized. Simple past and past participle of publicize. Publicizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of publicize. Publicizing. Present participle and gerund of publicize. Publicist. A person whose job is to publicize information or events. A publicity agent. A public relations agent or worker. Publicists. Plural of publicists. Publicities. Plural of publicity. Publicity. Advertising or other activity designed to rouse public interest in something. Publicity hound. A person who constantly seeks public attention, especially through coverage in the broadcast media or news media. Publicity hounds. Plural of publicity hound. Publicity stunt. A staged event used to garner publicity, usually for the purposes of marketing or activism. Publicity stunts. Plural of publicity stunt. Publicity hound. Alternative form of publicity hound. Publicity hounds. Plural of publicity hound. Publicizable. Capable of or suitable for being publicized. Publicization. The act of publicizing. Publicizations. Plural of publicization. Publicize. Alternative spelling of publicize. Publicized. Simple past and past participle of publicize. Publicizer. A person who publicizes. Publicizers. Plural of publicizer. Publicizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of publicize. Publicizing. Present participle and gerund of publicize. Public. Obsolete spelling of public. Publicly. Misspelling of publicly. Publication. Obsolete spelling of publication. Publications. Plural of publication. Public. Obsolete spelling of public. Publicly. Obsolete spelling of publicly. Publics. Plural of public. Obsolete spelling of publics. Publicly. In public, openly, in an open and public manner. Publicly held. Of a corporation or other business entity, owned by shareholders who may buy or sell their shares to anyone through a stock exchange. Publicly held. Alternative spelling of publicly held. Publicness. The quality or state of being public. Publics. Plural of public. Publification. Making public, for, or to be used by the people or community. Publifications. Plural of publication. Public. Obsolete spelling of public. Publilian. Of or relating to Publilius Valero, ancient Roman statesman who pushed for reforms in suffrage. Publi. Obsolete form of public. Publicly. Obsolete form of publicly. Publiques. Plural of public. Publish. To issue something, such as printed work for distribution and or sale. Publish or perish. The pressure to frequently publish in academic journals in order to gain tenure or to sustain a career. Publishability. The property of being publishable. Publishable. Able to be published. Publishably. In a publishable manner, in a way that is suitable for publication. Publish. Simple past and past participle of publish. Publichettes. Second person singular simple past indicative of publish. Publishee. One to whom something is published, a consumer of a publication. Publishees. Plural of publishee. Publisher. A person or especially a company who publishes, especially books. Publisher's reader. Synonym of reader sense 5. A person employed by a publisher to read works submitted for publication and determine their merits. Publishers' readers. Plural of publisher's reader. Publisheress. A female publisher. Publisheresses. Plural of publisheress. Publishers. Plural of publisher. Publishership. The state or business of a publisher. Publisherships. Plural of publishership. Publicative. Third person singular simple present indicative of publish. Publishes. Second person singular simple present indicative of publish. Publisher. Third person singular simple present indicative of publish. Publishing. The industry of publishing, including the production and distribution of books, magazines, websites, newspapers, etc. Publishing house. A company that produces books, magazines, brochures, and other texts in print or electronic form. Publishing houses. Plural of publishing house. Publishings. Plural of publishing. Publishment. Publication. Publishments. Plural of publishment. Publish. Simple past and past participle of publish. Publo. A small village and civil parish served by Publo with Pensford Parish Council in Bath and North East Somerset District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6264. Hovels. Plural of Pubble. Pubet. A poster or any kind of promotional material for use by companies or organizations. Pubmate. A friend or acquaintance of the same pub. Pubmates. Plural of pubmate. Pubmats. Plural of pubmat. Pubmed. A free search engine accessing primarily the Medline database of references and abstracts on life sciences and biomedical topics. Pubo. Pubes. Pubono. Relating to or connecting the pubis and the anus. Pubocapsular. Relating to the pubis and capsule. Pubocervical. Relating to the pubis and the cervix. Pubococcygeal. Of, pertaining to, or connecting the pubis and the coccyx. Pubococcygeae. Plural of pubococcygeus. Pubococcygeus. A hammock-like muscle found in both sexes that stretches from the pubic bone to the coccyx. It controls urine flow and contracts during orgasm. Puboferal. Relating to the pubis and femur. Puboischiae. Relating to the pubis and ischium. Puboischiatic. Alternative form of puboischiatic. Puboischial. Synonym of ischia pubic. Puboischiatic. Relating to the pubis and ischium. Puboischiophorales. A muscle that extends from the pubis to the femur in some reptiles. Pubopenial. Of or pertaining to both the pubis and the penis, as usually, more specifically located at the root of the penis, near the pubis. Puboperennial. Relating to the pubis and the perineum. Puboprostatic. Relating to the pubis and prostate. Pubortal. Of or pertaining to the pubis and the rectum. Puborctales. The group of fibers that form as sling for the rectum, forming part of the levator ani. Pudilial. Of or relating to the pubis and the tibia. Puberethral. Relating to the pubis and urethra. Pubovaginal. Relating to the pubis and vagina. Pubovaginalis. Part of the levator ani muscle that loops around the vagina in women. Pubovesical. Relating to the pubis and urinary bladder. Pubovisceral. Relating to or connecting the pubis and the viscera. PubPat. Acronym of Public Patent Foundation. PUB. Acronym of Percutaneous Umbilical Blood Sampling, the removal of blood from an umbilical cord in utero for testing. PUB. Plural of pub. PUBs. Abbreviation of publications. Hubstomp. To win games against new or inexperienced players, targeting them deliberately. Hubstomp. Simple past and past participle of pubstomp. Pubstomper. One who pubstomps. Pubstompers. Plural of pubstomper. Hubstomping. Present participle and gerundive pubstom. Pubstoms. Third person singular simple present indicative of pubstom. Pubwards. Towards a public house. The initialism of Public Utility Commission, a regulatory body in various states. Pupualpa, a city in eastern Peru. Ata, alternative form of Paca. Paca fever, alternative form of Paca fever. Tatalo, the highest level of human oral mouth whistling. Puccini, a supposed alkaloid, later found to be an impure form of sanguinarine. Puccinelli, a surname from Italian. Puccinellas, plural of Puccinelli. Puccini, a surname from Italian. Puccinia, any rusfungus of the genus Puccinia. Pucciniaceous, belonging to the family Pucciniaceae of fungus. Puccinian, of or pertaining to Giacomo Puccini. Pucciniastraceous, of or relating to the Pucciniastraceae. Pucciniamaceae, of or pertaining to Pucciniamycetes. Puccinins, plural of Puccini. Hakura, any one of several plants yielding a red pigment which is used by the North American Indians, such as the bloodroot and two species of Lithospermum, Lithospermum hirtum and Lithospermum canescens. Puccoons, plural of puccoon. Hus, a brownish-purple color, sometimes more or less deep red or grayish. Pucelle, obsolete form of pucelle. Pucellage, virginity. Pucellages, plural of pucellage. Pucelle, a girl, a maiden, a virgin, often with reference to Joan of Arc. Pucelles, plural of pucelle. Pucelli, a surname. Pucellas, plural of pucelli. Pucelles, plural of pucelle. Pucer, comparative form of puce, more puce. Pucerin, any of a number of plant live or aphids. Pucerans, plural of pucerin. Pucis, plural of puce. Pucis, superlative form of puce, most puce. Pacheque, a former department of Chile. Bachowski, a surname from Polish. Bachowskis, plural of Pachowski. Pache, a county of Huainan, Shaanxi, China. Pacheni, a village in Moroni, Dâmbovița County, Romania. Pachenai Mai, a commune of Prahova County, Romania. Putcherite, vanadate of bismuth occurring in minute reddish-brown crystals. Puchera, a kind of stew of Spanish origin. Pucheros, plural of puchero. Panchito, radi. Pachitos, plural of pachito. Pachan, alternative form of Bachan. Pachang, a town in the Petaling district, Selangor, Malaysia. Pusakor, an indigenous Great Andamanese people of the Andaman Islands, one of the 10 or so distinct tribes which existed when British colonization began in the 1860s and which disintegrated because of that colonization. Pusillo, a surname from Italian. Pusillos, plural of Pusillo. Pusillosa, a town in Dâmbovița County, Romania. A mischievous sprite in Celtic mythology and English folklore. Puck bunnies, plural of puck bunny. Puck bunny, a female ice hockey fan, often one whose interest in the sport is primarily motivated by attraction to the players rather than enjoyment of the game itself. Puck bunnies exhibit similar traits to those of groupies toward musicians. Puck handling, alternative form of puck handling. Puck Palace, an arena containing a rink and spectator seating for playing and viewing ice hockey, especially one which is considered to be well equipped and state-of-the-art. Puck Palaces, plural of Puck Palace. Puck Bonnes, plural of Puck Bonnie. Puck Bonnie, alternative form of Puck Bunny. Puck handling, the ability to control the puck, stick handling. Puck out, alternative form of puck out. Nata, alternative form of pucka. Pucka fever, alternative form of pucka fever. Baga, alternative form of packle. Puckelly, alternative form of packholly. Puckallies, plural of puckaley. Pucka, alternative form of packhole. Putties, plural of puckally. Puckhalls, plural of puckhall. Puckally, alternative form of packholly. Puckles, plural of puckle. Pucka, alternative form of packhole. Puckallies, plural of puckalley. Puckhalls, plural of puckhall. Puckalley, alternative form of packholly. Puckon, he goat. Puckons, plural of puckon. Puckon, alternative form of puckon. Puckball, a puffball fungus. Puffballs, plural of puckball. Puckbanez, plural of puckbunny. Puckbunny, alternative form of puckbunny. Puck, simple past and past participle of puck. Putter, to pinch or wrinkle, especially a body part, to squeeze inwardly, to dimple or fold. Pucker factor, the level of stress and or adrenaline in a dangerous situation. Pucker factors, plural of pucker factor. Pucker up, to contract a facial feature so as to form wrinkles, used especially of the lips when whistling or kissing. Puckerable, able to be puckered. Pucker brush, scrubby terrain, brushland. Putter, simple past and past participle of pucker. Puckered up, simple past and past participle of pucker up. Puckered up, contracted so as to form wrinkles. Puckerness, the state or condition of being puckered. Puckerer, someone or something that puckers. Puckerers, plural of puckerer. Puckeries, plural of puckery. Puckeriness, the state or condition of being puckery. Puckering, a surname. Puckering up, present participle and gerund of pucker up. Puckeringly, in a puckering manner, in a way that causes puckering especially of the mouth, as some sour foodstuffs do. Puckerings, plural of puckering. Puckoas, without puckers, smooth. Puckaroo, broken, not working. Puckaroo, broken or ruined. Puckero, to seize, to take hold of. Puckerode, simple past and past participle of puckero. Puckerowing, present participle and gerund of puckero. Puckerows, third person singular simple present indicative of puckero. Pudders, plural of pucker. Puckers it up. third person singular simple present indicative of pucker up. Pucker some, characterized or marked by puckering. Pucker, very sour, so that the lips pucker. Puffy. A surname. Puffet. A surname. Puckets. Plural of pucket. Puckus. A puffball lycopodon. Giganteum. Puckusts. Plural of puckfist. Puck handler. A player skilled or involved in puck handling. Puck handlers. Plural of puck handler. Puck handling. Alternative form of puck handling. Puckian. Of or relating to the Shakespearean character Puck. Pucking. Present participle and gerund of puck. Thuggish. Mischievous, impudent, sly, excessively playful. Puckshui. Mischievously. Playfully. Puckishness. An instance of being puckish. Naga. The devil, Satan. Puckbutchurch. A village and civil parish in South Gloucestershire, England OS Grid Ref ST 6976. Puckles. Plural of puckle. Pucktoak. Resembling or characteristic of the mythological Puck, a mischievous nature sprite. Puck out. A free hit by the goalkeeper after the sliotar has gone behind the goal. Puck out. Plural of puck out. Thus, plural of puck. Puxy. Alternative spelling of puxy. Puxies. Plural of puxy. Puckster. An ice hockey player. Pucksters. Plural of puckster. Puckstopper. Goalkeeper, goaltender. Puckstoppers. Plural of puckstopper. Puckstopping. The state of being a goalkeeper. Puxy. An area of miry or swampy ground, a place in a road, field, etc. where a spring rises or where rain pools and keeps the ground miry. Thuddy. Feces, excrement. Huckus, a bird, the cockass. Huxusun, a barangay of Baguio, Banked, Philippines. Buck, initialism of Public Utility Commission of Texas. HUD, initialism of peptic ulcer disease. HUD, a unisex nickname. Puehu, a city in Chile. HUD, alternative form of pud. Huddefoot, an English surname. Hodden, thudden. Hoddening, fibers of old rope packed between spars or used as a fender. Hoddenings, plural of puddening. Puddens, plural of pudden. Putter, a confused noise, turmoil, bustle, tumult. Pottered, simple past and past participle of putter. Puttering, present participle and gerund of putter. Putters, plural of putter. Puddicoom, a surname. Puddis, plural of putty. Puddin, pronunciation, spelling of pudding. Puddin, any of various dishes, sweet or savory, prepared by boiling or steaming or from batter. Pudding and tang, an impertinent response to being asked, "What is your name?" Pudding basin, a bowl in which raw pudding dough or batter is placed for cooking. Pudding basin haircut, a haircut carried out by placing a pudding basin over the head and cutting around the base, or one that looks as if it were so carried out. Pudding basin haircuts, plural of pudding basin haircut. Pudding basins, plural of pudding basin. Pudding bow, synonym of bowl cut. Pudding bowls, plural of pudding bowl. Pudding chômeur, a type of pudding originating from Montreal, Quebec, Canada during the Great Depression. A dessert made by covering cake batter or stale bread with maple syrup, which then settles to the bottom after baking. Pudding corn, synonym of corn pudding. Pudding grass, Menthophilium, the European pennyroyal. Pudding pie, a term of endearment. Pudding pies, plural of pudding pie. Pudding pop, a snack consisting of frozen pudding on a stick. Pudding pops, plural of pudding pop. Pudding rice, a short-grained rice used to make rice pudding, also makes reasonable risotto. Pudding sleeves, plural of pudding sleeve. Pudding spice, synonym of mixed spice. Pudding stone, alternative form of pudding stone. Pudding time, dinner time, pudding being formerly the dish first eaten. Pudding basin, alternative spelling of pudding basin. Pudding basins, plural of pudding basin. Pudding bowl, alternative form of pudding bowl. Pudding bowls, plural of pudding bowl. Pudding brain, an idiot. Pudding brained, stupid. Pudding face, of a person having a fat, round, smooth face. Pudding headed, stupid. Pudding sleeve, a large bulging sleeve like that of the English clergy's gown. Pudding sleeves, plural of pudding sleeve. Pudding snammer, a thief who robs cookshops. Pudding snammers, plural of pudding snammer. Pudding stone, alternative form of pudding stone. Puddingish, like pudding, having a heavy stodgy texture. Puddingless, without pudding. Pudding-like, resembling a pudding. Puddings, plural of pudding. Pudding stone, a conglomerate stone consisting of pebbles surrounded by cement. Pudding stones, plural of pudding stone. Puddington, a village and civil parish in Cheshire West and Chester District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 3273. Pudding wife wrasse, Halichoer's radiatus and American wrasse. Pudding wife wrasses, plural of pudding wife wrasse. Pudding, like pudding, having a heavy stodgy texture. Puddle, a small, often temporary, pool of water usually on a path or road. Puddle ball, the lump of pasty wrought iron as taken from the puddling furnace to be hammered or rolled. Puddle balls, plural of puddle ball. Puddle bar, an iron bar made at a single heat from a puddle ball hammering and rolling. Puddle bars, plural of puddle bar. Puddle hopper, synonym of puddle jumper small passenger airplane. Puddle hoppers, plural of puddle hopper. Puddle jump, a short airplane flight in a puddle jumper. Puddle jumped, simple past and past participle of puddle jump. Puddle jumper, a small passenger airplane typically used for shorter connecting trips to smaller airports. Puddle jumpers, plural of puddle jumper. Puddle jumping, present participle and gerund of puddle jump. Puddle jumps, plural of puddle jump. Puddle pirate, a member of the United States Coast guard. Puddle pirates, plural of puddle pirate. Puddle up, to form a puddle, to form a liquid into a puddle. Puddle jump, alternative form of puddle jump. Puddle jumped, simple past and past participle of puddle jump. Puddle jumper, alternative spelling of puddle jumper. Puddle jumpers, plural of puddle jumper. Puddle jumping, present participle and gerund of puddle jump. Puddle jumps, plural of puddle jump. Puddled, simple past and past participle of puddle. Puddled bar, an incompletely refined iron produced by the puddling of pig iron and then formation into a bar, which can then subsequently be further refined into iron bars. Puddled bars, plural of puddled bar. Puddled up, simple past and past participle of puddle up. Puddle fall, as much as a puddle can contain. Puddlefuls, plural of puddleful. Puddle-like, resembling or characteristic of a puddle. Puddler, someone who converts cast iron into wrought iron by the process of puddling. Puddlers, plural of puddler. Puddles, plural of puddle. Puddles up, third person singular simple present indicative of puddle up. Puddlesome, characterized by puddles or puddling. Puddletown, a village and civil parish served by the Puddletown Area Parish Council Group in Dorset, England. OS Grid Ref SY 7594. Puddly, alternative spelling of puddly. Putly, comparative form of puddly, more puddly. Puddliest, superlative form of puddly, most puddly. Puddling, the action of forming a puddle. Puddling up, present participle and gerund of puddle up. Puddlings, plural of puddling. Puddly, consisting of or resembling puddles, muddy, foul. Puddock, obsolete spelling of paddock. Puddocks, plural of puddock. Puds, plural of pud. Putty, pronunciation spelling of pussycat. Puttisticks, easy peasy, very simple. Puttitat, pronunciation spelling of pussycat representing a childish pronunciation of English. Puttitats, plural of puttitat. Pudina, alternative form of pudina. Poodle pointer, a versatile hunting dog breed from Germany. Pudencies, plural of pudency. Pudency, modesty. Pudend, pudendum. Pudenda, plural of pudendum. Pudendum ulibria, vagina, female genitals. Pudenda virilia, plural of pudendum virile. Pudendal, relating to or near the pudendum. Pudendal cleft, the cleft between the labia majora. Pudendal clefts, plural of pudendal cleft. Pudendoepigastric, pudendal and epigastric. Pudendus, relating to the pudenda. Pudens, plural of puden. Pudendum, external genital organs in a human, especially a woman's vulva. Pudendum uliber, a woman's pudendum, her vulva, compare pudendum virile. Pudendum virile, a part of the male pudenda, the principal male organ of intromission and micturition, the penis. Pudent, exhibiting pudency, modest. Pudor, a sense of modesty, shame, or reserve, especially as relating to sexual matters. Pudors, plural of pudor. Hadidala, matter that the world is made of. Hud, something short and fat. Hades, plural of pudge. Pud, comparative form of pudgy, more pudgy. Pudgiest, superlative form of pudgy, most pudgy. Pudgy, in a pudgy manner. Puddiness, the state or quality of being pudgy. Putty, fat, overweight pertaining particularly to children, plump, chubby. Puddy whities, plural of pudgy pudgy. Puddy whitey, synonym of water bear. Hodina, met. Pudibund, shy, bashful, prudish. Pudibundity, shyness, bashfulness. Tuve, easily ashamed, having a strong sense of shame, modest, chaste. Pudica, tuve, pudically, in a pudic manner, prudishly. Pudicestia, the ancient Roman concept of sexual virtue involving modesty and loyalty to one's partner. Pudicities, plural of pudicity. Pudicity, modesty, chastity. Pudina, a form of mint, mentha arvensis, found in parts of India and Pakistan and used in tea and cooking. Pudin, a candy of Anshan, Gizu, China. Pudi, obsolete form of pudic. Punaker, a pretentious but unskilled pilot. Punakers, plural of pudnaker. Pudney, a surname. Pudnays, plural of pudney. Pudo, initialism of pick up and drop off. Puvai, a new area in Shanghai, China. Pudor, an appropriate sense of modesty or shame. Puds, plural of pud. Hatte, a market town in the metropolitan borough of Leeds, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref as C 2233. Hatte, slightly fat, pudgy chubby. Hata, a municipality of Apayao, Philippines. Hu, a suburb of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Hu, alternative form of Pudu. Puducherry, a union territory in southern India consisting of 4 geographically separated exclaves of former French India, mainly its capital, Karikal, Yanam, Emma. Pudes, plural of Pudu. Pudwacker, an annoying or contemptible person. Pudwackers, plural of pudwacker. Puddy, obsolete spelling of pudding. Feddings, plural of pudding. Pib, abbreviation of Puebla, estate of Mexico. Pib, to make a low whistling sound, to chirp as birds. Puebla, a city in central Mexico. Puebla City, a city in central Mexico. Pueblan, a native or inhabitant of Puebla in Mexico. Pueblans, plural of Pueblan. Pueblito, a census-designated place in Rio Arriba County, New Mexico, United States. Pueblitos, plural of Pueblito. Pueblo, of or pertaining to the Pueblo Indians. Pueblo County, one of 64 counties in Colorado, United States. County seat, Pueblo. Pueblo Indian, any member of the eponymous Native American people from the southwestern United States. Pueblo Revival, an architectural style of the southwestern United States based on Santa Fe's traditional Pueblo architecture, the Spanish missions, and territorial style, popular in the 1920s and 1930s. Pueblo Revival, alternative letter case form of Pueblo Revival. Pueblon, synonym of Pueblo Indian. Pueblons, plural of Pueblon. Pueblization, the process or resulting of pueblizing, conversion into a pueblo. Puebloes, to convert into a pueblo. Puebloes, simple past and past participle of puebloes. Puebloises, third person singular simple present indicative of pueblos. Pueblizing, present participle and gerund of puebloes. Pueblos, plural of pueblo. Pued, simple past and past participle of pew. Pufalo, obsolete form of pufalo. Pufalos, plural of pufalo. Puut, the members of the ethnic groups formerly inhabiting the lands of the east of the Andes. Puelchin, synonym of Puelch extinct language of Argentina. Pua, ellipsis of Puella eterna. Puella eterna, a female pure eterness. Puella publica, a female prostitute. Puelliatini, plural of Puella eterna. Puelli publici, plural of Puella publica. Puellas, plural of Puella. Puellile, characteristic of or pertaining to a girl or girls. Puelline, synonym of puellile, characteristic of or pertaining to a girl or girls. Puello, a surname. Puellos, plural of Puello. Puente, a surname from Spanish. Puente Alto, a commune in Chile. Puentes, plural of puente. Puer, alternative form of pur. Puer eternus, a child god who is forever young. Puerin, a glucoside of daidine found in the roots of kudzu. Puico Pibil, Cochinita Pibil. Puico River, a right tributary of the Little Colorado in Arizona and New Mexico, United States. Pur, alternative form of par. Puriemi, plural of pure eternus. Puriculture, the rearing of young children conceived of as an art or science. Pura, childish, trifling, silly. Purely, in a puerile manner, childishly. Puerones, the quality of being puerile, puerility. Puerilism, childlike behavior by an adult, especially as indicating a mental disorder. Puerilisms, plural of puerilism. Puerilities, plural of puerility. Puerility, the state, quality, or condition of being childish or puerile. Puerilization, the act or process of acquiring puerile characteristics. Puerpera, a woman undergoing puerperium, a woman whose uterus is still enlarged from pregnancy. Puerperi, plural of puerpera. Puerperal, of pertaining to or associated with the puerperium, the first month of postpartum, or sometimes also. Puerperal fever, a fever following childbirth or abortion due to infection of the uterus. Puerperal fevers, plural of puerperal fever. Puerperale, during childbirth. Puerperas, plural of puerpera. Puapiria, plural of puapirium. Puapiria, the period of time lasting around a month immediately following childbirth when the mother's uterus shrinks back to its prepartum state. Puerpers, bearing children. Puers, plural of pure. Puerta, a surname. Puertas, a surname from Spanish. Puertases, plural of puertas. Puerto, a surname from Spanish. Puerto Barrios, a city in Guatemala located within the Gulf of Honduras. Puerto Blest, a village and lake port in Rio Negro province, Argentina. Puerto de la Cruz, a city and municipality in the northern part of Tenerife, Canary Islands, Spain. Puerto El Triunfo, a town in Usulután Department, El Salvador. Puerto Galera, a municipality of Oriental Mindoro, Philippines. Puerto La Cruz, a port city in Anzoátegui State, Venezuela. Puerto Mexico, former name of Coatzacoalcos, Mexico, between 1900 and 1936. Puerto Montt, a city and commune in Anquihue Province, Los Lagos Region, Chile. Puerto Peñasco, a small city in Sonora, Mexico. Puerto Princesa, a city, the provincial capital of Palawan, Mimaropa, Philippines. Puerto Real, a city in Cadiz, Andalusia, Spain. Puerto Rican, a person from Puerto Rico. Puerto Rican infant hypotonia syndrome, synonym of Casimir-Guizot syndrome. Puerto Rican syndrome, synonym of adductor nerviosa. Puerto Rican tanager, a bird of the species Nessus spingus speculiferus from Puerto Rico. Puerto Rican tanagers, plural of Puerto Rican tanager. Puerto Rican time, a notional system of time which others sometimes derogatorily ascribe to Puerto Ricans, and which they sometimes jocularly ascribe to themselves to account for their supposed tendency to be leisurely, not rigorous about scheduling, and often tardy. Puerto Rican Virgin Islands, Spanish Virgin Islands. Puerto Ricans, plural of Puerto Rican. Puerto Rico, a self-governing commonwealth and dependent territory of the United States in the Caribbean. Puerto Rico Trench, a deep oceanic trench located on the boundary between the Caribbean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. Puerto Suarez, a municipality and inland river port in Santa Cruz Department, Bolivia. Puerto Vallarta, a resort city in Puerto Vallarta, Jalisco, Mexico, on the Bahia de Banderas, Pacific. Puerto Varas, a city and commune in Anquihue Province, Los Lagos Region, Chile, named after Antonio Varas. Puertopia, Puerto Rico as a cryptocurrency tax haven. Puertorqueño, Puerto Rican. Puertos, plural of Puerto. Pusto, a surname. Pusto procedure, pancreatitis. Pusto procedures, plural of Pusto procedure. Pusto Gillespie procedure. Pancreatitis. Huet, Huet, Huet. Plural of Puet. Huet, a surname. Huets, plural of Puet. Huets, a surname. Huetses, plural of Puets. Hut, initialism of physical unclonable function or physically unclonable function. Theopha, initialism of polyunsaturated fatty acid. Theophal, a surname from German. Theophal. Pufballs, plural of pufall. Pilf, plural of pufa. Pufendorfian, of, relating to, or influenced by the 17th century jurisprudent and philosopher Samuel von Pufendorf. Pufendorfians, plural of Pufendorfian. Puf, Pesti, a village and commune of Vrancia County, Romania. Hut, a sharp exhalation of a small amount of breath through the mouth. Puff adder, alternative form of puffader. Puff adders, plural of puff adder. Puff and darts, an old game similar to darts but with the darts propelled by blowpipe rather than thrown. Puff one's chest, to act arrogantly and resolutely. Puff out, to inflate. Puff paste, puff pastry. Puff pastes, plural of puff pastes. Puff pastries, plural of puff pastry. Puff pastry, a light, flaky pastry that is made of alternating buttery and floury dough layers by repeatedly folding the rolled pastry into many layers. Puff piece, a journalistic form of puffery, an article or story of exaggerated praise that often ignores or downplays opposing viewpoints or evidence to the contrary. Puff pieces, plural of puff piece. Puff pipe, a pipe on a VTOL aircraft that expels compressed air in order to stabilize the craft. Puff pipes, plural of puff pipe. Puff the magic dragon, to smoke marijuana. Puff hut, to inflate with air. Puff, puff, pass, to take 2 puffs from a blunt or joint and then pass it to the next person in a group, an informal rule of etiquette when smoking cannabis. Puff box, a box for holding cosmetic powder with a puff for applying it. Puff boxes, plural of puff box. Puff fish, synonym of pufferfish. Puff fishes, plural of puffish. Puff leg, alternative form of puff leg. Puff legged, having a conspicuous tuft of feathers on the legs, tough-legged. Puff legs, plural of puff lay. Puff pastries, plural of puff pastry. Puff pastry, archaic form of puff pastry. Puff bat, a traditional African snack made of fried dough. Puff puffs, plural of puff puff. Hata, a kind of shiny padded jacket. Hatato, capable of being puffed. Hatater, any viper or adder in genus Bitis. Puffedders, plural of puffetter. Puffas, plural of puffa. Puffda, any bird of the genus Dryascopus. Puffback flycatcher, a bird, Batties prers. Puffbass, plural of puffback. Puffball, any of various fungi that produce a cloud of brown dust-like spores from their mature fruiting bodies. Puffball skirt, a skirt whose hemline curves inwards and upwards, somewhat resembling a puffball mushroom. Puffball skirts, plural of puffball skirt. Puffballs, plural of puffball. Puffbird, any of various tropical passerine birds in the family Buccinidae related to the jacamars. Puffbirds, plural of puffbird. Puffcore, a corn snack visually similar to popcorn but made with corn meal and baked. Hut, simple past and past participle of puff. Puffed grain, grains that have been processed to expand puff. Puffed out, panting because of having exercised. Puffed rice. A puffed grain made from rice. Rice that has been toasted and extruded through heat. Puff the magic dragon. Simple past and past participle of puff the magic dragon. Puffed duck. Inflated. Puffed wheat. A form of puffed grain made from wheat. Puffer. Someone or something that puffs. Puffer coat. Synonym of puffer jacket. Puffer jacket. An insulated padded jacket. Puffer jackets. Plural of puffer jacket. Puffer train. A puffer. Puffer trains. Plural of puffer train. Puffer bellies. Plural of puffer belly. Puffer belly. A steam locomotive. Pufferfish. Any species of fish of the family Tetraodontidae that have the ability to inflate themselves to a globe several times their normal size by swallowing water or air when threatened. Puffer, blowfish, swellfish, balloonfish, globefish. Pufferfishes. Plural of pufferfish. Pufferys. Plural of puffery. Puffers. Plural of puffer. Puffery. An act of puffing. Puffs. Second person singular simple present indicative of puff. Hada. Any of several small cakes etc. made from puff pastry. Hata. Third person singular simple present indicative of puff. Puffets. Plural of puffet. Puffet. A person who smokes cannabis regularly. Puffheads. Plural of puffhead. Puffet. Comparative form of puffy, more puffy. Puffit. Superlative form of puffy, most puffy. Haughtily. In a puffy manner. Hada. The young of the Manx shearwater puffiness, especially eaten as food. Puffin crossing. A kind of pedestrian crossing with the lights controlling the pedestrians on the near side of the road, rather than on the opposite side, and with sensors to detect the presence of pedestrians. Puffin crossings. Plural of puffin crossing. Puffiness. The state or quality of being puffy. Puffinesses. Plural of puffiness. Puffet. The black guillemot. Puffinets. Plural of puffinet. Puffe. Present participle and gerund of puff. Puffing billy. A steam locomotive engine. Puffing out. Present participle and gerund of puff out. Puffing pig. A porpoise, especially the harbor porpoise. Puffing pigs. Plural of puffing pig. Puffing the magic dragon. Present participle and gerund of puff the magic dragon. Puffing up. Present participle and gerund of puff up. Puffingly. In a puffing manner. Puffings. Plural of puffing. Puffineries. Plural of puffinery. Puffinery. A colony of puffins. Puffins. Plural of puffin. Puffly. Any of numerous species of hummingbirds of the genera Eriocnemis and Haplophidia, with large tufts of downy feathers on the legs. Pufflegs. Plural of puffle. Puffless. Without any puff. Puzzlet. Something small and puffy. Pufflets. Plural of pufflet. Puffling. A young puffin. Pufflings. Plural of puffling. Puss. Third person singular simple present indicative of puff. Puffs out. Third person singular simple present indicative of puff out. Puffs the magic dragon. Third person singular simple present indicative of Puff the magic dragon. Hausat. Third person singular simple present indicative of puff up. Hade. Swollen or inflated in shape, as if filled with air, pillow-like. Puppy sticks. Synonym of fribrad. Huh. Plural of puf. Huftaloon. A fried scone-like fritter originally from Australia. Huftaloons. Plural of puftaloon. Podue. Acronym of pickup group of players who are unknown to each other, grouped together to work toward a short-term goal, such as completing a dungeon or a raid. Senses relating to someone or something small. Fug and pine. A form of wattle and daub used in the early colonization of South Australia, involving light vertical timbers driven into the ground, the gaps being stopped with a kneaded mixture of clay and grass. Pugdar. Alternative form of pugdog. Pugdogs. Plural of pugdog. Pug mill. A kind of mill for grinding, mixing, and working clay, either for art or brick making. It consists essentially of an upright shaft armed with projecting knives, which is caused to revolve in a hollow cylinder tub or vat in which the clay is placed. Pug mills. Plural of pug mill. Pug nose. A short nose which is flattened and whose tip is turned up. Pug noses. Plural of pug nose. Poddar. Alternative form of pugdog. Puddogs. Plural of pugdog. Pug-nosed. Having a pug nose, with a short nose which is flattened and whose tip is turned up. Hogugly. Extremely ugly. Puda. A surname. Pudaga. A town in Saratov Oblast, Russia, formerly known as Nikolaevsk. Pugary. Alternative form of puggery. Pugaries. Plural of pugary. Pudas. Plural of puva. Pudai. A pugdar. Puddogs. Plural of pugdar. Pomeranian. A dog that is a cross between a pug and a Pomeranian. Pugeranians. Plural of Pugeranian. Puget. A surname from French. Puget Island. An island and census-designated place in the Columbia River, Wahkiakum County, Washington, United States. Puget Sound. A sound along the northwestern coast of Washington, United States. Puget Sound pine. Synonym of Douglas fir. Puggery. Alternative form of puggery. Puggery is plural of puggery. Pud. Simple past and past participle of pug. Pugger. A worker in a pug mill. Pugger. Simple past and past participle of pugger. Puggery. Alternative form of puggery. Puggeries. Plural of puggery. Puggering. Present participle and gerund of pugger. Puggers. Plural of pugger. Puggery. Alternative form of puggery. Pudde. Comparative form of puggy, more puggy. Punnist. Superlative form of puggy, most puggy. Huddiness. Quality of being taggy. Thubby. Present participle and gerund of pug. Huddings. Plural of pugging. Hubbish. Resembling or characteristic of a pug dog. Huddishness. Quality of being paish. Hada, to coax a rabbit from a burrow by poking a stick down the hole and moving it about, to delve into a hole in order to locate an animal. Hadalt, fatigued, drained, exhausted. Huddles, plural of puggle. Huddling, present participle and gerund of puggle. Pubry, alternative form of puggery. Thudry, alternative form of puggery. Pubries, plural of puggery. Thubry, alternative form of puggery. Puggery, wearing a puggery. Pubries, plural of puggery. Pugress, plural of puggery. Thubry, a strip of cloth wound around the upper portion of a hat or helmet, particularly a pith helmet, and falling down behind to act as a shade for the back of the neck. Hud, resembling or characteristic of a pug dog. Hud, a surname from Welsh. Hud, a surname from Welsh. Pub-o, a marshy place where water pools or seeps. Pug-holes, plural of pug-hole. Puto, as much as is taken up between the thumb and two first fingers, a pinch. Pugil stick, a padded pole-like weapon used for military training for rifle and bayonet combat. Pugil sticks, plural of pugil stick. Pugilant, aggressive, inclined to fight or dispute. Pugilism, fighting with fists. Pugilisms, plural of pugilism. Pugilist, one who fights with their fists, especially a professional prize fighter, a boxer. Pugilistic, in the manner of a pugilist. Pugilistically, in a pugilistic manner, by means of fighting aggressively. Pugilistics, pugilism, boxing. Pugilists, plural of pugilists. Pupillaire, a wooden writing tablet coated with wax, used with a stylus. Pupillaires, plural of pupillaris. Pupillaris, a kind of notebook or tablet used in ancient Rome. Putos, plural of pugil. Puch, a surname. Puginess, of relating to, or in the style of Augustus Pugin, English Gothic revivalist architect. Pudens, plural of pugin. Pudo, a dagger or poignard, especially the kind used by the ancient Romans. Puginiform, dagger-shaped. Pugeos, plural of pugio. Podblain, of or from Puglia. Podbless, of or relating to Puglia Puglia in Italy. Pubblice bread, a rustic type of Italian round loaf similar to ciabatta. Publice breads, plural of publice bread. Podblices, plural of puglis. Podblici, a surname from Italian. Podlike, similar to a pug. Podlice, a surname. Podglisvich, a surname from Maltese in turn from Serbo-Croatian. Pugmark, the print or track of an animal. Pugmarks, plural of pugmark. Pugmill, a machine in which materials are simultaneously ground and mixed with a liquid. Pugmills, plural of pugmill. Pugmire, a surname. Pugmires, plural of pugmire. Pugnacious, naturally aggressive or hostile, combative, belligerent. Bellicose, Pugnacious,ly, in an aggressive or combative manner. Pugnaciousness, the act or quality of being pugnacious. Pugnacities, plural of pugnacity. Pugnacity, the act or characteristic of being aggressive or combative. Pugnacious, obsolete form of pugnacious. Pugny, the fight. Pugnalid, any gastropod in the family Pugnalidae, synonym of family Aporidae. Pugnalids, plural of pugnalid. Pugnose, alternative form of pugnose. Pugnosed, alternative form of pugnosed. Pugnoses, plural of pugnose. Puto, a municipality of La Union, Philippines. Thebri, alternative form of pugri. Pugries, plural of pugri. Puds, plural of pugi. Puds, plural of pug. Pugs, a surname. Pugsley's, plural of Pugsley. Puguis, a barangay of La Trinidad, Banked, Philippines. Pugwash, a village in Nova Scotia, Canada. Alternative form of pug. Police, an expression of annoyance or impatience. Holly, alternative form of police. Here, any of various Eurasian sothicals of the genus Sanches, used as a vegetable by Maori people, especially the prickly sothical, Sanches asper. Tuvelo, a surname. A surname. Police, alternative spelling of police. Whose, plural of pool. Who, initialism of patient under investigation. Who, a commune of Hunedoara County, Romania. Huder, a municipality in Vaud Canton, Switzerland. Puisti, a commune of Buzău County, Romania. Pui, plural of pui. Puisi, younger, junior. Puisnis, plural of puisni. Puisi, puisi, younger, inferior, petty, unskilled. Puissance, alternative letter case form of puissance. Puissances, plural of puissance, alternative letter case form of puissances. Puissant, powerful, mighty, having authority. Puissantly, in a puissant manner, powerfully, with great strength. Puissantness, puissant power. A well, a small stream, a fountain, a spring. Puits, alternative form of puit. Hud, initialism of public utility jeepney. Peuta, a religious ritual performed in South Asia as an act of worship. Peuta, alternative form of puja. Pujas, plural of puja. Pugery, archaic form of pujari. Pujaries, plural of pugery. Pujari, someone who performs a puja, especially a priest in a Hindu temple. Pujaris, plural of pujari. Pujas, plural of puja. Pujaliang, the mountain range between the northern coast of the East Korea Bay and the Kima Highlands, the southwestern extension of the Hanjiangs. Hud, plural of puj. Persianen, synonym of Mayduan. Piltha, a small, usually perforated, wave and beach polish shell fragment formed from the spire of a cone, found along beaches of Pacific Islands and used especially to make necklaces. Piukalani, a census-designated place in Maui County, Hawaii, United States. Piukalai, a macrolide, methyl 2R4 6R12 4-methyl 8-hoxo 12-prop 1N 2-il 3717 triaxatitricyclo 12.2.1.169.02 for octitica 116-9-18-14 tri 15 carboxylate, present in the soft coral sinularia abrupta. Piukana, a contorted face made by a haka performer. Piukanas, plural of Piukana. Pifui, synonym of Pucamurida cinclarii. Piukau, a cylinder of red scoria mounted as a separate piece on the head of a moai in the manner of a hat or top knot. Piukaz, plural of Piukau. Piukapufa, a remote coral atoll in the northern group of the Cook Islands. Pukapukin, of or relating to Puka, a coral atoll in the Cook Islands. Pukapukins, plural of Pukapukin. Pukara, a defensive hilltop site or fortification built by the pre-Hispanic inhabitants primarily Inca and Aymara of the central Andean area. Pucaras, plural of Pucara. Pufes, plural of Puca. Pucadia, Larlaia Nova Zelandi etria of New Zealand. Pucadias, plural of Pucadia. Pucatine, an alkaloid found in the bark of the Pucadia. Pif. Mobbit, puke for brains, an unintelligent person. Puke one's brains out, to vomit violently. Puke one's guts out, to vomit intensely, prolongedly, or both. Puke one's ring, to vomit violently. Puke up, to vomit. Pukeball, a term of abuse. Pukeballs, plural of pukeball. Purt, simple past and past participle of puke. Puked one's brains out, simple past and past participle of puke one's brains out. Puked up, simple past and past participle of puke up. Pukeface, a contemptible, undesirable, or ugly person. Pukefaces, plural of pukeface. Pukefus, an event involving a great deal of vomiting, nausea, or disgust. Pukefests, plural of pukefus. Pukehole, synonym of shithole very dirty or unpleasant place. Pukeholes, plural of pukehole. Tupico, alternative spelling of Pukiko. Tupico, the purple swampfin, Porphyrio. Pukiko, a town in Auckland Council area, Auckland region, New Zealand. Pukikos, plural of Pukiko. Pooper, someone who pukes, a vomiter. Pooters, plural of puker. Pukerua Bay, a coastal community and bay north of Pororua, Wellington region, New Zealand. This, plural of puke. Pukes one's brains out. Third person singular simple present indicative of puke one's brains out. Pukes up. Third person singular simple present indicative of puke up. Pukestain, a term of abuse. Pukistains, plural of pukistain. Pukitastic, characterized by or inducing vomiting. Pukeri, a settlement in North Otago, New Zealand, also formerly known as Pukeri Junction. Pukwai, term of abuse. Puquides, plural of puquai. Pupuis, the flowering plant Lobelia inflata. Pupri, sickening. Pupi, resembling vomit in color, texture, etc. Hukhor, a form of embroidery made by the Toda women of Tamil Nadu. Pukrimbam, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Phuthto, alternative spelling of Pashto. Phuthun, alternative form of Pashtun. Pukthuns, plural of Puktun. Thakhtun, alternative form of Pashtun. Puktems, plural of Puktun. Futi, a bowl or other dish used by Native Americans in the Southwest as a mold when making pots. Putty, comparative form of pucky, more pucky. Puckyet, superlative form of pucky, most pucky. Puke, pronunciation spelling of puking. Puke, present participle and gerund of puke. Puking one's brains out. Present participle and gerund of puke one's brains out. Puking up. Present participle and gerund of puke up. Pukings, plural of puking. Poopies, plural of pookie. Poopish, resembling vomit, especially in color. Pukistani, a Pakistani. Pukistanis, plural of Pukistani. Haka, genuine or authentic, hence of behavior, correct, socially acceptable or proper. Haka, fever, a putrid or bilious fever of tropical climates. Haka Sathib, a person of excellent character. Haka Sahibs, plural of Pukka Sahib. Haka, alternative form of Pukka. Haganas, the state or quality of being Pukka. Pakimirian, a practitioner of Puckamania. Pakimirians, plural of Pakimirian. Phefu, a district of Nanjing, Jiangsu, China. Phefu, a medium-sized antelope found in Central Africa. Cobus vardanii. Puofas, plural of poo-poo. Fukwai, synonym of Kikihar, the Mandarin Chinese-derived name. Pakwaji, a creature in Algonquin Lenape and Wampanoag folklore, typically said to be a short humanoid with magical abilities. The creatures were once friendly to humans but have become malicious tricksters. Pakwajis, plural of Pakwaji. Thuthi, alternative form of Puki. Tha, abbreviation of polyurethane laminate, a durable, waterproof, machine-washable laminated fabric consisting of cloth and polyurethane. Ha, a subdivision of currency equal to 1/100th of an Afghan Afghani. Helkwa, the calabash or bottle gourd. Hewa, the largest city in Istoia, Croatia. Vilaka, Pseudosperma mercusiae, a crop grown in the South Pacific. Pilandian, a district of Dalian, Liaoning, China. Pilwai, alternative form of Blang language. Pilanguda, a barangay of Kapatagan. Lanao del Norte, Philippines. Pilailupa, a barangay of Mlang, Cotabato, Philippines. Hilanbato, a barangay of Cebu City, Cebu, Philippines. Pilangdi, a barangay of Bacara, Ilocos Norte, Philippines. Pelao, alternative form of Pilaf. Pelaos, plural of Pila. Pelas, plural of Pila. Pelasan, the fruit of the tropical tree Nephilium ramboutnake sin and mutable. Pelasans, plural of Pulasan. Pulaski, a surname from Polish. Pulaski County, one of 75 counties in Arkansas, United States. County seat, Little Rock. Pulaskis, plural of Pulaski. Pulaskite, a massive coarse-grained rock composed chiefly of feldspar with some other minerals such as hornblende and biotite. Pulaskites, plural of Pulaskite. Pulaskitic, of or relating to the mineral pulaskite. Hello, alternative form of Pilaf. Pulau Brani, an island of the central region, Singapore. Pulau Tekong, an island of the northeast region, Singapore, which is currently used as a military base. Pulaus, plural of Pulau. Pulborough, a village and civil parish in Horsham District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 05. 518. Halfheria, a Leopoldteria 398/399 453 Empress of the Roman Empire from 414 to 453. Pulcherosine, a tyrosine trimer, 5,4,2-amino 2-carboxyethylphenoxy 3,3-didyrosine, present in tomato cell walls. Pulchuramin, a bacterial pigment that is an iron chelate of pulchuraminic acid. Pulchuramins, plural of pulchuramin. Pulchrify, simple past and past participle of pulchrify. Pulchrifies, third person singular simple present indicative of pulchrify. Pulchrify, to beautify. Pulchrifying, present participle and gerund of pulchrify. Pulchritude, physical beauty. Pulchritudes, plural of pulchritude. Pulchritudinous, having great physical beauty. Pulchritudinously, in a pulchritudinous way. Pulchronomics, the study of the economics related to beauty. Pulchris, beautiful. Pulderon, alternative form of pulderon. Puldrons, plural of pulderon. Who, a plaintive melancholy wine. Pulacat, archaic form of Pulacat, Indian town. Pu, simple past and past participle of pu. Pilegal, an organic compound with chemical formula CHO found in Xanthoxylum skinifolium and related to menthol. Pellegai, a monoterpenoid ketone found in pennyroyal that is toxic to dogs and cats. Pelanufru, the village mayor of an atoll of Tokelau. Pelanoukas, plural of Pulanuku. Hello, a surname. Peleos, plural of Peleo. Pillar, someone who pules, a whinger or complainer. Pelus, plural of puler. Pils, plural of pule. Pileski, a transliteration of the Macedonian surname Peuliausk Ipileski. Pilla, a transliteration of the Macedonian surname Peulevipilov. Prewevsky, a transliteration of the Macedonian surname Peulevipilov. Epilevsky. Pulford, a village in Poulton and Pulford Parish, Cheshire West and Chester Borough, Cheshire, England, on the border with Wales. OS Grid Ref SJ 3758. Pulvards, plural of Pulford. Pulfrich effect. The psychophysical percept whereby lateral motion of an object in the field of view is interpreted by the visual cortex as having a depth component, due to a relative difference in signal timings between the two eyes. Pulfrich effects. Plural of Pulfrich effect. Pod. A traditional Spanish unit of length equivalent to about 2.3 cm. Pulverin, a surname. Pulverins, plural of Pulgerin. Pulver, the physic Najatrofa Kirkas. Market, a village and civil parish in South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 1986. Hallam St. Mary, a village and civil parish in South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 2185. Paley, alternative form of Pili. Pilocarin, a flavonoid, 6,3-dihydroxy 3,5,7,4-methoxyflavone, found in Pilicaria salviifolia. Pilakath, a historic seashore town in Thiruvallur district, Tamil Nadu state, India. Pallas, a surname. Pallycine, of or pertaining to fleas, Pulicos. Palicis, plural of Pulis. Pelicici, any insecticide that kills fleas. Pellicicides, plural of Pelicici. Pellici, any flea of the family Pellicidae. Pellicidal, that kills fleas. Pellici, alternative form of Pellicicide. Pellicides, plural of Pellici. Pellicids, plural of Pellici. Pellicine, of or pertaining to fleas. Pellicose, alternative form of Pellicus. Pellicus. Flaridon. Pelito, a surname from Spanish. Pelitos, plural of Pelito. Pilihora, a South Indian dish of rice with a sour sauce, typically made with kokum or tamarind. Pili, plural of Pili. Paulinda, one of an ancient tribe of India. Paulindes, plural of Paulinda. Piule, present participle and gerund of pule. Piulele, with whining or complaint. Piulengus, plural of puling. Puel, oil, pennyroyal. Paldes, a surname from Maltese. Pelizes, plural of pules. Pelisserie, a Carolan curry made with buttermilk and cucumber. Pulitzer, ellipsis of Pulitzer Prize. Pulitzer Prize, an annual American award given for journalism, literature, and music. Pulitzer Prizes, plural of Pulitzer Prize. Pulitzers, plural of Pulitzer. A small sled used for man hauling supplies across snow and ice. Vauta, an animal-drawn sleigh sledge of a particular sort. Vautes, plural of polka. Vauta, archaic spelling of polk sledge. Valtes, plural of polka. Fulking, the use of a pulk. Pulkovo Heights, a chain of hills to the south of St. Petersburg, Russia. Pulks, plural of pulk. Ho, to apply a force to an object so that it comes toward the person or thing applying the force. Pull a face, to make an abnormal facial expression, either intentionally or because of an emotion. Pull a fast one, to carry out a trick or act of deception, to behave contrary to expectations. Pull a few strings, alternative form of pull strings. Pull a homer, to succeed despite idiocy. Pull a lever, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see pull, lever. Pull a permit, to apply for and obtain an authorization from a unit of governance for the completion of a task such as construction. Pull a rabbit from a hat, alternative form of pull a rabbit out of a hat. Pull a rabbit out of a hat, to do something surprising and beneficial that is unexpected. Pull a sickie, to skip work or school or avoid an obligation by pretending to be sick. Pull a train, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see pull, train. Pull about, to treat crudely, meanly or harshly. Pull ahead, to move into a winning position, for example in a race or competition. Pull an all-nighter, to stay awake throughout the night, usually when working or studying. Pull an oar, to contribute toward a group effort. Pull apart, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see pull, apart. Pull aside, to separate someone from a crowd for a private conversation. Pull at someone's heartstrings, alternative form of pull at someone's heartstrings. Pull at someone's heartstrings, synonym of play on someone's heartstrings. Pull away, to move ahead. Pull away the shoulder, to turn away, refusing to listen. Pull back, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see pull, back. Ho boy, figure 8-shaped piece of closed cell foam used in swim workouts. Ho boys, plural of po boy. Pull cord, a cord used to operate a ceiling-mounted or wall-mounted electrical device, such as a light switch. Pull cords, plural of pull cord. Pull down, to make something lower, especially of clothes. Pull down a notch, synonym of take down a notch. Pull down the curtain, synonym of bring down the curtain, bring something to an end. Pull effect, possible mass arrival of new immigrants to a country as a result of flexibility in immigration policies. Pull faces, to make abnormal facial expressions, especially for amusement or to ridicule another person. Pull factor, the lure of another home, country, region, organization, or religion. Pull factors, plural of pull factor. Pull for, to root for, support, or encourage someone. Pull from the fire, alternative form of pull out of the fire. Pull hitter, a batter who usually hits the ball to the side of the field from which they bat. Pull hitters, plural of pull hitter. Pull in, to pull something. So that it comes inside. Pull in one's horns, to become less impassioned, aggressive, or argumentative, to exercise restraint, to yield or capitulate. Pull into, synonym of pull into, park frontways in a parking spot. Pull less, A list of comic titles that are automatically ordered for a customer once they are available. Pull lists. Plural of pull list. Pull my finger. A phrase used when playing a prank regarding flatulence, in which someone is asked to pull the finger of the person playing the prank, who simultaneously flatulates so as to suggest a causal relationship between the pulling of the finger and the ensuing expulsion of gas. Pull off. To remove by pulling. Pull eye. To put on clothes by tugging. Pull one over. Alternative form of put one over. Pull one's finger out. To stop wasting time in preliminaries and concentrate on the important task. Pull one's forelock. Alternative form of tug one's forelock. Pull one's hair out. Alternative form of tear one's hair out. Pull one's head in. To withdraw. To discontinue what one is doing or saying. To back off. Pull one's horns in. Alternative form of pull in one's horns. Pull one's own weight. Alternative form of pull one's weight. Pull one's pud. To masturbate. Pull one's punches. Alternative form of pull punches. Pull one's socks up. To start making an effort to renew or redouble one's efforts. Pull one's weight. To contribute fairly and proportionately to a group effort to do the work that one is obligated to. Pull oneself. To masturbate male. Pull oneself together. To become mentally focused after a period of being unfocused, to regain control of oneself. Pull oneself up by one's bootstraps. To begin an enterprise or recover from a setback without any outside help, to succeed only by one's own efforts or abilities. Pull oneself up by one's own bootstraps. Alternative form of pull oneself up by one's bootstraps. Pull out. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see pull out. Pull out all stops. Alternative form of pull out all the stops. Pull out all the stops. To reserve or hold back nothing. Pull out of a hat. Alternative form of pull out of the hat. Pull out of one's arse. Alternative form of pull out of one's ass. Pull out of one's ass. To fabricate a factual sounding claim from no factual basis or evidence. Pull out of the bag. Synonym of pull out of the hat. Pull out of the fire. To save from impending failure, destruction, or defeat. Pull out of the hat. To select at random or seemingly at random. Pull over. To come to a stop and turn off the road, i.e. onto the roadside or hard shoulder. Pull punches. To avoid using a high level of force when punching. Pull quote. A brief excerpt drawn from a document and set separately from the main text, often in larger type and slash or in a frame in order to draw the eye. Pull quotes. Plural of pull quote. Pull rank. To assert one's authority over a subordinate who disagrees. Pull requests. A request to a repository maintainer to pull in and merge a proposed source code or other change. Pull requested. Simple past and past participle of pull requests. Pull requesting. Present participle and gerund of pull requests. Pull requests. Plural of pull request. Pull short. To stop a horse in front of a person or establishment. To pull up. Pull short up. Synonym of pull short. Pull shot. A type of stroke by which a leg ball is set to the offside or an off ball to the onside. Pull shot. Plural of pull shot. Pull someone down a peg. Synonym of take down a notch. Pull someone over the coals. Synonym of haul someone over the coals. Pull someone's bacon out of the fire. To rescue someone, especially at the last moment. Pull someone's chain. Alternative form of yank someone's chain. Pull someone's chestnuts out of the fire. Synonym of pull someone's bacon out of the fire. Rescue someone, especially at the last moment. Pull someone's fat out of the fire. Alternative form of pull someone's bacon out of the fire. Pull someone's leg. To extract money from someone by taking out a loan or by swindling. Pull someone's plonker. To masturbate someone. Pull someone's plumes. To humble, to puncture the pride of. Pull start. Recoil start. Pull starts. Plural of pull start. Pull station. A button, lever, or other device in a building used to set off the fire alarm when manually pulled, pushed, or otherwise activated. Pull stations. Plural of pull station. Pull strings. To manipulate a situation, especially by asking favors of others, to use one's influence with others to attain a desired goal. Pull teeth. To extract teeth, usually because they are decayed or damaged. Pull the devil by the tail. To be struggling with poverty, constantly in money difficulties. Pull the fat out of the fire. Alternative form of pull out of the fire. Pull the fire alarm. To cause the fire alarm to go off by pulling the lever on the fire alarm pull station. Pull the football. To appear to make someone a promising offer, only to withdraw it to the detriment of the other party. Pull the ladder up after oneself. Alternative form of pull the ladder up behind oneself. Pull the ladder up behind oneself. To prevent others from attaining or benefiting from the same advantages, opportunities, or rights as oneself. Pull the long bow. Synonym of draw the long bow. To exaggerate, to tell tall tales. Pull the other leg. In imperative/precative form, used to imply that the speaker does not accept or believe what another has just said. Pull the other one. Alternative form of pull the other one, it's got bells on. Pull the other one, it's got bells on. Expresses disbelief. Pull the other one, it's got brass bells on. Alternative form of pull the other one, it's got bells on. Pull the pen. To opt out, to withdraw, to resign. Pull the fly. To turn off life support. Pull the reins in on someone. To restrict, curtail, curb. Pull the reins in on something. To restrict, curtail, curb, to slow down or reduce. Pull the rug. Alternative form of pull the rug out from under. Pull the rug out from under. To suddenly remove support from. Pull the shutters down. To shut down, terminate, or ignore. Pull the string. To throw an off-speed pitch. A change up. To cause the hitter to swing early and miss. Pull the trigger. To fire a gun. Pull the wires. Synonym of pull strings. Pull the wool over someone's eyes. To deceive someone. Pull through. To come through pain and trouble through perseverance. Pull-throughs. Plural of pull through. Pull time. To be sentenced to a term in prison. Pull times. Plural of pull time. Pull to pieces. To thoroughly refute something. Pull to publish. To withdraw a work of fan fiction from circulation and commercially publish a reworked version of it as original fiction. Pull together. To unite unite for a common objective. Pull tongues. To stick one's tongue out. Pull it. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See pull up. Pull up a chair. To sit down on a chair. To go from a non-seated position to sitting on a chair. Pull up a floor. Sit down on a floor. Pull up a pew. Alternative form of take a pew. Pull up on. To come to, visit. Pull up one's socks. Alternative form of pull one's socks up. Pull up short. Synonym of bring up short. Pull up stakes. To prepare to move one's usually temporary habitation, especially rapidly. Pull up stumps. To cease doing something, at least for the day. Pull up the drawbridge. To stop allowing people to join or enter, to follow a policy of isolationism. Pull up the ladder. Alternative form of pull the ladder up behind oneself. Pull up your pants. A reference to respectability politics, especially with regard to African Americans. Of. Simple past and past participle of pull. Pop art. A kind of sweet or savory food made with baked dough. Pull aparts. Plural of pull apart. Pull back. Alternative spelling of pullback. Pullbacks. Plural of pullback. Pull down. A dynamic menu. A list of options in a computer application which appears below a heading when it is selected and remains only as long as the user needs it. Pull down resistor. A resistor that is connected between a signal and ground in a circuit to ensure that the signal is at a low logical level. Pull down resistors. Plural of pull down resistor. Pull downs. Plural of pull down. Pull focus. A filming technique whereby the focal point is drawn toward the viewer. Also a shot as part of an edit in which such a technique is used. Also used attributively. Pull in. A rest stop. A place at the side of a road where drivers can rest. Pull-ins. Plural of pull in. Pull off. An area by the side of a road where vehicles may stop, a lay-by. Pull off cap. A bottle cap that can be opened by pulling a ring or tab and thereby loosening the cap from the bottle. Pull off caps. Plural of pull off cap. Pull offs. Plural of pull off. Pull-ar. Synonym of slip-on garment without fasteners. Pull-ons. Plural of pull-on. Pull-out. That can be pulled out. Pull-outs. Plural of pull-out. Pull-quote. Alternative form of pull-quote. Pull-quotes. Plural of pull-quote. Pull-tack. The flexible piece of metal on top of a beverage can for soda pop, beer, etc. that opens the can when pressed, thus obviating any can opener or church key. Pull-tabs. Plural of pull-tab. Pull-through. An exercise in which weight is pulled via a cable passed between the legs. Pull-throughs. Plural of pull-through. Pull to publish. Alternative form of pull to publish. Pull-out. An exercise done for strengthening the arms and back in which one lifts one's own weight while hanging from a bar. Palms may be facing in any direction. Pull-up bar. A horizontally aligned bar used in bodyweight training and calisthenics. Pull-up bars. Plural of pull-up bar. Pull-up boy. A boy employed in a metalworks to raise the furnace door. Pull-up boys. Plural of pull-up boy. Pull-up resistor. A resistor resistor that is connected between a signal and a positive voltage supply in a circuit to ensure that the signal is at a defined logical level. Pull-up resistors. Plural of pull-up resistor. Pull-up. Simple past and past participle of pull-up. Pull-upping. Present participle and gerund of pull-up. Pull-ups. Plural of pull-up. Pulla. A sweet, leaven-baked good made of wheat and flavored with crushed cardamom, resembling very soft bread in consistency, eaten in Finland. Pullability. The amount of change in frequency of a crystal oscillator in response to a change in load capacitance. Pullable. Capable of being pulled. Pullano. A surname from Italian. Pullanos. Plural of pullano. Pullas. Plural of pulla. Pullda. The act or result of pulling back, a withdrawal. Pulldas. Plural of pullback. Pull-cord. A cord that can be pulled to activate a light or other mechanism. Pull cords. Plural of pull cord. Pull down. Alternative form of pull down. Pull downs. Plural of pull down. Hold. Simple past and past participle of pull. Hold a face. Simple past and past participle of pull a face. Hold a fast one. Simple past and past participle of pull a fast one. Pulled a homer. Simple past and past participle of pull a homer. Pulled a lever. Simple past and past participle of pull a lever. Pulled a rabbit out of a hat. Simple past and past participle of pull a rabbit out of a hat. Pulled a sickie. Simple past and past participle of pull a sickie. Pulled a train. Simple past and past participle of pull a train. Pulled about. Simple past and past participle of pull about. Pulled ahead. Simple past and past participle of pull ahead. Pulled apart. Simple past and past participle of pull apart. Pulled aside. Simple past and past participle of pull aside. Pulled at someone's heartstrings. Simple past and past participle of pull at someone's heartstrings. Pull away. Simple past and past participle of pull away. Pulled back. Simple past and past participle of pull back. Pull down. Simple past and past participle of pull down. Pull down a notch. Simple past and past participle of pull down a notch. Pulled faces. Simple past and past participle of pull faces. Pulled for. Simple past and past participle of pull for. Pull in. Simple past and past participle of pull in. Pulled in one's horns. Simple past and past participle of pull in one's horns. Pulled into. Simple past and past participle of pull into. Pulled my finger. Simple past and past participle of pull my finger. Pulled off. Simple past and past participle of pull off. Pulled on. Simple past and past participle of pull on. Pulled one over. Simple past and past participle of pull one over. Pulled one's finger out. Simple past and past participle of pull one's finger out. Pulled one's head in. Simple past and past participle of pull one's head in. Pulled one's own weight. Simple past and past participle of pull one's own weight. Pulled one's Simple past and past participle of pull one's put. Pulled one's punches. Simple past and past participle of pull one's punches. Pulled one's socks up. Simple past and past participle of pull one's socks up. Pulled one's weight. Simple past and past participle of pull one's weight. Pulled oneself together. Simple past and past participle of pull oneself together. Pulled oneself up by one's bootstraps. Simple past and past participle of pull oneself up by one's bootstraps. Pulled oneself up by one's own bootstraps. Simple past and past participle of pull oneself up by one's own bootstraps. Pulled out. Simple past and past participle of pull out. Pulled out all stops. Simple past and past participle of pull out all stops. Pulled out all the stops. Simple past and past participle of pull out all the stops. Pulled out of a hat. Simple past and past participle of pull out of a hat. Pulled out of one's arse. Simple past and past participle of pull out of one's arse. Pulled out of one's ass. Simple past and past participle of pull out of one's ass. Pulled out of the bag. Simple past and past participle of pull out of the bag. Pull out of the fire. Simple past and past participle of pull out of the fire. Pulled out of the hat. Simple past and past participle of pull out of the hat. Pulled over. Simple past and past participle of pull over. Pulled pork. Pork barbecued for a long time at a low heat, making it tender enough to be pulled apart. Pulled punches. Simple past and past participle of pull punches. Pulled rank. Simple past and past participle of pull rank. Pulled someone down a peg. Simple past of pull someone down a peg. Pulled someone's bacon out of the fire. Simple past and past participle of pull someone's bacon out of the fire. Pulled someone's chestnuts out of the fire. Simple past and past participle of pull someone's chestnuts out of the fire. Pulled someone's fat out of the fire. Simple past and past participle of pull someone's fat out of the fire. Pulled someone's leg. Simple past and past participle of pull someone's leg. Pulled someone's plonker. Simple past and past participle of pull someone's plonker. Pulled someone's plumes. Simple past and past participle of pull someone's plumes. Pulled strings. Simple past and past participle of pull strings. Pulled tea. Simple past and past participle of pull teeth. Pulled the fire alarm. Simple past and past participle of pull the fire alarm. Pulled the football. Simple past and past participle of pull the football. Pulled the ladder up after oneself. Simple past and past participle of pull the ladder up after oneself. Pulled the ladder up behind oneself. Simple past and past participle of pull the ladder up behind oneself. Pulled the long bow. Simple past and past participle of pull the long bow. Pull the other leg. Simple past and past participle of pull the other leg. Pulled the plug. Simple past and past participle of pull the plug. Pulled the rug out from under. Simple past and past participle of pull the rug out from under. Pulled the shutters down. Simple past and past participle of pull the shutters down. Pulled the string. Simple past and past participle of pull the string. Pulled the trigger. Simple past and past participle of pull the trigger. Pulled the wool over someone's eyes. Simple past and past participle of pull the wool over someone's eyes. Pull through. Simple past and past participle of pull through. Pulled time. Simple past and past participle of pull time. Pulled together. Simple past and past participle of pull together. Pulled tongues. Simple past and past participle of pull tongues. Pulled up. Simple past and past participle of pull up. Pulled up on. Simple past and past participle of pull up on. Hold up one's socks. Simple past and past participle of pull up one's socks. Pulled up stakes. Simple past and past participle of pull up stakes. Pulled up the ladder. Simple past and past participle of pull up the ladder. Pull to publish. Simple past and past participle of pull to publish. Pullen. A surname. Pullens. Plural of pullen. Puller. Anything that pulls, but especially a hoist in which a cable is attached to a lever and a ratchet mechanism. Puller outer. Someone who pulls out or pulls out something. Puller outers. Plural of puller outer. Pullers. Plural of puller. Poet. A spineless person. A cower. Poets. Plural of poet. Pulley. A surname. Pulley block. A shell containing one or more sheaves, the whole forming a pulley. Pulley blocks. Plural of pulley block. Pulley bone. The furcula. Wishbone. Pulley bones. Plural of pulley bone. Pulley shell. The casing of a pulley block. Pulley shells. Plural of pulley shell. Pulley. Simple past and past participle of pulley. Pulley. Present participle and gerund of pulley. Pullus. Without a pulley. Pulley. Resembling or characteristic of a pulley. Pulleys. Plural of pulley. Pulley. Plural of pullus. Pulliam. A surname. Pulliamus. Plural of pullium. Poica. A kind of silk produced in India. Poicate. A kind of handkerchief of checked cotton or silk. Policates. Plural of policate. Policats. Plural of policat. Policide. The killing of a chicken. Polis. Plural of pulley. Policans. Pliers once used to extract teeth. Polen. A surname. Polen. Pronunciation spelling of pulling. Pulle. A surname. Pulling a face. Present participle and gerund of pull a face. Pulling a fast one. Present participle and gerund of pull a fast one. Pulling a homer. Present participle and gerund of pull a homer. Pulling a lever. Present participle and gerund of pull a lever. Pulling a rabbit out of a hat. Present participle and gerund of pull a rabbit out of a hat. Pulling a sickie. Present participle and gerund of pull a sickie. Pulling a train. Present participle and gerund of pull a train. Pulling about. Present participle and gerund of pull about. Pulling ahead. Present participle and gerund of pull ahead. Pulling apart. present participle and gerund of pull apart. Pulling aside, present participle and gerund of pull aside. Pulling at someone's heartstrings, present participle and gerund of pull at someone's heartstrings. Pulling away, present participle and gerund of pull away. Pulling back, present participle and gerund of pull back. Pulling down, present participle and gerund of pull down. Pulling down a notch, present participle and gerund of pull down a notch. Pulling faces, present participle and gerund of pull faces. Pulling for, present participle and gerund of pull for. Pulling in, present participle and gerund of pull in. Pulling in one's horns, present participle and gerund of pull in one's horns. Pulling into, present participle and gerund of pull into. Pulling my finger, present participle and gerund of pull my finger. Pulling off, present participle and gerund of pull off. Pulling on, present participle and gerund of pull on. Pulling one over, present participle and gerund of pull one over. Pulling one's finger out, present participle and gerund of pull one's finger out. Pulling one's head in, present participle and gerund of pull one's head in. Pulling one's own weight, present participle and gerund of pull one's own weight. Pulling one's pud, present participle and gerund of pull one's pud. Pulling one's punches, present participle and gerund of pull one's punches. Pulling one's socks up, present participle and gerund of pull one's socks up. Pulling one's weight, present participle and gerund of pull one's weight. Pulling oneself together, present participle and gerund of pull oneself together. Pulling oneself up by one's bootstraps. Present participle and gerund of pull oneself up by one's bootstraps. Pulling oneself up by one's own bootstraps. Present participle of pull oneself up by one's own bootstraps. Pulling out. Present participle and gerund of pull out. Pulling out all stops. Present participle and gerund of pull out all stops. Pulling out all the stops. Present participle and gerund of pull out all the stops. Pulling out of a hat. Present participle of pull out of a hat. Pulling out of one's arse. Present participle and gerund of pull out of one's arse. Pulling out of one's ass. Present participle and gerund of pull out of one's ass. Pulling out of the bag. Present participle of pull out of the bag. Pulling out of the fire. Present participle and gerund of pull out of the fire. Pulling out of the hat. Present participle of pull out of the hat. Pulling over. Present participle and gerund of pull over. Pulling power. A person's ability to attract other people sexually. Pulling punches. Present participle and gerund of pull punches. Pulling rank. Present participle and gerund of pull rank. Pulling someone down a peg. Present participle and gerund of pull someone down a peg. Pulling someone's bacon out of the fire. Present participle and gerund of pull someone's bacon out of the fire. Pulling someone's chestnuts out of the fire. Present participle and gerund of pull someone's chestnuts out of the fire. Pulling someone's fat out of the fire. Present participle and gerund of pull someone's fat out of the fire. Pulling someone's leg. Present participle and gerund of pull someone's leg. Pulling someone's plonker. Present participle and gerund of pull someone's plonker. Pulling someone's plumes. present participle and gerund of pull someone's plumes. Pulling strings, present participle and gerund of pull strings. Pulling teeth, present participle and gerund of pull teeth. Pulling the fire alarm, present participle and gerund of pull the fire alarm. Pulling the football, present participle and gerund of pull the football. Pulling the ladder up after oneself. Present participle and gerund of pull the ladder up after oneself. Pulling the ladder up behind oneself. Present participle and gerund of pull the ladder up behind oneself. Pulling the long bow. Present participle and gerund of pull the long bow. Pulling the other leg. Present participle and gerund of pull the other leg. Pulling the plug. Passive euthanasia. Pulling the rug out from under. Present participle and gerund of pull the rug out from under. Pulling the shutters down. Present participle and gerund of pull the shutters down. Pulling the string. Present participle and gerund of pull the string. Pulling the trigger. Present participle and gerund of pull the trigger. Pulling the wool over someone's eyes. Present participle and gerund of pull the wool over someone's eyes. Pulling through. Present participle and gerund of pull through. Pulling time. Present participle and gerund of pull time. Pulling together. Present participle and gerund of pull together. Pulling tongues. Present participle and gerund of pull tongues. Pulling up. Present participle and gerund of pull up. Pulling up on. Present participle and gerund of pull up on. Pulling up one's socks. Present participle and gerund of pull up one's socks. Pulling up stakes. Present participle and gerund of pull up stakes. Pulling up the ladder. Present participle and gerund of pull up the ladder. Pullinger. A surname. Pullingers. Plural of pullinger. Pullings. Plural of pulling. Pullens. Plural of pullin. Pullman. A railroad passenger car, especially one of the luxurious ones named after the eponymous Pullman Palace Car Company. Pullman Brown. A shade of brown originally used on Pullman cars and later by UPS. Pullman car. Synonym of Pullman. Pullman cars. Plural of Pullman car. Pullman loaf. A type of bread made with white flour and baked in a long, narrow, lidded pan. Pullman loaves. Plural of Pullman loaf. Pullman pan. The long, narrow, lidded pan in which a Pullman loaf is baked. Pullman pans. Plural of Pullman pan. Pullmans. Plural of Pullman. Pullorum. A severe infectious disease of young poultry caused by a form of the Salmonella bacterium. Pullet. A withdrawal, especially of armed forces. Pullouts. Plural of pullout. Pullover. A sweater that must be put on by pulling it over the head. A sweater without buttons or a zipper in front. Pullover. Wearing a pullover. Pullovers. Plural of pullover. Howexhill. A village and civil parish in central Bedfordshire Borough, Bedfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 0633. Pose. Plural of pull. Pulls a face. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull a face. Pulls a fast one. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull a fast one. Pulls a homer. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull a homer. Pulls a lever. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull a lever. Pulls a rabbit out of a hat. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull a rabbit out of a hat. Pulls a sickie. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull a sickie. Pulls a train. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull a train. Pulls about. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull about. Pulls ahead. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull ahead. Pulls apart. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull apart. Pulls aside. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull aside. Pulls at someone's heartstrings. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull at someone's heartstrings. Pulls away. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull away. Pulls back. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull back. Pulls down. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull down. Pulls down a notch. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull down a notch. Pulls faces. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull faces. Pulls for. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull for. Pulls in. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull in. Pulls in one's horns. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull in one's horns. Pulls into. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull into. Pulls my finger. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull my finger. Pulls off. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull off. Pulls on. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull on. Pulls one over. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull one over. Pulls one's finger out. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull one's finger out. Pulls one's head in. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull one's head in. Pulls one's own weight. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull one's own weight. Pulls one's pud. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull one's pud. Pulls one's punches. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull one's punches. Pulls one's socks up. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull one's socks up. Pulls one's weight. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull one's weight. Pulls oneself together. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull oneself together. Pulls oneself up by one's bootstraps. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull oneself up by one's bootstraps. Pulls oneself up by one's own bootstraps. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull oneself up by one's own bootstraps. Pulls at. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull out. Pulls out all stops. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull out all stops. Pulls out all the stops. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull out all the stops. Pulls out of a hat. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull out of a hat. Pulls out of one's arse. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull out of one's arse. Pulls out of one's ass. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull out of one's ass. Pulls out of the bag. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull out of the bag. Pulls out of the fire. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull out of the fire. Pulls out of the hat. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull out of the hat. Pulled over. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull over. Pulls punches. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull punches. Pulls rank. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull rank. Pulls someone down a peg. Third person singular simple present indicative of pulls someone down a peg. Pulls someone's bacon out of the fire. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull someone's bacon out of the fire. Pulls someone's chestnuts out of the fire. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull someone's chestnuts out of the fire. Pulls someone's fat out of the fire. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull someone's fat out of the fire. Pulls someone's leg. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull someone's leg. Pulls someone's plonker. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull someone's plonker. Pulls someone's plumes. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull someone's plumes. Pulls strings. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull strings. Pulls tea. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull teeth. Pulls the fire alarm. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull the fire alarm. Pulls the football. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull the football. Pulls the ladder up after oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull the ladder up after oneself. Pulls the ladder up behind oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull the ladder up behind oneself. Pulls the long bow. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull the long bow. Pulls the other leg. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull the other leg. Pulls the ply. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull the plug. Pulls the rug out from under. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull the rug out from under. Pulls the shutters down. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull the shutters down. Pulls the string. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull the string. Pulls the trigger. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull the trigger. Pulls the wool over someone's eyes. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull the wool over someone's eyes. Pulls through. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull through. Pulls time. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull time. Pulls together. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull together. Pulls tongues. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull tongues. Pulls that. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull up. Pulls up a pew. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull up a pew. Pulls up on. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull up on. Pulls up one's socks. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull up one's socks. Pulls up stakes. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull up stakes. Pulls up the ladder. Third person singular simple present indicative of pull up the ladder. Pull string. A cord that activates or releases something when pulled. Pull strings. Plural of pull string. Hover. Alternative form of pull through. Hovers. Plural of pull through. Pollulant. A glucan produced by some fungi and used in manufacturing edible films. Polyulanase. Any of a class of enzyme that catalyze the hydrolysis and transglycosylation of alpha-1,4 or alpha-1,6 linkages in polysaccharides such as polyulan. Polyulanases. Plural of polyulanase. Polyulans. Plural of polyulan. Polyulent. Multiplying rapidly. Teeming. Polyulate. To multiply rapidly. Polyulated. Simple past and past participle of polyulate. Polyulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of polyulate. Polyulating. Present participle and gerund of polyulate. Polyulation. A teeming, swarming, or multiplying. Polyulations. Plural of polyulation. Pollum. A surname. Pollums. Plural of pollum. Pellet. An exercise done for strengthening the arms and upper body, in which one lifts one's own weight while hanging from a bar. Polyps. Plural of pull-up. Polis. A chick. A young bird in the downy stage. Howley. A pullover. Halman. A surname. Homa brang diate. Breathing by means of lung sacs. Homa branchial. Alternative form of bronchopulmonary. Homa cardiac. Alternative form of pulmonocardiac. Homa cutaneous. Of, pertaining to, or connecting the lungs and the skin. Gastric, relating to the lungs and stomach. Pulmograde. Swimming by means of jet propulsion. Homohepatic. Alternative form of hepatopulmonary. Homolithiasis. Pulmonary lithiasis. Pulmology. Alternative form of pulmonology. Pulmometer. A kind of historical spirometer. Pulmometers. Plural of pulmometer. Pulmometry. The measurement of the capacity of the lungs. Pulmonal. Pulmonary. Pulmonaria. Any of the flowering plants of the genus Pulmonaria, lungworts. Pulmonarial. Relating to a pulmonarium. Pulmonarius. Plural of pulmonaria. Pulmonarily. With respect to or via the respiratory system. Pulmonarium. A membranous pleuret between the abdominal tergites and sternites of some insects. Pulmonary. Pertaining to, having, or affecting the lungs. Pulmonary alveoli. Plural of pulmonary alveolus. Pulmonary alveolus. A small air sac in the lungs where oxygen and carbon dioxide are exchanged with the blood. Pulmonary arteries. Plural of pulmonary artery. Pulmonary artery. The artery that connects the right ventricle of the heart to the lungs. Pulmonary circulation. The part of blood circulation which carries oxygen-depleted blood away from the heart to the lungs and returns oxygenated blood back to the heart. Pulmonary circulations. Plural of pulmonary circulation. Pulmonary dosimesia. A medical examination of a dead baby's lungs using a microscope to determine whether air had entered them and thus whether it was a case of infanticide. Pulmonary edema. The accumulation of fluid in the tissue of the lungs. Pulmonary edemas, plural of pulmonary edema. Pulmonary embolism. The embolism or obstruction of a pulmonary artery, usually by a detached blood clot from a leg or pelvic vein, which causes a stoppage of blood into the lungs. Symptoms include shortness of breath, chest pain, fainting, and sometimes death. Pulmonary embolisms, plural of pulmonary embolism. Pulmonary emphysema, a chronic lung disease characterized by an abnormal increase in the size of the air spaces, resulting in labored breathing and caused by exposure to toxic chemicals, most commonly tobacco smoke. Pulmonary emphysemas, plural of pulmonary emphysema. Pulmonary fibrosis, plural of pulmonary fibrosis. Pulmonary fibrosis, a condition in which the lungs become scarred over time. Pulmonary function tests, a test of the function of lungs, such as spirometry. Pulmonary function tests, plural of pulmonary function tests. Pulmonary edema, alternative spelling of pulmonary edema. Pulmonary edemas, plural of pulmonary edema. Pulmonary pleura, visceral pleura. Pulmonary toilet, the cleaning of secretions from the airways of a person as part of pulmonary hygiene. Pulmonary toilets, plural of pulmonary toilet. Pulmonary trunk, an artery that arises from the right ventricle of the heart and branches into the right and left pulmonary arteries. Pulmonary trunks, plural of pulmonary trunk. Pulmonary tuberculosis, the most common form of active tuberculosis, TB, infecting the lungs, generally caused by Mycobacterium tuberculosis. Pulmonary valve, the semilunar valve of the heart that lies between the right ventricle and the pulmonary artery. Pulmonary valves, plural of pulmonary valve. Pulmonary vein, in tetrapods, a vein that returns blood to the heart after it has circulated through the lungs. Pulmonary veins, plural of pulmonary vein. Pulmonary renal syndrome, a rare medical syndrome involving glomerulonephritis and respiratory failure with bleeding in the lungs. Pulmonate, having lungs or similar organs. Pulmonated, pulmonate. Pulmonates, plural of pulmonate. Pulmonectomes, plural of pulmonectomy. Pulmonectomy, pneumectomy, pulmonic, of, pertaining to, or produced by the lungs. Pulmonic acid, taurine. Pulmonic sounds, sounds in which the air stream originates in the lungs. Pulmonic valve, the pulmonary valve. Pulmonic valves, plural of pulmonic valve. Pulmonically, by means of the lungs. Pulmonics, plural of pulmonic. Pulmoniferous, having lungs, pulmonate. Pulmonitis, pneumonitis. Pulmono, pulmonary. Pulmonocardiac, cardiopulmonary. Pulmonocoronary, relating to the lungs and the coronary arteries. Pulmonologic, alternative form of pulmonological. Pulmonological, relating to pulmonology, synonym of pneumological. Pulmonologist, a physician who specializes in pulmonology. Pulmonologists, plural of pulmonologists. Pulmonology, the branch of medicine dealing with diseases of the lungs and respiratory tract. Pulmonoplegia, the paralysis of the lungs. Pulmonotoxic, toxic to the lungs. Pulmonotoxicity, toxicity to the lungs. Pulmopathies, plural of pulmopathy. Pulmopathy, any disease of the lungs. Pulmophiline, a metaphiline. Pullotor, an apparatus for producing artificial respiration by pumping oxygen and slash or air into and out of the lungs, as of a person who has been asphyxiated by drowning, breathing poisonous gases, etc. Pullotors, plural of pulmotor. Pulmotoxic, synonym of pneumotoxic. Pulmotoxicity, synonym of pneumotoxicity. Philumpering, a barangay of Santa Cruz, Marinduque, Philippines. Hila, a barangay of Lagayan, Abra, Philippines. Plo, a soft, moist, shapeless mass or matter. Pulp chamber, a space in the center of a tooth containing gelatinous pulp. Pulp chambers, plural of pulp chamber. Pulp engine, a machine for converting rags etc. into pulp. Pulp engines, plural of pulp engine. Pulp fiction, the kind of shocking and sensational fiction found in a pulp magazine. Pulp magazine, a magazine made with inexpensive paper and printing, containing shocking or sensationalist text fiction by low-paid writers. Pulp magazines, plural of pulp magazine. Pulp mill, a factory for making paper pulp from usually wood. Pulp mills, plural of pulp mill. Pulp fiction, similar to or reminiscent of pulp fiction. Pulpability, the quality or degree of being pulpable. Pulpable, suitable for being pulped. Pulpaceous, of a pulpy consistency. Pulpal, relating to the pulp. Pulpily, in terms of the pulp. Pulpiment, a preparation of food, an appetizer. Pulpiments, plural of pulpiment. Pulpatoon, a fruit or meat pie with the crust made of força meat. Pulpatoons, plural of pulpatoon. Pulpboard, a board made from compressed pulp from wood, paper, etc. Pulpboards, plural of pulpboard. Pulpectomies, plural of pulpectomy. Pulpectomize, to carry out a pulpectomy. Pulpectomize, simple past and past participle of pulpectomize. Pulpectomy, the surgical removal of all of the dental pulp. Vubs, simple past and past participle of pulp. Pulver, a machine for pulping paper or various other substances. Pulvers, plural of pulver. Pulpiteer, one who writes pulp magazines or novels. Pulpiteers, plural of pulpiteer. Pulvier, comparative form of pulpy, more pulpy. Pulpiest, superlative form of pulpy, most pulpy. Pulpification, the process of pulpifying. Pulpify, simple past and past participle of pulpify. Pulpifier, a machine that reduces material to pulp. Pulpifiers, plural of pulpifier. Pulpifies, third person singular simple present indicative of pulpify. Pulpify, to reduce to pulp. Pulpifying, present participle and gerund of pulpify. Pulpily, in a pulpy manner. Pulpiness, The quality of being pulpy. Pulpinesses, plural of pulpiness. Pulve, present participle and gerund of pulp. Pulping liquor, a mixture of chemicals and dissolved lignin used in pulping wood. Pulvings, plural of pulping. Pelvish, characteristic of pulp lurid, sensational writing. Velvet, a raised platform in a church, usually enclosed, where the minister or preacher stands when giving the sermon. Pulpita, plural of pulpitum. Pulpidal, relating to or befitting a pulpit. Pulpitarian, one who preaches from a pulpit. Pulpitarians, plural of pulpitarian. Pulpited, placed in a pulpit. Pulpiteer, one who speaks in a pulpit, a preacher. Pulpiteered, simple past and past participle of pulpiteer. Pulpiteering, present participle and gerund of pulpiteer. Pulpiteers, plural of pulpiteer. Pulpiter, a preacher. Pulpiters, plural of pulpiter. Pulpitful, enough to fill a pulpit. Pulpitfuls, plural of pulpitful. Pulpitic, relating to pulpitis. Pulpitical, relating to or suitable for the pulpit. Pulpitically, in a pulpitical manner, in or suited to a pulpit. Pulpitis, a reversible or irreversible inflammation of the tooth pulp which is in most cases of endodontic origin but can also be of periodontal origin too. It can lead to apical periodontitis, cysts, and tooth loss if not treated. Pulpitish, of or pertaining to the pulpit, like preaching. Pulpitism, behavior pertaining to the pulpit, preaching. Pulpitize, to preach or lecture as if from a pulpit. Pulpitize, simple past and past participle of pulpitize. Pulpitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pulpitize. Pulpitizing, present participle and gerund of pulpitize. Pulpitless, without a pulpit. Pulpitry, the teachings of the pulpit, preaching. Pulpits, plural of pulpit. Pulpitum, a massive, often decorative screen of stone or timber that divides the choir from the nave and ambulatory in medieval cathedrals and monastic churches. Pulpitums, plural of pulpitum. Pulpless, without pulp. Pulplessness, absence of pulp. Pulp-like, resembling pulp, pulpy. Peltha, alternative form of pulp mill. Pelvillis, plural of pulplil. Pulpodentinol, relating to or composed of pulp and dentine. Pelthos, alternative form of pulpus. Pulpotomies, plural of pulpotomy. Pulpotomy, the surgical removal of part of the dental pulp. Pulpus, pulpy, sought. Pulpousness, the quality of being pulpous. Pulpus, plural of pulp. Pulpsmith, a writer of pulp fiction. Pulpsmiths, plural of pulpsmith. Pulpuli, a public fountain with potable water, common in Armenia. Pulpulax, plural of pulpulac. Pulpwood, wood, usually softwood, used for pulping to make paper. Pulpwoods, plural of pulpwood. Halve, having the characteristics of pulp. Pulpy kidney, a form of Clostridial enterotoxemia in sheep and goats. Pulpy kidneys, plural of pulpy kidney. The, a milk-colored, somewhat viscous Mexican alcoholic drink made from the fermented sap of certain agave plants. Halfway, an establishment where pulque is sold. Halfwayas, plural of pulqueria. Pulques, plural of pulque. Palrasse, a locality in Highland Council area, Scotland, notably home to the Murray of Pulrasse family. Pulse, plural of pull. Pulsable, able to be activated in pulses. Pulsant, pulsing. Pulsar, a rotating neutron star that emits radio pulses periodically. Pulsar clock, the regular timing of pulses from a pulsar. Pulsar clocks, plural of pulsar clock. Pulsar-like, resembling or characteristic of a pulsar. Pulsars, plural of pulsar. Pulsatins, angular frequency in radians per second. Pulsatenses, plural of pulsatins. Pulsate, to expand and contract rhythmically. To throb or to beat. Pulsated, simple past and past participle of pulsate. Pulsates, third person singular simple present indicative of pulsate. Pulsatile, pulsating, that pulses. Pulsatile tinnitus, a type of tinnitus characterized by hearing a rhythmic, pulsing or whooshing sound in the ears, often synchronized with the heartbeat, often caused by underlying vascular conditions. Pulsatilities, plural of pulsatility. Pulsatility, the state or quality of being pulsatile. Pulsatilla, any of several plants of the former genus Pulsatilla, now often considered a subgenus of anemone, including the pasque flower, some of which are used as medicinal herbs. Pulsatillas, plural of pulsatilla. Pulsating, very exciting. Pulsatingly, in a pulsating manner. Pulsatings, plural of pulsating. Pulsation, the regular throbbing of the heart and artery etc. in a living body, the pulse. Pulsational, of or pertaining to pulsations. Pulsationally, in a pulsational manner. Pulsations, plural of pulsation. Pulsative, characterized by pulsing or beating. Throbbing. Pulsator, any pulsating astronomical object. Pulsators, plural of pulsator. Pulsatory, consisting of pulses, rhythmic, throbbing. Thus, a normally regular beat felt when arteries near the skin, for example, at the neck or wrist are depressed, caused by the heart pumping blood through them. Pulse decay time, synonym of fall time. Pulse decay times, plural of pulse decay time. Pulse demodulator, a device that recovers the modulating signal from a pulse-modulated wave. Pulse demodulators, plural of pulse demodulator. Pulse detonation engine, a jet engine driven by repeated detonations within the engine. Pulse detonation engines, plural of pulse detonation engine. Pulse diagnosis, synonym of pulsology. Pulse dialing, a system of telephone dialing in which each digit is transmitted as the equivalent number of pulses. Pulse dialing, Alternative spelling of pulse dialing. Pulse glass. An instrument consisting of a glass tube with terminal bulbs and containing ether or alcohol, which the heat of the hand causes to boil. Pulse glasses. Plural of pulse glass. Pulse jet. Alternative spelling of pulse jet. Pulse jets. Plural of pulse jet. Pulse modulation. Any of a number of techniques whereby a series of information-carrying quantities occurring at discrete instances of time is encoded into a corresponding series of electromagnetic carrier pulses. Pulse modulations. Plural of pulse modulation. Pulse modulator. A device for the pulse modulation of a radio frequency carrier signal. Pulse modulators. Plural of pulse modulator. Pulse ox. Pulse oximetry. Pulse oximeter. A device used to monitor the oxygen level of a patient's blood. Pulse oximeters. Plural of pulse oximeter. Pulse oximetric. Of or relating to pulse oximetry. Pulse oximetry. A non-invasive method allowing the monitoring of the oxygenation of a patient's hemoglobin using a sensor placed on a thin part of the patient's anatomy, usually a fingertip or earlobe. Pulse pressure. The difference between systolic blood pressure and diastolic blood pressure. Pulse pressures. Plural of pulse pressure. Pulse repetition time. The elapsed time from the beginning of one pulse to the beginning of the next pulse. Pulse repetition times. Plural of pulse repetition time. Pulse wave. A kind of non-sinusoidal waveform that is similar to a square wave but lacks the perfectly symmetrical shape. Pulse waves. Plural of pulse wave. Pulse-like. Alternative form of pulse-like. Pulse bounding. That increases the heartbeat rate, especially as a result of excitement or fear. Pulse beat. A continuous, regular rhythm, a pulse or heartbeat. Pulse beats. Plural of pulse beat. Pust. Simple past and past participle of pulse. Hustle. Resembling or characteristic of a pulse. Pulse jet. A valved jet engine where combustion occurs in pulses as used in the V-1 flying bomb. Pulse jets. Plural of pulse jet. Pulseless. Having no pulse. Pulseless disease. Takayasu arteritis. Pulseless electrical activity. A medical condition in which the heart's electrical activity is present on an electrocardiogram but doesn't result in a pulse. Pulselessly. Without a pulse. Pulselessness. Absence of a pulse. Pulse-like. Resembling or characteristic of a pulse. Pulsar. One who or that which pulses. Pulsars. Plural of pulsar. Pulses. Plural of pulse. Pulses. Second person singular simple present indicative of pulse. Pulsa. Third person singular simple present indicative of pulse. Pulse string. A series of more or less regular pulses. Pulse strains. Plural of pulse string. Pulsewidth. The width of a pulse. Pulsewidths. Plural of pulsewidth. Pulsver. A surname. Pulsifer. A surname. Pulsivers. Plural of pulsifer. Pulsive. Inciting the pulse, causing pulsation. Pulsimeter. A sligmograph. Pulsimeters. Plural of pulsimeter. Pulsing. present participle and gerund of pulse. Pulsenwe, in a way that pulses. Pulsings, plural of pulsing. Pulsion, the act of driving forward, propulsion. Pulsions, plural of pulsion. Pulsifer, a surname. Pulsivers, plural of pulsifer. Pulsatility, misspelling of pulsatility. Pulsive, tending to compel, compulsory. Pulsivity, the quality of being pulsive. Pulsajet, alternative form of pulsejet. Pulsojets, plural of pulsojet. Pulsological, relating to pulsology. Pulsology, examination of the pulse as a means of diagnosis. Pulsometer, a vacuum pump or hydrotrope. Pulsometers, plural of pulsometer. Pulsus subtype, a subtype of a pulsotype. Pulsus subtypes, plural of pulsus subtype. Pulsotype, any distinct strain of bacteria separated by pulsed field gel electrophoresis. Pulsatite, simple past and past participle of pulsatype. Pulsotypes, plural of pulsotype. Pulsotyping, present participle and gerund of pulsatype. Pulsavar, synonym of pulsatype. Pulsavars, plural of pulsavar. Pulsoximeter, alternative form of pulse oximeter. Pulsoximetry, alternative form of pulse oximetry. Pulsus bis varians, essay on palpation of the pulse at double peak per cardiac cycle can be appreciated. That, simple past and past participle of pull. Pultaceous, macerated, softened, nearly fluid, gloopy. Halton, alternative form of Pathan Indian regiment. Pulsins, plural of Pulton. Pultonea, any of the genus Pultonea of Australian flowering plants, the bush peas. Pultoneas, plural of Pultonea. Halton, alternative form of Pathan Indian regiment. Pultons, plural of Pulton. Haltur, alternative form of Pathan Indian regiment. Haltoons, plural of Pultoon. Halter, to draw resin-coated glass fibers through a heated die in order to make a composite material. Pultruded, simple past and past participle of pultrude. Pultudes, third person singular simple present indicative of pultrude. Pultruding, present participle and gerund of pultrude. Pultrusion, a continuous process for manufacture of composite materials with constant cross-section. Halton, alternative form of Pathan Indian regiment. Pultons, plural of Pulton. Pulture, the claim to food for men, horses, and dogs within the bounds of a forest, etc. Pultusk, a town in Masovian voivodeship, Poland. Pults, a surname. Pulses, plural of pults. Huu, a silky material obtained from the fibers of Cibodium glaucum, a tree fern of Hawaii. Hilukambai, an ancient province of Vietnam near the modern city of Quy Nhon. Holuya, a river in El Salvador. Holupandan, a municipality of Negros Occidental, Philippines. Pilat Hidam, an Indonesian dessert of black glutinous rice porridge with coconut milk and palm sugar or cane sugar. Pilatan, finger food. Piluwa, the former name of Paluwat. Pulver, powder. Pulverable, capable of being reduced to fine powder. Pulveraceous, having a fine, powdery surface. Pulveral, relating to powder. Pulverite, to beat or reduce to powder or dust, to pulverize. Pulverated, simple past and past participle of pulverate. Pulverates, third person singular simple present indicative of pulverate. Pulverating, present participle and gerund of pulverate. Pulverator, a device for pulverizing material. Pulverators, plural of pulverator. Pulveratricious, nesting on the ground. Pulver, simple past and past participle of pulver. Pulverine, ashes of barilla. Pulvering, present participle and gerund of pulver. Pulverizable, alternative, form of pulverizable. Pulverization, alternative spelling of pulverization. Pulverizations, plural of pulverization. Pulverize, to render into dust or powder. Pulverize, simple past and past participle of pulverize. Pulverizer, alternative spelling of pulverizer. Pulverizers, plural of pulverizer. Pulverizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pulverize. Pulverizing, present participle and gerund of pulverize. Pulverizable, able to be pulverized. Pulverization, the act of pulverizing. Pulverizations, plural of pulverization. Pulverize. Alternative spelling of pulverize. Pulverize, simple past and past participle of pulverize. Pulverized sugar, synonym of powdered sugar. Pulverizer, one who or that which pulverizes. Pulverizers, plural of pulverizer. Pulverizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pulverize. Pulverizing, present participle and gerund of pulverize. Pulvermacher, a surname from German. Pulvermachers, plural of Pulvermacher. Pulverous, resembling or consisting of dust or powder. Pulvers, plural of pulver. Pulverulence, the state or characteristic of being powdery or dusty. Pulverulent, consisting of covered with or disintegrating into a fine powder, powdery, dusty. Pulverulently, in a manner characterized by powderiness or dustiness. Pulverulentus, alternative form of pulverulent. Pulverulous, alternative form of pulverulent. Alternative form of pulvilio. Pulvilio, alternative form of pulvilio. Pulvilias, plural of pulvilio. Pulvilar, like a cushion or pad. Pulvo, alternative form of pulvilio. Pulvilled, sprinkled with pulvilio. Pulvili, plural of pulvillus. Pulvilliform, resembling a pulvillus. Pulvilio, a kind of perfumed cosmetic powder applied to the skin, hair, or wig. Pulvileus, plural of pulvileo. Pulvilis, one of the tiny cushions or pads on the feet of certain insects. Pulvimixer, synonym of soil stabilizer. Pulvimixers, plural of pulvimixer. Pulvini, plural of pulvinus. Pulvinar, a prominence on the posterior part of the thalamus of the human brain. Pulvinars, plural of pulvinar. Pulvinate, curved convexly or swelled. Pulvinated, pulvinate, pulvinately, in a pulvinate manner. Pulvini, plural of pulvinus. Pulvinic acid, an acid obtained by the decomposition of vulpinic acid. Pulviniform, pillow-shaped. Pulvinidate, any bivalve in the family Pulvinidae. Pulvinidates, plural of pulvinidid. Pulvina, cortical, relating to the pulvinar and the cortex. Pulvinoi, an area of tissue that swells on a permanent basis to reorient a plant part, most often a leaf or leaflet. Pulvinoids, plural of pulvinoid. Pulvinon, an aromatic hydroxybutanolide, derivatives of which occur naturally in certain fungi and molds. Pulvinons, plural of pulvinon. Pulvinular, relating to a pulvinulus. Pulvinuli, plural of pulvinulus. Pulvinuous, a pulvillus. Pulvinus, a joint on a plant leaf or petiole that may swell and cause movement of the leaf or leaflet. Pulviplume, a feather-yielding powder down. Pulviplumis, plural of pulviplume. Pulvisculus, the powder contained in the spore cases of certain fungi. Pulvar, alternative form of pulwar type of boat. Pullars, plural of pulwar. Hoa, alternative form of pulwar type of boat. Pulwas, plural of pulwa. Pulwama, a town in Jammu and Kashmir, India. Pulwama district, a district in the Kashmir Valley in the disputed but Indian-controlled area of Jammu and Kashmir. Pulwar, a keelless riverboat used in northeast India and Bangladesh, chiefly to carry cargo. Pulwars, plural of pulwar. Pulsa oil, the oil of the kirkis or physic nut. Pumba, vulva. Pum-pum shorts, tight fitting shorts. Pumvawas, plural of pum-pum. Pua, a village in the Solomon Islands. Pumes, obsolete spelling of pomace. Pumephentrine, the alkaloid 44AR10BS9-ethoxy 8-methoxy 2-methyl-3,4,8-10-B-tetrahydro-1-H-benzo-C-1,6-naphthyridine 6-elen-N-propane 2-L-benzamide that selectively inhibits phosphodiesterase. Puma-like, resembling or characteristic of a puma. Pumenc, acete and chili. Punatter, a hybrid of a puma and a leopard. Pumaverds, plural of pumaver. Pumas, the national rugby union representative team of Argentina. Pume, the Oruro people of Venezuela. Pumilo, alternative spelling of pomelo. Pumilos, plural of pumilo. Pumilos, plural of pumilo. Pumicate, to make smooth with pumice. Pumicated, simple past and past participle of pumicate. Pumicates, third person singular simple present indicative of pumicate. Pumicating, present participle and gerund of pumicate. Pumice, a light, porous type of pyroclastic igneous rock formed during explosive volcanic eruptions when liquid lava is ejected into water or air as a froth containing masses of gas bubbles, which are frozen into the rock as the lava solidifies. Pumice rafts, a collection of pumice stones that form a floating island of rock and sand, as pumice is less dense than water. Pumice rafts, plural of pumice raft. Pumice stone, a piece of pumice. Pumice stones, plural of pumice stone. Pumice, simple past and past participle of pumice. Pumice-like, resembling or characteristic of pumice. Pumiceous, of or pertaining to pumice, resembling pumice. Pumicer, one who pumices. Pumicers, plural of pumicer. Pumices, third person singular simple present indicative of pumice. Pumiciform, resembling or having the structure of pumice. Pumicing, present participle and gerund of pumice. Pumicide, a fine-grained pumice-like volcanic ash. Pumicites, plural of pumicide. Pumistone, obsolete form of pumice stone. Pumistones, plural of pumistone. Pumice, plural of pumi. Pumiliotoxin, any of a class of toxins present in the skin of poison dart frogs. Pumiliotoxins, plural of pumiliotoxin. Pumilocide, a glucosidic alkaloid found in Ophiuchia pumila. Pumlintha, a freshwater lake in Imphal Valley, Manipur state of India. Pumice, obsolete spelling of pomace. Thamo, to hit or strike heavily and repeatedly. Thamalt, simple past and past participle of pummel. Pummeler, one who pummels someone or something. Pummelers, plural of pummeler. Pummeling, present participle and gerund of pummel. Pummeling, in a way that pummels extremely, excessively. Pummelings, plural of pummeling. Pummelled, simple past and past participle of pummel. Pummeler, alternative spelling of pummeler. Pummelers, plural of pummeler. Pummeling, present participle and gerund of pummel. Pummelings, plural of pummeling. Pumelo, alternative spelling of pomelo. Pomelos, plural of pomelo. Pomelos, plural of pomelo. Pummels, plural of pummel. Pumice, obsolete spelling of pomace. Pummel, a surname. Pummels, plural of pummel. How, a device for moving or compressing a liquid or gas. Pump action, a type of firearm action that uses a sliding hand grip to cycle the mechanism. Pump actions, plural of pump action. Pump and dump, a form of financial fraud where the fraudster buys stocks cheaply, generates excitement about those stocks to create a temporary price increase, then sells the stocks before the price goes back down. Pump and dumps. Plural of pump and dump. Pump and jump. Synonym of gas and dash. Pump and jumps. Plural of pump and jump. Pump attendant. Someone who works at a petrol station filling up vehicles with petrol. Pump attendants. Plural of pump attendant. Pump car. A light railroad car propelled by a hand-operated pumping mechanism. A hand car. Pump cars. Plural of pump car. Pump drill. A simple hand-powered device used to impart a rapid rotating motion to a rod, the spindle or drill shaft, used to start a fire or to drill holes. Pump drills. Plural of pump drill. Bump fake. An act of pretending to throw or shoot the ball in order to make a defender react. Pump fakes. Plural of pump fake. Pump house. Alternative form of pump house. Pump houses. Plural of pump house. Pump iron. To lift weights. To engage in weight or strength training. Pump jockey. Pump attendant. Pump jockeys. Plural of pump jockey. Pump one's fist. To thrust forward one's fist as in celebration. Pump organ. A keyboard musical instrument that generates sound by pumping air through a system of free reeds. Pump out. To remove liquid using a pump. The pic. A photo of oneself taken while or soon after using the gym, with the goal of showing off one's thews and impressing others. Pump pics. Plural of pump pic. Pump a room. A room housing a pump, especially a room or structure at a spa where mineral water is drawn from a spring and consumed, formerly often serving as a venue for polite socializing and conversation. Pump rooms. Plural of pump a room. Pump someone's fists. To perform a fist bump with someone. Pump someone's tires. To praise, encourage, or vigorously support someone. Pump trolley. A light railroad car propelled by a hand-operated pumping mechanism. A hand car. Pump trolleys. Plural of pump trolley. Pump truck. A manually operated device for lifting and moving pallets. Pump trucks. Plural of pump truck. To inflate by means of a pump. Pump up someone's tires. Alternative form of pump someone's tires. Pump valve. A mechanical device that controls the flow of fluids through a pump and its associated pipes. Pump valves. Plural of pump valve. Pump action. Shotgun. A shotgun with a pump action for loading. Pump action shotguns. Plural of pump action shotgun. Pump and dump. Alternative form of pump and dump. Pump and dumps. Plural of pump and dump. Pump car. Alternative form of pump car. Pump cars. Plural of pump car. Pump fake. To pretend to throw or shoot the ball in order to make a defender react. Pump faked. Simple past and past participle of pump fake. Pump fakes. Third person singular simple present indicative of pump fake. Pump faking. Present participle and gerund of pump fake. Pump jet. A marine system that creates a jet of water for propulsion of watercraft. Pump jets. Plural of pump jet. Pump prime. Synonym of prime the pump figurative senses. Pump primed. Simple past and past participle of pump prime. Pump primes. Third person singular simple present indicative of pump prime. Pump priming. Present participle and gerund of pump prime. Pump room. Alternative form of pump room. Pump rooms. Plural of pump room. Pump trolley. Alternative form of pump trolley. Pump trolleys. Plural of pump trolley. Pumpabilities. Plural of pumpability. Pumpability. The quality or degree of being pumpable. Pumpable. Able to be pumped. Pumpage. That which is raised by pumps. Pumpages. Plural of pumpage. Out. Simple past and past participle of pump. Pumped and dumped. Simple past and past participle of pump and dump. Pumped hydro. Abbreviation of pumped storage, hydroelectricity from pumped storage. Pumped iron. Simple past and past participle of pump iron. Pumped one's fists. Simple past and past participle of pump one's fists. Pumped out. Simple past and past participle of pump out. Pump someone's fists. Simple past and past participle of pump someone's fists. Pump someone's tires. Simple past and past participle of pump someone's tires. Them to. Excited, particularly due to anticipation. Them to. Inflated. Pumpylite. One of a group of sorosilicate minerals. Pumpylites. Plural of pumpylite. Thother. One who pumps something. Pumpernickel. A German sourdough bread made from rye. Pumpernickel bread. Synonym of pumpernickel. Pumpernickel breads. Plural of pumpernickel bread. Pumpernickels. Plural of pumpernickel. Pumpers. Plural of pumper. Pumpets. Plural of pumpet. Pumpiphen. A pump-action firearm. Pumpipens. Plural of pumpkin. Pumdad. Synonym of post-perfusion syndrome or a person suffering from this condition. Pumpdads. Plural of pumpfed. Pumphouse. A building containing pumping equipment, thus. Pumphouses. Plural of pumphouse. Pumphrey. A surname. Humphreys. Plural of Pumphrey. Humbeys. Plural of Pumpy. Thother. Pronunciation spelling of pumping. Thother. Present participle and gerund of pum. Pumping and dumping. Present participle and gerund of pump and dumb. Pumping iron. Present participle and gerund of pump iron. Pumping lemma. A lemma which states that for a language to be a member of a language class, any sufficiently long string in the language contains a section that can be removed or repeated any number of times with the resulting string remaining in the language, used to determine if a particular language is in a given language class, for example, not regular. Pumping lemmas. Plural of pumping lemma. Pumping lemmata. Plural of pumping lemma. Pumping one's fists. Present participle and gerund of pump one's fists. Pumping out. Present participle and gerund of pump out. Pumping someone's fists. Present participle and gerund of pump someone's fists. Pumping someone's tires. Present participle and gerund of pump someone's tires. Pumping station. A building which houses one or more pumps, usually for the purpose of pumping water or sewage. Pumping stations, plural of pumping station. Pumping time, the amount of time a pump is in operation. Pumping times, plural of pumping time. Pumping up, present participle and gerundive pump up. Vase, plural of pumping. Pumpkin, pumpkin. Pumpkin pie, archaic form of pumpkin pie. Pumpkin pies, plural of pumpkin pie. Pumpkins, plural of pumpkin. Pump deck, the ground-based drive for a submerged pump in an oil borehole. Pump jacks, plural of pump jack. Pump jet, alternative spelling of pump jet. Pump jets, plural of pump jet. Pumpkin, a domesticated plant in species Cucurbita pepo, similar in growth pattern, foliage, flower, and fruit to the squash or melon. Pumpkin bomb, a kind of conventional high-explosive aerial bomb used by the United States against Japan during World War II. Pumpkin bombs, plural of pumpkin bomb. Pumpkin bread, a type of moist quick bread made with pumpkin. Pumpkin breads, plural of pumpkin bread. Pumpkin chunkin, the informal sport of hurling a pumpkin as far as possible by mechanical means. Pumpkin chunking, alternative form of pumpkin chunkin. Pumpkin head, a severe head injury resulting from a beating. Pumpkin heads, plural of pumpkin head. Pumpkin pants, a form of hose clothing with a layer of panes or strips of fabric running from the waistband to the leg band. Pumpkin pie, a sweet pie made from the flesh of pumpkins and traditionally served as a dessert on Thanksgiving. Pumpkin pie spice, pumpkin spice. Pumpkin pie spices, plural of pumpkin pie spice. Pumpkin pies, plural of pumpkin pie. Pumpkin porridge, synonym of hobakjak. Pumpkin seed, an edible seed of a pumpkin or other cultivars of squash. Pumpkin Seed Point, an unidentified location in the Hopi Reservation, Arizona, United States. Pumpkin seeds, plural of pumpkin seed. Pumpkin spice, a spice blend that includes cinnamon, nutmeg, allspice, dried ginger, and cloves. Pumpkin spice latte, a coffee drink made with a mix of traditional fall spice flavors, cinnamon, nutmeg, and clove, steamed milk, espresso, and often sugar, topped with whipped cream and pumpkin spice. Pumpkin spice lattes, plural of pumpkin spice latte. Pumpkin spices, plural of pumpkin spice. Pumpkin spider, two species of Araneus spider. Pumpkin spiders, plural of pumpkin spider. Pumpkin suit, an orange-colored intravehicular activity IVA spacesuit. Pumpkin suits, plural of pumpkin suit. Pumpkin-headed, stupid, foolish, fat-headed. Pumpkinonestic, synonym of Ethiopian nightshade Solodon ethiopium. Pumpkin pie spice, alternative form of pumpkin pie spice. Pumpkin spice latte, alternative form of pumpkin spice latte. Pumpkin spice lattes, plural of pumpkin spice latte. Pumpkineer, one who grows giant pumpkins, generally for the purpose of entering contests. Pumpkineers, plural of pumpkineer. Thumbking, a Perl user working on shared source code who has been temporarily designated as the only person who is allowed to make changes. Pumpkins, plural of pumpkin. Pumpkinhead, a fan of the rock band The Smashing Pumpkins. Pumpkinheads, plural of pumpkinhead. Pumpkinification, the act of turning into a pumpkin, usually in jocular opposition to deification. Pumpkinish, resembling or characteristic of a pumpkin. Pumpkinity, the quality of being a pumpkin. Pumpkinmus, without pumpkins. Pumpkin-like, resembling or characteristic of a pumpkin. Pumpkinrita, a margarita cocktail made with pumpkin spice. Pumpkinritas, plural of pumpkinrita. Pumpkins, plural of pumpkin. Pumpkin seed, alternative form of pumpkin seed, the seed of a pumpkin. Pumpkin seeds, plural of pumpkin seed. Pumpkintini, a kind of martini cocktail flavored with pumpkin spice. Pumpkintinins, plural of pumpkintini. Pumpkin Town, an unincorporated community in Pickens County, South Carolina, United States. Pumpkiny, resembling or characteristic of pumpkin. Pumpfless, without a pump. Pumplex, alternative spelling of pumplex. Pumplexes, plural of pumplex. Pump-like, resembling or characteristic of a pump. Puppet, a man employed to operate a pump, as in a mine. Puppet, plural of pumpman. Pumpaka, a Yeniseian language formerly spoken in Siberia that has been extinct since the 18th century. Pump out, the emptying of a waste from a vessel into a holding tank by means of a pump. Pump outs, plural of pump out. Pump room, alternative form of pump room. Pump rooms, plural of pump room. Hummus, plural of pump. Pumps and dumps, third person singular simple present indicative of pump and dump. Pump sire, third person singular simple present indicative of pump iron. Pumps one's fists, third person singular simple present indicative of pump one's fists. Pumps out, third person singular simple present indicative of pump owls. Pumps someone's fists, third person singular simple present indicative of pump someone's fists. Pumps someone's tires, third person singular simple present indicative of pump someone's tires. Pump this up, third person singular simple present indicative of pump up. Pumps man, alternative form of pumpman. Pumpsman, plural of pumpsman. Pumpwood, a tropical tree of the genus Cecropia. Pumpwoods, plural of pumpwood. Tabde, intense on the forearms. Tumsi, a systematic sequence of moves in Korean martial arts. Thus, alternative form of pumpsi. Tabe, large and rounded. Pumice stone, obsolete form of pumice stone. Pumice stones, plural of pumice stone. A surname. Pun intended, used to acknowledge that what one has just said, or what one is about to say, could be viewed as a pun. Hana, a contest where people compete in making puns. Panos, plural of panoff. Puna, alternative form of puna. Punet, tinamou, a tinamou of species Tinamodis petlandii. Puna tinimus, plural of puna tinamu. Panani, alternative form of pinani. Panani, alternative form of pinani. Audacious, prone to making puns. Panaglandin, any of a group of chlorinated prostaglandin present in some octocurals. Panaglandins, plural of panaglandin. Panaka, a district and former capital city of Bhutan. Hanalua, a member of a traditional Hawaiian group marriage between two or more brothers with their wives or two or more sisters with their husbands. Panaluan, of or relating to a Panalua. Panaluas, plural of Panalua. Punani, the vulva or vagina. Punanis, plural of punani. Panana, alternative form of pinani. Pananava, the flowering plant Boerhaavia diffusa. Panarnavine, a quinoline alkaloid present in the plants of the species Boerhaavia diffusa. Panarnavicide, a glycoside of panarnavine. Punas, plural of puna. Hatsu, a foodstuff made in Sri Lanka by preserving the gelid pulp of the Palmyra palm fruit. Puncak Jaya, the highest mountain in Indonesia. Punts, to fight by kicking with clogs. Punus, simple past and past participle of punts. Humsat, a new concept arising from or named from a pun on existing terms. Puncepts, plural of puncept. Humses, third person singular simple present indicative of punts. Punch, a hit or strike with one's fist. Punch above, to reach beyond one's limits, to be more capable than an expected limitation. Punch above one's weight, to attempt to achieve or perform at a higher level than would be expected based on one's preparation, attributes, rank, or past accomplishments. Punch and Judies, plural of Punch and Judy. Punch and Judy, a traditional sideshow often found at seaside resorts, consisting of various glove puppets operated by one person in a small tent-style booth theater. Punch below one's weight, to achieve or perform at a level lower than should be expected based on one's preparation, attributes, rank, or past accomplishments. Punch block, synonym of punch down. Punch blocks, plural of punch block. Punch bowl, alternative spelling of punch bowl. Punch bowl, alternative spelling of punch bowl. Punch bowl waterfall, a waterfall formed when a stream is forced through a constricted channel and descends outward into a plunge basin, forming a plunge pool. Punch bowl waterfalls, plural of punch bowl waterfall. Punch bowls, plural of punch bowl. Punch buggy, a game in which the first player to call punch buggy on sighting a Volkswagen Beetle gets to punch the other. Punch card, a card that can have holes or notches cut in it, especially one for storing data that can be sorted according to combinations of holes present or absent. Punch cards, plural of punch card. Punch clock, synonym of time clock. Punch clocks, plural of punch clock. Punch dagger, alternative form of push dagger. Punch daggers, plural of punch dagger. Punch dialogue, chiefly in a film, a retort or a witty line commonly written to be spoken by the protagonist to excite fans of the actor delivering them. Punch dialogues, plural of punch dialogue. Punch down, to attack or target a group that is weaker or of lower status than oneself. Punch drunk, dizzy or confused due to repeat blows to the head. Punch drunk syndrome, synonym of chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Punch drunk syndromes, plural of punch drunk syndrome. Punch fists, to penetrate the anus or vagina with a clenched fist. Punch fisted, simple past and past participle of punch fists. Punch fisting, present participle and gerund of punch fists. Punch fists, third person singular simple present indicative of punch fists. Punch front, a frontal flip by jumping to a landing with both feet and then pushing hard to bounce and flip forward. Punch fronts, plural of punch front. Punch hole, a marker on a frame of film, originally a hole literally punched through the film, signaling to the projectionist that the reel is due to be changed. Punch holes, plural of punch hole. Punch house, an inn or tavern. Punch houses, plural of punch house. Punch in, to enter a workplace by punching a time card. Punch it, synonym of cheese it. Punch line, the final part of a joke, the word, sentence, or exchange of sentences that is intended to be funny and provokes laughter from the listeners. Punch lines, plural of punch line. Punch lists, the list of repairs and finish work required to complete a project, such as the construction of a building, a list of problems to correct. Punch lists, plural of punch lists. Punch out, to repeatedly hit a person. Punch outs, plural of punch out. Punch pocket, synonym of punched pocket. Punch pockets, plural of punch pocket. Punch someone's lights out, to give someone a serious beating using one's fists, to punch someone until he or she is unconscious. Punch someone's ticket, to put someone, especially oneself, in a position to advance or to achieve a desired objective, to gain useful experience. Punch there, to do an air punch, to direct one's fist upward in joy or celebration. Punch up, to beat someone up by punching, to fist fight. Punch ups, plural of punch up. Punch upward, synonym of punch up. Punch upwards, synonym of punch up. Punch down, synonym of punch down. Punch down block, synonym of punch down. Punch down blocks, plural of punch down block. Punch down, plural of punch down. Punch drunk, alternative spelling of punch drunk. Punch hole, alternative form of punch hole. Punch holes, plural of punch hole. Punch out, alternative spelling of punch out. Punch outs, plural of punch out. Punch up, a fight with the fists. Punch up session, a fist fight. Punch up sessions, plural of punch up session. Punch ups, plural of punch up. Punchability, the quality of being punchable. Punchable, suitable for being punched or perforated. Punchate, alternative form of panchayat. Panchayates, plural of punchate. Punch bag, synonym of punching bag. bags, plural of punch bag. Punchball, a simplified version of the sport of baseball, where players use their fists as a bat and a softer ball. Punchballs, plural of punchball. Punchboard, a board having a number of holes filled with slips of paper, once used as a form of lottery. Punchboards, plural of punchboard. Punchbowl, a valley in Belfield, Canterbury, Bankstown, South West Sydney, Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Punch bowls, plural of punch bowl. Punch card, alternative spelling of punch card. Punch cards, plural of punch card. Punch getter, someone who carries out punch getting, a person who makes punches for type founders. Punch getters, plural of punch getter. Punch getting, the craft of cutting letter punches in steel from which matrices were made in copper for type founding in the letterpress era. Punch down, a kind of electrical connection often used in telephony, having solid copper wires that are punched down into short open-ended slots which are a type of insulation displacement connector. The slots contain blades which cut through the wire's insulation as it is punched down and hold the wire in position while making electrical contact. Punch downs, plural of punch down. Punch drunk, alternative form of punch drunk. Punch, simple past and past participle of punch. Punched above, simple past and past participle of punch above. Punched above one's weight, simple past and past participle of punch above one's weight. Punched below one's weight, simple past and past participle of punch below one's weight. Punched card, a punch card, especially one that has had holes punched in it. Punched cards, plural of punched card. Punch down, simple past and past participle of punch down. Punched in, simple past and past participle of punch in. Punched out, simple past and past participle of punch out. Punch paper tape, synonym of paper tape. Punched paper tapes, plural of punched paper tape. Punched pocket, a plastic pouch for documents, having holes punched in its margins so it can be kept in a ring binder. Punched pockets, plural of punched pocket. Punched someone's lights out. Simple past and past participle of punch someone's lights out. Punched someone's ticket, simple past and past participle of punch someone's ticket. Punched tape, synonym of paper tape, an early sequential digital storage medium originally used with teletype machines, consisting of a long roll of paper, each character being encoded as a pattern of punched holes. Punched tapes, plural of punched tape. Punch that, simple past and past participle of punch the air. Punched up, simple past and past participle of punch up. Punched upward, simple past and past participle of punch upward. Punched upwards, simple past and past participle of punch upwards. Punched out, having been punched out. Punchy, one who is punched. Punchies, plural of punchy. Punchin, a figured stamp, die, or punch used by goldsmiths, cutlers, etc. Puncheons, plural of punchin. Puncher, a person who punches in a specified manner. Punchers, plural of puncher. Punches. Plural of punch. Punches above. Third person singular simple present indicative of punch above. Punches above one's weight. Third person singular simple present indicative of punch above one's weight. Punches below one's weight. Third person singular simple present indicative of punch below one's weight. Punches down. Third person singular simple present indicative of punch down. Punches in. Third person singular simple present indicative of punch in. Punches out. Third person singular simple present indicative of punch out. Punches someone's lights out. Third person singular simple present indicative of punch someone's lights out. Punches someone's ticket. Third person singular simple present indicative of punch someone's ticket. Punches the air. Third person singular simple present indicative of punch the air. Punches up. Third person singular simple present indicative of punch up. Punches upward. Third person singular simple present indicative of punch upward. Punches upwards. Third person singular simple present indicative of punch upwards. Puncheston. A village and community in Pembrokeshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SN 0029. Penshur. A rider who specializes in rolling terrain with short but steep climbs. Penshurs. Plural of puncher. Putty. Comparative form of punchy. More punchy. Punchiest. Superlative form of punchy. Most punchy. Punctually. In a punchy manner. Punchin. Obsolete spelling of punchin. Punchinello. A traditional Italian puppet in the form of a short fat clown. Punchinellos. Plural of punchinello. Punchinellos. Plural of punchinello. Punchiness. The condition of being punchy. Punching. Gerund of punch. Punching above. Present participle and gerund of punch above. Punching above one's weight. Present participle and gerund of punch above one's weight. Punching bag. A tough bag, usually cylindrical, filled with air, sand, or other material, often suspended so that it swings freely, which is punched or kicked when practicing sports such as boxing or martial arts. Punching bags. Plural of punching bag. Punching below one's weight. Present participle and gerund of punch below one's weight. Punching down. Present participle and gerund of punch down. Punching in. Present participle and gerund of punch in. Punching out. Present participle and gerund of punch out. Punching someone's lights out. Present participle and gerund of punch someone's lights out. Punching someone's ticket. Present participle and gerund of punch someone's ticket. Punching the air. Present participle and gerund of punch the air. Punching up. Present participle and gerund of punch up. Punching upward. Present participle of punch upward. Punching upwards. Present participle of punch upwards. Punchings. Plural of punching. Punchins. Plural of punchin. Punchin. Alternative form of punchin. Punchins. Plural of punchin. Punchless. Failing to strike, ineffective. Punchline. Resembling a punch tool for punching holes. Punchline. Alternative spelling of punchline. Punchlines. Plural of punchline. Punchliney. Of, related to, resembling, or containing a punchline. Punchman. The puppeteer who performs a punch and beauty show. Punchman, plural of punchman. Panchanama, alternative spelling of panchanama. Panchanamas, plural of panchanama. Punchmer, a Welsh dish of mashed potatoes and turnips. Punch-out, strikeout. Punch-outs, plural of punch-out. Punch-serve, resistant to being punched or punched through. Hut, simple past and past participle of punch. Punch-up, alternative spelling of punch-up. Punch-ups, plural of punch-up. Puncher, any of various forms of artwork or craftwork made using a punch. Punchery, deserving of a punch. Plutzy, having a punch, effective, forceful, spirited, vigorous. Funse, present participle and gerund of puns. Punct, a point. Puncta, plural of punctum. Puncta de lenture, plural of punctum de lens. Puncti, plural of punctum. Puncta, relating to a punctum. Punctal pilar, a small device that is inserted into the tear duct of an eye to block the duct, preventing the drainage of liquid from the eye. Punctal plugs, plural of punctal plug. Punctate, marked by spots, dots, points, or punctures. Punctate striate, alternative form of strata punctate. Punctated, punctate, punctately, in a punctate manner. Punctates, plural of punctate. Punctation, a preliminary treaty or contract. Punctations, plural of punctation. Punctator, one who marks with points, especially in writing Hebrew. Punctators, plural of punctator. Punctatastate, alternative form of strata punctate. Puncticular, comprised in or like a point exact. Puncticulate, alternative form of punctuate. Puncted, any snail in the family Punctidae. Punctids, plural of puncted. Punctiform, pointed, pointy. Punctiformly, in a punctiform manner. Punctiliar, of or pertaining to an unextended point of time. Punctiliars, plural of punctiliar. Punctiliao, a fine point in exactness of conduct, ceremony, or procedure. Punctilios, plural of punctilio. Punctiliosity, the quality of being punctilious. Punctilious, strictly attentive to detail, meticulous or fastidious, particularly to codes or conventions. Punctiliously, in a punctilious manner. Punctiliousness, the act or state of being punctilious, strict attention to detail. Function, a puncture or pricking. Function, plural of punction. Punctust, a punctator. Punctusts, plural of punctus. Puncto, a point of form or ceremony. Punctos, plural of puncto. Punctograph, a typewriter that produces braille. Punctographic, relating to the punctograph. Punctographs, plural of punctograph. Punctos, plural of puncto. Puncts, plural of punct. Punctual, prompt, on time. Punctualization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of punctualization. Punctualizations, plural of punctualization. Punctualize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of punctualize. Punctualize, simple past and past participle of punctualize. Punctualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of punctualize. Punctualizing, present participle and gerund of punctualize. Punctualist, one who is very exact in observing forms and ceremonies. Punctualists, plural of punctualists. Punctualities, plural of punctuality. Punctuality, the state of being punctual. Punctualization, the act of punctualizing, an instance of punctualizing. Punctualizations, plural of punctualization. Punctualize, to render as or turn into a point, specifically, sociology to consider a conceptual or social network as a single point-like entity or black box. Punctualize, simple past and past participle of punctualize. Punctualize, third person singular simple present indicative of punctualize. Punctualizing, present participle and gerund of punctualize. Punctual, obsolete form of punctual. Punctually, in a punctual manner, on time. Punctualness, punctuality, exactness. Punctuatable, able to be punctuated. Punctuate, to add punctuation to. Punctuated, having punctuation. Punctuated equilibria, plural of punctuated equilibrium. Punctuated equilibrium, a theory of evolution holding that evolutionary change tends to be characterized by long periods of stability or equilibrium, punctuated by episodes of very fast development. Punctuates, third person singular simple present indicative of punctuate. Punctuatim, point for point, repeating each point of an argument or doctrine precisely. Punctuating, present participle and gerund of punctuate. Punctuation, a set of symbols and marks which are used to clarify meaning in text by separating strings of words into clauses, phrases, and sentences. Examples include commas, hyphens, and stops periods. Punctuation mark, any of various symbols used in writing and printing to indicate pauses, divisions, etc., and to aid the reader in understanding what is written. Punctuation marks, plural of punctuation mark. Punctuation space, a space of non-variable width equal to the width of a period, full stop or comma inserted after or and before or and sometimes or exclamation, unless a punctuation mark occurs there. It is Unicode character U plus 2008. When using X11 input method, the conventional key combination is composed plus space plus period. Punctuation spaces, plural of punctuation space. Punctuational, pertaining to punctuation. Punctuationism, in evolutionary biology, belief that evolution does not proceed at a steady pace, but instead is characterized by periods of stasis, punctuated by brief within several 100,000 years periods of rapid change. Punctuationists, in evolutionary biology, one who believes in punctuationism. Punctuationists, plural of punctuationists. Punctuationists, without punctuation. Punctuations, plural of punctuation. Punctuative, suggesting or pertaining to punctuation. Punctuator, one who punctuates, as in writing. Punctuators, plural of punctuator. Punctuous, a punctator person. Punctuists, plural of punctuous. Punctuate, marked with small punctures or spots. Punctuated, simple past and past participle of punctuate. Punctuates, third person singular simple present indicative of punctuate. Punctuating, present participle and gerund of punctuate. Punctuation, the quality of being punctuate. Punctuations, plural of punctuation. Punctual, a little point or spot. Punctuals, plural of punctual. Punctum, a sharp tip of any part of the anatomy, a point or other small area. Punctum cecum, the blind spot in the eye. Punctum to lens, a dot placed above a letter to indicate that it is a copying error and should be ignored. Punctum proximum, near point. Punctum remotum, far point. Punctum saliens, the primordial heart in an embryo appearing as a throbbing point. Punctum stans, the static Ptolemaic universe. Punctum vasculosum, any small drop of blood seen as a spot in sections of the brain. Punctum vegetationis, the terminal cell of a leaf, bud, or stem from which new growth originates. Punctums, plural of punctum. Puncturable, that can be punctured. Puncturation, the act or process of puncturing. Puncturations, plural of puncturation. Puncture, the act or an instance of puncturing. Puncture vine, a creeping weed with strong thorns on its fruits capable of puncturing bicycle tires, tribulus terrestris. Puncture vines, plural of puncture vine. Puncturewalla, a person who repairs punctured tires. Puncturewallas, plural of puncturewalla. Puncture, simple past and past participle of puncture. Punctured interval, a neighborhood of a point in a space with an order minus the point itself. Punctured intervals, plural of punctured interval. Punctured neighborhood, a neighborhood of a point minus the point itself. Punctured neighborhoods, plural of punctured neighborhood. Punctureless, without a puncture. Punctureproof, resistant to being punctured. Puncturer, agent noun of puncture, one who punctures. Puncturers, plural of puncturer. Punctures, plural of puncture. Puncturevine, alternative form of puncture vine. Puncturevines, plural of puncturevine. Puncturing, present participle and gerund of puncture. Puncturings, plural of puncturing. Punctus, the basic dot used to end a sentence in medieval punctuation ancestral to the full stop / period. Punctus circumflexus, a medieval punctuation mark indicating a short pause approximately simple 3-2-3. Punctus elevatus, a medieval punctuation mark indicating a medium-length pause approximately. Punctus flexus, synonym of punctus circumflexus. Punctus interrogativus, a medieval question mark, possibly the ancestor of the modern mark. Punctus percunctativus, a reversed question mark, visually almost identical to the Arabic question mark used to mark the end of a percontative statement. Punctus versus, a medieval punctuation mark marking the end of a sentence approximately. Hun, alternative form of pun measure of cowries. Punday, punt, vulgar Tamil language term of address doubling as an expression of annoyance, frustration, or displeasure. Pundes, plural of punday. Pundai, a female pundit. Pundats, plural of pundet. Punte, a human activity characterized by compulsive fascination with and performance of repetitive, mechanical tasks such as assembling and disassembling, collecting, or sorting household objects. Pundit, an expert in a particular field, especially as called upon to provide comment or opinion in the media. A commentator, a critic. Punditariat, pundits collectively. Punditeer, a commentator or critic who is inexperienced or ignorant. Punditeers, plural of punditeer. Pundithood, the state, quality, or condition of a pundit. Plenditic, of, or related to a pundit. Plenditical, synonym of punditic. Punditically, in a punditic manner. Punditocracies, plural of punditocracy. Punditocracy, a group of political pundits who are thought to have too much influence. Punditocratic, of, pertaining to, or resembling a punditocracy. Punditries, plural of punditry. Punditry, the state of being a pundit. Pundits, plural of pundit. Plund honor, synonym of point of honor, both senses. Pundonors, plural of pundonor. Puntri, a city in Kerala district, Haryana, India. Puns, plural of pund. Pune, the station code of Pune Junction railway station in India. Pune, a major city and district of Maharashtra, India. Punit, a male given name from Hindi. Punikar, an inhabitant or native of Pune. Punikars, plural of punikar. Punis, a bedbo. Panasis, plural of punis. A surname. Humal Sibugay, a barangay of Cebu City, Cebu, Philippines. Honda, alternative form of Ponga. Honda Pong, elephant Fiam Amarphalis Pioniphalis. Pondas, plural of Ponga. Ponden, alternative spelling of Pongan. What? To pierce, prick, puncture. Pungence, the quality of odor / odor that stings the nose, said especially of acidic or spicy substances. Pungences, plural of pungence. Pungencies, plural of pungency. Pungency, the state of being pungent. Pungenin, a phenolic glycoside present in Picea pungens. Pungenol, the phenyl 3,4-dihydroxy acetophenone. Hund, having a strong odor that stings the nose, said especially of acidic or spicy substances. Pungently, in a pungent manner. Pondesti, a commune of Vaslui County, Romania. Pondal, a planning area and new town in the northeast of Singapore. Hanada, a village and commune of Mehedinti County, Romania. Pundi, a wind instrument traditionally made from a gourd, played by snake charmers in India and Pakistan. Punjis, plural of punji. Pundis, plural of pundi. Punjative, pundit. Panda, to pay or hand over, to shell out. Handalt, simple past and past participle of pungal. Hundals, third person singular simple present indicative of pungal. Hundaling, present participle and gerund of pungal. Hunmal, alternative form of kanglipak. Plumman, alternative form of kanglipak. Hudis, plural of pun. Podsum, synonym of Kimyangwon County. Punsendar, a breed of hunting dog from North Korea, named for originating in Kimyangwon County. Punsen dogs, plural of Punsendar. Funso, a barangay of Bacara, Ilocos Norte, Philippines. Padwe, an all-night political vigil or rally. Padwes, plural of Punwi. Hunti, a type of schooner developed in and peculiar to the Chesapeake Bay region. Pudai, of or relating to ancient Carthage, its inhabitants, or their language. Punic apple, the pomegranate Punica granatum. Punic apples, plural of Punic apple. Punic faith, alternative letter case form of Punic faith. Punic faith, treachery, deceitfulness, bad faith. Punic tree, the pomegranate tree, Punica granatum. Punic war, any of several wars between ancient Rome and Carthage. Punic wars, plural of Punic war. Punicaceous, of or relating to the Punicaceae. Punicacortine, a particular elegitinin. Punicaphyllin, an elegitinin found in the leaves of Punica granatum pomegranate and in Philanthus emblica Indian gooseberry. Punic elegant, a particular class of elegitinins. Punic allergens, plural of punic allergen. Punic algin, misspelling of punic allergen. Punic allen, a particular elegitinin. Punic allens, plural of punic allen. Pugnacious, bright red or purple in color. Pun. Nesse, of or pertaining to punicic acid or its derivatives. Punicic acid, the polyunsaturated fatty acid NaN11E13Z-iotic-NaN1113 inoic acid found in pomegranate seed oil. Punacin, synonym of pelargonin. Punacine, synonym of pelliterine. Punicism, a borrowing from Punic. Punicisms, plural of punicism. Pude, obsolete spelling of Punic. Punicosci, any of various derivatives of punicic acid. Punicosides, plural of punicosci. Punex, plural of punic. Punier, comparative form of puny. More puny. Punis, sickness, weakness. Punis, superlative form of puny, most puny. Punid Landon, misspelling of Punic Landon. Punoi, in a puny fashion. Punum, the face front part of the head. Punimus, plural of punum. Punimus, the quality of being puny. Puden, a sub-prefectural city of Jiang, eastern Guangdong, China. Badesh. To cause a child, student, or someone else being looked after, or is suspect or criminal to suffer for crime or misconduct, to administer disciplinary action, typically by an authority or a person in authority, for example, a parent, teacher, or police officer. Punishability. Plural of punishability. Punishability. The characteristic of being punishable, the ability to be punished. Punishable. Subject to punishment, appropriate for punishment. Punishableness. Punishability, liability to be punished. Punishably. In a punishable manner, in a manner that merits punishment. Vanish. Obsolete spelling of punish. Punish. Simple past and past participle of punish. Punishy. A person undergoing punishment. Punishees. Plural of punishy. Punishment. Alternative form of punishment. Punisher. One who punishes. Punishers. Plural of punisher. Punishes. Third person singular simple present indicative of punish. Punishes. Second person singular simple present indicative of punish. Punisha. Third person singular simple present indicative of punish. Punishing. That punishes physically and or mentally, arduous, grueling, demanding. Punishingly. So as to punish. Punishingness. Quality of being punishing. Punishings. Plural of punishing. Punishment. The action or process of punishing, imposing and or applying a sanction, typically by an authority or a person in authority, for example, a parent or teacher, especially when disappointed or dissatisfied with the behavior or actions of a child, student, or someone else being looked after. Punishment pass. The act of passing a cyclist in a motor vehicle as close as possible in order to intimidate them. Punishmental. Punitive. Punishments. Plural of punishment. Punish. Obsolete form of punished. Puna. A barangay of Benito Soliven, Isabela, Philippines. Punition. Punishment. Punitions. Plural of punition. Punitive. Inflicting punishment, punishing. Punitive populism. Synonym of penal populism. Punitively. In a punitive manner. Punitiveness. The state or condition of being punitive. Punitory. Punitive, serving to punish. Punitavci. A municipality of Croatia. Punity. Punishment, punitiveness. Punya. Cultivable dry land. Punjab. A geographical region of South Asia divided by the Radcliffe Line between India and Pakistan. Pakistani Punjab includes the West Punjab province and parts of the Islamabad Capital Territory. Indian Punjab includes East Punjab State and some other territories. Punjabi. Archaic form of Punjabi. Punjabis. Plural of Punjabi. Punjabi. Of, pertaining to, descended from the people or culture of the Punjab, or written in the Punjabi language. Punjabiness. the quality or characteristic of being Punjabi. Punjabis, plural of Punjabi. Punjab, alternative form of Punjab. Punjabs, plural of Punjab. Punjab, archaic form of Punjab. Punjabi, archaic spelling of Punjabi. Punjabis, plural of Punjabi. Punjabi, archaic form of Punjabi. Punjabis, plural of Punjabi. Punji, alternative form of Punji. Punjis, plural of Punji. Punji, a sharpened stick often made of bamboo and covered in feces or other biohazardous material set in the ground to wound or impale enemy soldiers. Punji pit, a trap consisting of a pit lined with punjis. Punji pits, plural of punji pit. Punji stick, synonym of punji. Punji sticks, plural of punji stick. Punji, alternative form of punji. Punjis, plural of punji. Punjis, plural of punji. Punjam, a kind of long cloth from India. Punjams, plural of punjam. Thuk, one who engages in sexual intercourse. Punk jazz, alternative spelling of punk jazz. Punk music, synonym of punk rock. Punk out, to give up or cravenly abandon something difficult. Punk panties, men's or boys' briefs. Punk rock, a genre of rock music associated with short, loud, energetic songs played on electric guitars and drums and employing angry, offensive, and slash or political lyrics. Punk rocker, a person who plays or is a fan of punk rock. Punk rockers, plural of punk rocker. Punk scene, a scene addressing and describing the punk subculture. Punk scenes, plural of punk zine. Punkass, obnoxious, stupid, or otherwise unworthy of respect. Punk blues, a genre of punk rock that is influenced by the blues. Punk jazz, a genre of punk rock that is influenced by jazz. Punk-like, alternative spelling of punk-like. Punk rock, in the style of punk rock music. Alternative spelling of punk. Pandikabilis, plural of punkabilly. Pandikabilly, a subgenre of psychobilly that blends rockabilly with punk rock. Ben Kadlik, having the coolness or style of punk rock or punk rockers. Hadve, a fan, particularly a large fan made of leaf or cloth and hung from the ceiling, historical formerly often operated by a servant. Pamdes, plural of punka. Punkoala, a servant who operates a punka type of fan. Punkoalas, plural of punkawala. Punkaladen, a municipality of Pirkanmaa, Finland. Pamdes, plural of punka. Pamtha, archaic form of punka. Pumkas, plural of punka. Punkthem, the world or sphere of punk music and subculture. Bukt, simple past and past participle of punk. Punked out, simple past and past participle of punk out. Bunker, synonym of punk, a musician known for playing punk rock or a fan of the genre. Punkers, plural of punker. Punkist, superlative form of punk, most punk. Punkette, a female member of the punk subculture. Punkettes, plural of punkette. Funky, alternative spelling of punky small two-winged fly or midge. Fungies, plural of punky. Funky, a small two-winged fly or midge of the family Ceratopogonidae. Which bites and then sucks the blood of mammals, a biting midge or sandfly. Punky Night, a night near the end of October, related to Halloween, observed in parts of southwest England by the displaying of punkies lanterns similar to jack-o'-lanterns, and traditionally by children begging for candles for their punkies and threatening people who refused their requests. Punky, comparative form of punky, more punky. Punkies, plural of punky. Punkiest, superlative form of punky, most punky. Punkify, simple past and past participle of punkify. Punkifies, third person singular simple present indicative of punkify. Punkify, to adapt to the style and norms of the punk subculture. Punkifying, present participle and gerund of punkify. Punkily, in a punky manner, punkishly. Thudkin, non-standard form of pumpkin. Punkin chunkin, alternative form of pumpkin chunkin. Punkiness, the quality of being punky in various senses. Thudking, present participle and gerund of punk. Punking out, present participle and gerund of punk out. Pumpkins, plural of pumpkin. Punkish, reminiscent of the punk subculture, slightly punk. Punctually, in a punkish manner. Punkishness, the quality of being punkish. Punkitude, the quality or state of being a punk, punkishness. Punk-like, similar to or reminiscent of punk rock or similar styles. Thunkling, a young strumpet. Punklings, plural of punkling. Punks, plural of punk. Punks it out, third person singular simple present indicative of punk out. Punkster, someone, especially a young person, associated with the punk subculture or a performer of punk-influenced music. Punksters, plural of punkster. Punkwear, clothes suiting the punk subculture. Punkwood, synonym of punk kind of wood used as tinder for lighting fires. Thudky, of or pertaining to punk touchwood, rotted or soft. Punkscene, alternative spelling of punk scene. Punkscenes, plural of punkscene. Punless, without a pun. Punlet, a little pun. Punlets, plural of punlet. Pun-like, similar to a pun. Pu letter 1e47 letter 1e47 a Mantinipada, one of 10 principal disciples of Gautama Buddha. Anapal, able to be made into a pun. Punned, punning, wordplay in the form of puns. Punai, any of several trees of the genus Calophyllum from parts of India and Malaysia. Punais, plural of punai. Thun, simple past and past participle of pun. Putter, a punster. Putters, plural of punner. Punnery, the act of creating puns. Put, a small basket or receptacle for collecting and selling fruit, particularly strawberries. Punnets, plural of punnet. Put, asserting. Punnett square, a graphical representation used to determine the probability of an offspring expressing a particular genotype. Punnett squares, plural of Punnett square. Putte, comparative form of punny, more punny. Punnes, plural of punny. Punnis, superlative form of punny, most punny. Punnily, in a punny manner. Punniness, the state or condition of being punny. Fudded, present participle and gerund of pun. Punningly, in a punning manner so as to form a pun. Punnings, plural of punning. Punnology, the art or practice of punning, paranomasia. Pun, involving the use of a pun. Puno, a province, department, and administrative region in southeastern Peru. Capital, Puno. Punnology, alternative form of punnology. Putter, a barangay of Matalam, late, Philippines. Hans, plural of pun. Pansari, alternative form of pansari. Pansaris, plural of pansari. Pansari, alternative form of pansari. Pansaris, plural of pansari. Ush, a Swedish fruit liqueur based on Batavia Iraq, neutral spirits, and flavorings. Tanshiva, alternative form of Pansiba. Hansiba, a maiden male given name. Huntsmith, a person who invents puns or plays on words. Puntsmiths, plural of puntsmith. Punster, a person who makes puns. Punsters, plural of punster. Punstress, a female punster, a woman who makes puns. Punstresses, plural of punstress. Ut, a former kingdom in the Afar Triangle Horn of Africa, in what is now Ethiopia, a country contemporaneous with the Old Kingdom of Egypt, where frankincense, gold, ebony, ivory is found. Hunt gun, a very large shotgun used in the 19th and early 20th centuries for shooting large numbers of waterfowl for commercial harvesting operations and private sport. Hunt guns, plural of punt gun. Punt into the long grass, alternative form of kick into the long grass. Punt protector, the back on a punting team. Punt protectors, plural of punt protector. Punt returner, a player on the receiving team whose primary job is to catch the football during a punt and carry the ball. Punt returners, plural of punt returner. Punt out, a punt made from the goal line by a player of the side which has made a touchdown to one of his own side for a fair catch from which an attempt to kick a goal may be made. Punt outs, plural of punt out. Anta, a barangay of Ormoc, late, Philippines. Ponce Arena, former name of Point Arena, a city in Mendocino County, California, United States. Ponte Biller, a barangay of Surigao del Norte, Philippines. Punta Cana, a resort town in La Alta Gracia, Dominican Republic. Punta Chuca, a town in Sonora, Mexico. Punta Cagon, a barangay of rocks, Capiz, Philippines. Punta del Este, a seaside city and peninsula on the Atlantic coast in the Maldonado department of southeastern Uruguay. Punta Engano, a barangay of Lapu-Lapu City, Cebu, Philippines. Punta Galinas, a headland in northern Colombia. Punta Gorda, the name of some points landforms. Punta Maria, a barangay of Borongan, eastern Samar, Philippines. Punta Princesa, a barangay of Cebu City, Cebu, Philippines. Punta Tabac, a barangay of Roxas, Capiz, Philippines. Andable, annoying, small, or weak in a way that evokes the urge to kick them away like a football. Puntabal, a practice session in rugby in which the ball is kicked between players. Puntabouts, plural of puntabout. Puntarella, a type of Italian chicory. Puntarell, plural of puntarella. Puntarenan, a native or resident of Punta Arenas, Chile. Fantastic, extremely funny. Hut, alternative form of punty or pontal, a glass-blowing tool. Punted, simple past and past participle of punt. Punty, alternative form of punty. Punty is plural of punty. Pundle, archaic form of punty rod used in glass blowing. Puntelli, plural of puntello. Puntello, one of the points sometimes drilled as guides for cutting away superfluous stone. Pundles, plural of puntal. Punter, one who rows or pulls a punt pontoon. Punters, plural of punter. Hunt, a group of people who moved to Hong Kong during the Song dynasty. Punchin, an inhabitant of the land of Punt. Punchins, plural of punchin. Punties, plural of punty. Hundle, alternative form of punty. Puntillion, a puntal. Puntilla, the small dagger for administering the coup de grace to the bull. Puntillas, plural of puntilla. Puntillera, a bullfighter who finally kills the bull with a blow of a knife. Puntilleros, plural of puntillero. Pundles, plural of puntal. Punte, present participle and gerund of punt. Punties, plural of punty. Puntai, Punchin inhabitant of the land of Punt. Puntites, plural of Puntite. Puntland, a state of Somalia, a regional state of northeastern Somalia. Puntlander, an inhabitant of Puntland or its surrounding regions. Puntlanders, plural of Puntlander. Puntless, without a punt. Pundan, a boatman who uses a punt. Puntman, plural of puntman. Puntau, a hit or point. Punto Fijo, a city in Falcon State, Venezuela. Puntos, plural of punto. Punts, plural of punt. Punsaman, alternative form of puntman. Puntsman, plural of puntsman. Punt, a metal rod used in the glass blowing process. After a glass vessel has been blown to approximate size and the bottom of the piece has been finalized, the rod, which is tipped with a wad of hot glass, is attached to the bottom of the vessel to hold it while the top is finalized. It often leaves an irregular or ring-shaped scar on the base when removed, called the pontal mark. A Bantu language spoken in southern Gabon. Punks members of punk subculture. Punxsutawney, a borough in southern Jefferson County, Pennsylvania, United States, known for its annual Groundhog Day celebration. Tootie, of inferior significance, size, or strength, ineffective, small, weak. Punicode, a mapping from Unicode to the simpler ASCII character set, intended for the representation of international domain names where Unicode is not available. Somewhat puny. Punyism, the quality of being puny, puniness. Puniness, alternative form of puniness. Synonym of Panyu. Hundalan, a Filipino surname. Hundalans, plural of Punzalan. Punzao, a surname. Punzos, plural of Punzo. 2. Pyrexia of unknown origin. Puanka, a municipality of Kanu, Finland. Puopolo, a surname from Italian. Puopolos, plural of Puopolo. 2. Plural of Puo. Alternative form of poi pole for barges. Pois, plural of poi. Acronym of potentially unwanted program, software that most computer users do not want on their computers, such as adware. A white dwarf star, the secondary star in the binary star system Sirius Alpha Canis Majoris. The play, alternative spelling of pup play. Pup tent, a shelter tent. Pup tents, plural of pup tent. Pupa, an insect in the development stage between larva and adult. Pupacidal, alternative form of pupacidal. Pupacide, any pesticide that attacks the pupal stage of an insect. Pupicides, plural of pupicide. Pupidum, the state of being a pupa. Pupae, plural of pupa. Pupahood, the state of being a pupa. Pupa, of or pertaining to the pupa stage of insect metamorphosis. Pupoi, as or in terms of a pupa. Pupaphobia, the fear of puppets. Puparia, plural of puparium. Pupeo, having or relating to a puparium. Puperes, to undergo pupariation. Pupariate, simple past and past participle of pupariate. Pupariates, third person singular simple present indicative of pupariate. Pupariation, the formation of a puparium. Puparium, an enclosing case of a pupa that is formed from the exoskeleton of an insect's final stage before pupation. Pubis, plural of pubo. Pupate, to become a pupa. Pupated, simple past and past participle of pupate. Pupates, third person singular simple present indicative of pupate. Pupating, present participle and gerund of pupate. Pupation, the act or process of pupating. Pupations, plural of pupation. Pupative, misspelling of putative. Pupa, Pupil, a surname. Pupilo, cider brandy, applejack. Pubs, plural of pew. Pupfish, any of a group of small killifish belonging to 10 genera of the family Cyprinodontidae. Pupilles, plural of pupfish. Pupgender, the feeling of your gender being like a puppy or dog. Pupgenders, plural of pupgender. Pupicidal, killing pupae. Putties, plural of puppy. Pupiform, resembling a pupa. Pupigerous, containing a pupa. Pupil, a learner at a school under the supervision of a teacher. Pupil premium, a grant awarded by the government to schools in England for the benefit of disadvantaged students. Pupil premiums, plural of pupil premium. Pupillate, the condition of being a pupil. Pupillatus, plural of pupillage. Pupillar, of or pertaining to the pupil of the eye. Pupillary, alternative form of pupillary. Pupildom, the state or quality of being a pupil. Pupiled, misspelling of pupilled. Pupilless, a female pupil. Pupilluses, plural of pupillus. Pupilloid, the state or quality of being a pupil. Pupillate, a form of apprenticeship for prospective barristers. Pupillages, plural of pupillage. Pupillar, alternative form of pupillary. Pupillarities, plural of pupillarity. Pupillarity, the period before puberty or from birth to 14 in males and 12 in females. Pupillary, of or pertaining to person below a certain legal age or to a ward. Pupillary space, an opening made by the pupil in the eye. Pupillary spaces, plural of pupillary space. Pupillate, having a central spot of another color, like the pupil of the human eye. Pupillated, alternative form of pupillate. Pupilled, having pupils of a specified number or kind. Pupilless, lacking pupils. Pupillate, any snail in the family Pupillidae. Pupillids, plural of pupillid. Pupiloconstriction, constriction of the pupil of the eye typically in response to light. Pupillogram, the graphical record obtained by pupillography. Pupillograms, plural of pupillogram. Pupillograph, an instrument used in pupillography. Pupillographic, relating to pupillography. Pupillographically, in terms of or by means of pupillography. Pupillographs, plural of pupillograph. Pupillography, the measurement of the movements made by the pupil of the eye in response to light, etc. Pupillometer, a device used to measure the diameter of the pupil of the eye. Pupillometers, plural of pupillometer. Pupillometric, of or pertaining to a pupillometer or to pupillometry. Pupillometrically, by means of or in terms of pupillometry. Pupillometry, the measurement of the diameter of the pupil of the eye. Pupillomotor, relating to the movement of the pupil of the eye. Pupilloplasties, plural of pupilloplasty. Pupilloplasty, surgery to the areas of the eye that changes the shape of the pupil. Pupillogram, alternative form of pupillogram. Pupillograms, plural of pupillogram. Pupillograph, alternative form of pupillograph. Pupillographic, alternative form of pupillographic. Pupillographs, plural of pupillograph. Pupillography, alternative form of pupillography. Pupillometer, a device that measures the distance between the pupils of the eyes. Pupillometers, plural of pupillometer. Pupillometric, relating to pupillometry. Pupillometry, measurement of the pupil of the eye. Pupils, plural of pupil. Pupilship, the state or period of being a pupil in an educational establishment. Pupilships, plural of pupilship. A surname. Pupin system, a means of greatly extending the range of long-distance telephone communication by placing loading coils at predetermined intervals along the transmitting wire. Pupin system, alternative form of Pupin system. Pupa, any gastropod in the family Pupinidae. Pupinins, plural of pupinin. Pupinization, the use of the Pupin system to extend the range of long-distance telephone communication. Pupinize, to extend the range of a long-distance telephone communication network by means of the Pupin system. Pupinize, simple past and past participle of pupinize. Pupinizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of pupinize. Pupinizing, present participle and gerund of pupinize. Pupivorous, producing young that are ready to pupate. Pupivorous, feeding on the pupae or larvae of insects. Pup gas, the wet residue left on a surface, usually a window, after a dog presses their nose to it. Pupet, a little dog, a puppy. Pupfits, plural of pupfit. Publican, obsolete spelling of publican. Publicans, plural of publican. Pufle, a young dog, a puppy. Puflings, plural of pupling. Pupo, a surname. Pupa, resembling a pupa. Pupos, plural of pupo. Poppadom, rare spelling of poppadom. Puppidums, plural of puppadom. Puppadom, rare spelling of poppadom. Puppadums, plural of puppadom. Put, simple past and past participle of pup. Pupper, synonym of dog. Or puppy. Pupperino, synonym of dog or puppy. Pupperinos, plural of pupperino. Puppers, plural of pupper. Pupperware, alternative spelling of pupperware. Udda, any small model of a person or animal able to be moved by strings or rods, or in the form of a glove. Puppet armies, plural of puppet army. Puppet army, an army that an invading country forms by recruiting people from already occupied areas of the country being invaded. Puppet government, a government which is formally independent but de facto wholly controlled by a foreign power. Puppet governments, plural of puppet government. Puppet leader, Alternative form of puppet ruler. Puppet leaders. Plural of puppet leader. Puppet master. A person who entertains with or operates puppets, a puppeteer. Puppet masters. Plural of puppet master. Puppet regime. Synonym of puppet state. Puppet regime. Uncommon spelling of puppet regime. Puppet regimes. Plural of puppet regime. Puppet ruler. A leader or ruler chosen by another ruler to head a government, usually under the other ruler's order. Puppet rulers. Plural of puppet ruler. Puppet show. A show, theatrical performance, in which the parts are played by puppets impersonating human or other characters. Puppet shows. Plural of puppet show. Puppet state. A state governed by a puppet government. Puppet states. Plural of puppet state. Puppet valve. A simple type of valve, consisting of one or more circular plates held down by a spring. Puppet valves. Plural of puppet valve. Puppet show. Alternative spelling of puppet show. Puppet shows. Plural of puppet show. Puppetum. The state or quality of being a puppet. Puppeted. Simple past and past participle of puppet. Puppeteer. A person who uses a puppet. Puppeteered. Simple past and past participle of puppeteer. Puppeteering. The art or trade of a puppeteer. Puppeteers. Plural of puppeteer. Puppethood. The state or quality of being a puppet. Puppeting. Present participle of puppet. Puppetish. Resembling a puppet in appearance or action, puppet-like. Puppetism. The quality of being controlled by another person, expressing their opinions, etc. Puppetize. To reduce a person to a puppet or mouthpiece for oneself. Puppetize. Simple past and past participle of puppetize. Puppetizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of puppetize. Puppetizing. Present participle and gerund of puppetize. Puppetless. Without a puppet. Puppet-like. Resembling or characteristic of a puppet. Mechanical, controlled by another. Puppetman. A puppeteer, especially a master of a puppet show. Puppet master. Alternative form of puppet master. Puppet masters. Plural of puppet master. Puppetmen. Plural of puppetmen. Puppetries. Plural of puppetry. Puppetry. The art of making and performing with puppets. Puppets. Plural of puppet. Tutty. Obsolete form of puppy. Tutty. Simple past and past participle of puppy. Puttis. Plural of puppy. Uptud. Alternative form of puppyhood. Puppily. Befitting a puppy. Puppy. Present participle and gerund of pup. Putties. A winter constellation of the northern sky, said to resemble the stern of a ship. Until 1763, it was part of a larger constellation, Argo Navis. Puppatum. Rare spelling of poppadom. Puppatums. Plural of puppatum. Initialism of peritic urticarial papules and plaques of pregnancy. Puppuccino. a small amount of whipped cream served in an espresso-sized cup intended for dogs. Puppuccinos, plural of puppuccino. Tate, a young dog, especially before sexual maturity 12-18 months. Puppy dog, a puppy, a young dog. Puppy dog eyes, a facial expression showing credulous or unsophisticated innocence or naivety. Puppy dogs, plural of puppy dog. Have, synonym of puppy dog eyes. Puppy fat, the natural fat on the body of a child that normally disappears at adolescence. Puppy feet, plural of puppy foot. Puppy foot, a card in the suit of clubs. Puppy guarding, in various sports, playground games, etc., spending the entire game defending a certain objective and thus preventing the normal progression of play. Puppy love, a childish or youthful infatuation with another person. Puppy mill, a farm that breeds dogs for profit, often in squalid conditions. Puppy mills, plural of puppy mill. Puppy pad, a large, thin, and very absorbent piece of fabric that a young dog is trained to urinate on. Puppy pads, plural of puppy pad. Puppy pile, an act of cuddling between a number of people at once. Puppy piles, plural of puppy pile. Puppy pregnancy syndrome, a psychosomatic illness in humans associated with mass hysteria in parts of India and involving the belief that a person bitten by a dog will later give birth to puppies. Puppy water, the urine of a puppy as formerly used for cosmetic purposes. Puppy dog, alternative form of puppy dog. Puppy dog eyes, alternative spelling of puppy dog eyes. Puppy dogs, plural of puppy dog. Puppy, exhibiting or characteristic of puppy love. Puppy boy, a boy or man who wears a dog costume and plays the role of a dog. Puppy boys, plural of puppy boy. Puppuccino, frothed milk or cream served in a small receptacle to dogs at a dog-friendly cafe. Puppuccinos, plural of puppuccino. Puppet eye, alternative form of puppy dog. Puppet dogs, plural of puppet dog. Puppydom, the state of being a puppy, puppyhood. Puppy, plural of puppyfoot. Puppyfoot, alternative form of puppy foot. Puppero, a girl or woman who wears a dog costume and plays the role of a dog. Puppy girls, plural of puppy girl. Puppy, the state of being a puppy young dog. Puppyhoods, plural of puppyhood. Hare, present participle and gerund of puppy. Hare, with the playful, innocent, eager to please or energetic qualities of a puppy. Ha daily, in a puppyish manner. Hateza, extreme meanness, affectation, conceit, or impudence. Puppyisms, plural of puppyism. Puppyless, without puppy. Is puppily, resembling a puppy. Thuthafile, a form of pet play in which one or more players take on the role of a dog or puppy, especially as the pet of another. Puppysat, simple past and past participle of puppisit. Puppyship, informal title applied to a puppy. Puppyships, plural of puppyship. Hoppasa, to babysit or take care of a dog, especially a puppy. Hoppasets, third person singular, plural of puppyship. Hoppasa, to babysit or take care of a dog, especially a puppy. Hoppasets, third person singular simple present indicative of puppisit. Puppissitter, one who puppysits, one who looks after someone's puppy. Puppissitters, plural of puppissitter. Puppysitting, present participle and gerund of puppisit. Hubbitu, a smaller scale version of the houndstooth pattern. Hu, plural of pup. Thus, plural of pub. Upton, alternative form of pulpitoon. Uptons, plural of pupton. Alternative form of poo-poo. Pupana, synonym of peach palm. Pupanes, plural of pupanha. Pupusa, a thick, hand-rolled maize tortilla. Pupusus, plural of pupusa. Pupatan, a suicidal march towards an enemy is carried out by the aristocracy or ruling class of a Balinese kingdom. Pupatans, plural of pupatan. Thought, deliberate misspelling of puppy. Pupillated. Modified by pupillation. Pupillation, the conjugation of the PUP protein to the amino groups of lysine amino acids in target proteins. Pupillome, all the pupillated proteins of an organism. Pupillomes, plural of pupillome. Pupae, plural of pupa. Pupae, synonym of chibai. Pukieki, synonym of Perchakchi, the Mandarin Chinese-derived name. Puwana, a language spoken by several native ethnic groups in the region surrounding Lake Titicaca, Peru and Bolivia, and in the north of Chile. Pufuel, an aqueduct built by the ancient Nazca people. Pufueas, plural of puquio. Thur, initialism of polyurethane. Thur, dated form of per low murmuring sound as of a cat. Per et dur, being a hardliner of the Quebec independence movement. Per lang, misspelling of Pure Lane. Per sang, beyond doubt or being a model example, the ni plus ultra or epitome, the definitive. Thur, in words borrowed through Anglo-Norman, involving forward movement or completeness. Per, alternative form of pu, pupuer. Pura, a municipality of Tarlac, Philippines. Purabia, alternative form of Purbia. Purabias, plural of Purabia. Purasai, an andesitic stratovolcano located in the Purasai National Natural Park in the Cauca Department, Colombia. Puracad, obsolete form of Puracad. Puracad, a village in Alappuzha district in the Indian state of Kerala, once the site of an ancient port. Pura, a surname from India commonly found in India. Purembok, alternative form of Porembok. Purembokes, plural of Purembok. Purempok, alternative form of Porembok. Purempokes, plural of Purempok. Purana, a text that is part of an ancient Indian genre of Hindu or Jain written literature concerning various topics, including cosmogony and mythology. Puranas, plural of Purana. Puranic, of or pertaining to the Puranas. Puranthaba, a Meitei ethnic male given name. Pura, alternative form of Purell. Pira, a kind of electric eel. Pirax, plural of Pirac. Pirasati, a great confederation for North Syria, Asia Minor and the Levant, which threatened Egypt in the XXDH dynasty. Pura, a Polynesian shrub or small tree, Hibiscus tiliaceus, having yellow flowers and a fibrous bark. Puras, plural of Pura. Purbeck, a peninsula in Dorset, England, in full Isle of Purbeck. Purbeck stone, a type of hard limestone from the Isle of Purbeck, used for building and paving. Purbeckian, of or relating to the Purbeck group, an Upper Jurassic to Lower Cretaceous lithostratigraphic group in southeast England. Purbia, a Rajput or Brahmin mercenary or soldier from the eastern Gangetic Plain. Purbias, plural of purbia. Purblind, of a person having impaired vision, partially blind, dim-sighted. Purblinded, synonym of purblind, of a person having impaired vision, partially blind, figuratively lacking in discernment or understanding. Purblinding, present participle and gerund of purblind. Purblindly, in a purblind manner. Purblindness, the state or condition of being purblind. Purblinds, third person singular simple present indicative of purblind. Purslane, obsolete form of purslane. Purslans, plural of purslane. Purcell, a surname. Purcellian, of or relating to Henry Purcell 1659-1695, English composer. Purcells, plural of Purcell. Purchakshi, a township in Caracas, Hatan Prefecture, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Purchasability, the quality of being purchasable. Purchasable, able to be purchased, available for purchase. Purchase, a surname. Purchase funnel, the process by which a person learns about a brand, is attracted to it, and finally becomes a customer. Purchase funnels, plural of purchase funnel. Purchase journal, a specialized accounting journal and also a prime entry book used in an accounting system to keep track of the orders of items placed using accounts payable. Purchase journals, plural of purchase journal. Purchase order, a commercial order issued by a buyer-purchaser to a seller, and the document that defines it, indicating the type, quantities, and agreed prices for products or services the seller will provide to the buyer. Purchase orders, plural of purchase order. Purchase price, the price at which something is actually purchased, especially from the point of view of the purchaser. Purchase prices, plural of purchase price. Purchase prize, the prize in an art competition of having one's winning artwork purchased. Purchase prizes, plural of purchase prize. Purchase requisition, a request sent internally within a company to obtain purchased goods and services. Purchase shears, a very strong kind of shears, having removable cutters and a strong spring at the back. Purchase system, the practice, abolished in 1871, of paying money to be made an officer in the cavalry and infantry regiments of the English and later British Army without having to wait for promotion. Purchase to pay, synonym of procure to pay. Purchasable, alternative form of purchasable. Purchased, simple past and past participle of purchase. Purchaseless, devoid of grip or purchase. Purchaser, one who purchases. Purchasers, plural of purchaser. Purchasership, the state or business of a purchaser. Purchases, plural of purchase. Purchases, second person singular simple present indicative of purchase. Purchaseth, third person singular simple present indicative of purchase. Purchasing, present participle and gerund of purchase. Purchasing agent, a person or group whose job is to buy equipment, supplies, inventory, or other assets for a business or other organization. Purchasing agents, plural of purchasing agent. Purchasing power, the amount of goods and services that can be bought with a unit of currency. Purchasing power parity, plural of purchasing power parity. Purchasing power parity, a theory of long-term equilibrium exchange rates based on relative price levels of two countries. Purchasings, plural of purchasing. Harda, alternative spelling of purda. Harda, a curtain, especially one used in some Hindu or Muslim traditions to conceal women from the gaze of people, particularly men and strangers. Purda, furnished with a purda concealing curtain. Purda nation, a woman who observes purda segregation of the sexes. Purda nations, plural of purda nation. Hardas, plural of purda. Hardas, plural of purda. Hardasi, in the Bombay Army, a sepoy from northern India. Hardasi is plural of purdasi. Hardy, a surname. Hare, comparative form of purdy. More purdy. Ardis, plural of purdy. Hardiest, superlative form of purdy, most purdy. Harda, a surname. Hardens, plural of pardon. Pardum, a surname. Pardums, plural of pardum. Pardum, a surname. Pardonian, alternative form of Pardonium colscuttle. Pardonians, plural of Pardonian. Pardonium, a coal scuttle. Pardoniums, plural of Pardonium. Pardons, plural of pardon. Ardu, a surname. Hardus, plural of Purdu. Pardo, a surname. Pardums, plural of Purdum. Howdy, a surname from Norman. Ardis, plural of Purdy. Pure, free of flaws or imperfections, unsullied. Pure air, oxygen. Pure and simple, plain and unadorned. Pure as driven snow, alternative form of pure as the driven snow. Pure as the driven, synonym of pure as the driven snow. Pure as the driven snow, extremely pure, totally pure, typically pure in the sense of virtuous. Pure blue, methylene blue. Pure brightness festival, synonym of tomb sweeping day. Pure cancer, something that is extremely unpleasant, unfavorable, or undesirable. Pure collector, synonym of pure finder. Pure collectors, plural of pure Pure collector. Pure country. Traditional country music. Pure customer. In interpreting, a member of an examination panel who assesses a candidate's performance in the target language with an unbiased viewpoint, i.e., independently of the original speech, either because they have not listened to it or because they do not understand the source language. Pure customers. Plural of pure customer. Pure data. A visual programming language for the creation of interactive computer music and multimedia works. Pure democracies. Plural of pure democracy. Pure democracy. Synonym of direct democracy. Pure ego. Synonym of transcendental ego. Pure egos. Plural of pure ego. Pure endowment. A form of life insurance paying a lump sum to the policyholder on survival to a fixed date with no payment if the policyholder dies before that date. Pure endowments. Plural of pure endowment. Pure evil. Absolute evil that has no sense of morality or mercy at all. Pure finder. Someone who collected dog feces for sale to tanneries which used it as a cicative for bookbinding leather, undertaken by poor people in Britain in the 18th and 19th centuries. Pure finders. Plural of pure finder. Pure gatherer. Alternative form of pure finder. Pure gatherers. Plural of pure gatherer. Pure good. Completely good. Good, that has no negative or inappropriate qualities at all. Pure imaginary number. Synonym of purely imaginary number. Pure imaginary numbers. Plural of pure imaginary number. Pure lane. Of or pertaining to francophone Québécois of pure French ancestry, descended from settlers in New France. Pure lanes. Plural of pure lane. Pure Land, a school of Mahayana Buddhism focused on the Pure Land Sutras and the Buddha Amitabha. Pure Land, the celestial realm or pure abode of a Buddha or Bodhisattva in Mahayana Buddhism. Pure Lands, plural of pure land. Pure Lands, plural of pure land. Pure Mathematics, the study of mathematical concepts independently of applications outside mathematics. Pure name, a name that reveals no usable information about the entity it identifies. Pure names, plural of pure name. PO, a form of obsessive-compulsive disorder mainly characterized by obsessive thoughts with few observable compulsions. Pure quartz, synonym of rock crystal. Pure quartzes, plural of pure quartz. Pure quill, the real thing, the genuine article. Pure science, research performed without regard to practical applications, either for the advancement of human knowledge as a goal in itself or at least as a necessary feedstock to translational science. Pure sex, exceptional or amazing. Pure virtual function, synonym of pure virtual method. Pure virtual functions, plural of pure virtual function. Pure virtual method, a virtual method having no implementation in a particular class, thus making the class abstract and uninstantiable. It can be overridden in subclasses. Pure virtual methods, plural of pure virtual method. Pure-blooded, alternative form of pure-blooded. Purebred, alternative spelling of purebred. Purebreds, plural of purebred. Pure-hearted, of pure heart, pure in heart, having a good, honest, noble nature. Pure impure, completely or totally impure. Pure play, alternative spelling of pure play. Pure-blood, a person or animal of unmixed ancestry. Pure-blooded, of pure blood, belonging to only one race. Purebloods, plural of pureblood. Purebred, having genuine parents of the same breed, usually of an animal. Purebreds, plural of purebred. Purebred, synonym of thoroughbred. Purebreds, plural of purebred. Purico, a surname from Spanish. Puricos, plural of purico. Puree, a food that has been ground or crushed into a thick liquid or paste. Puree, alternative form of puree. Puree, simple past and past participle of puree. Puree, simple past and past participle of puree. Pureeing, present participle and gerund of puree. Pureeing, present participle and gerund of puree. Purees, plural of puree. Purees, plural of puree. Pure-hearted, alternative form of pure-hearted. Pururamba, ancient Mayday giver god of rain and agricultural prosperity. Puro, a brand of hand sanitizer containing alcohol. Pewe, wholly, really, completely. Purely and simply, in a pure and simple manner. Purely imaginary, of a number having real part equal to 0. Purely imaginary number, an imaginary number. Purely imaginary numbers, plural of purely imaginary number. Pureness, the quality of being pure, purity. Purenesses, plural of pureness. Purepecha, an indigenous people centered in the northwestern region of the Mexican state Michoacan. Purepecha, alternative form of purepecha. Purify, involved with a single product. Purer, comparative form of pure, more pure. Pure and simpler, comparative form of pure and simple, more pure and simple. Purest, plural of pure. Purest, superlative form of pure, most pure. Purest and simplest, superlative form of pure and simple, most pure and simple. Puretic power block, a mechanized winch used to haul nets on fishing vessels, easier to manipulate than a purse seine. Puretic power blocks, plural of puretic power block. Purewal, a surname from Punjabi. Purewals, plural of purewal. Purex, a chemical method used to purify fuel for nuclear reactors or nuclear weapons based on liquid-liquid extraction ion exchange. Puri, a marble of the sort used in playing marbles that is one solid color through and through. Puries, plural of puri. Perfalchemy, the piperidine derivative 4,2,4-aminocyclohexylamino 9,3-fluorophene alpurine 6-aminophene alpiperidine 1-methanone that inhibits the action of some parasites. Perfile, a sort of ancient trimming of tinsel and thread for women's gowns, bobbin work. Perfiles, plural of perfile. Perfil, an ornamental border on clothing, furniture, or a violin, beating, stringing. Perfil, simple past and past participle of perfil. Purfleet, a town beside the Thames in Thurrock Borough, Essex, England, just outside Greater London OS Grid Ref TQ 5578. Purfles, plural of purfil. Purflay, Two or more very narrow strips of black wood enclosing a lighter colored strip of wood set close to the edge of the top and back of a string instrument such as a violin, cello, or a guitar, following its outline, or this effect simulated with paint. Purflings. Plural of purfling. Purfly. Wrinkled. Parda. A fine blizzard of snow in Russia. Purgament. A cathartic, a purgative. Purgaments. Plural of purgament. Purgata. Dated form of pargana. Purganas. Plural of purgana. Purgana. Dated form of pargana. Purgana. Dated form of pargana. Purganas. Plural of purgana. Purganas. Plural of purgana. Purgas. Plural of purga. Purgation. The process or act of purging, such as by the use of a purgative. Purgations. Plural of purgation. Purgative. Purging. Purgatively. In a purgative manner, so as to purge. Purgatives. Plural of purgative. Purgatoire. A river in southeastern Colorado, United States. Purgatorial. Of, pertaining to, or resembling purgatory. Purgatorian. One who holds to the doctrine of purgatory. Purgatorians. Plural of purgatorian. Purgatory. Obsolete spelling of purgatory. Purgatories. Plural of purgatory. Purgatory. Any extinct mammal in the family, Purgatoriidae. Purgatoriids. Plural of purgatoriid. Purgatory. An intermediate state after death in which some of those ultimately destined for heaven must first undergo purification. Purge. To clean thoroughly, to rid of impurities, to cleanse. Purgeability. Capability of being purged. Purgeable. Capable of being purged. Purge. Simple past and past participle of purge. Argy. The victim of a purge. Argies. Plural of purgy. Purgim. A preparation of phenolphthalein, employed as a laxative. Purger. One who, or that which, purges or cleanses. Perjuries. Plural of perjury. Purgers. Plural of purger. Perjury. A part of a sugar house where molasses is drained from sugar. Purges. Plural of purge. Purges. Second person singular simple present indicative of purge. Purga. Third person singular simple present indicative of purge. Purdy. A Balti-related language spoken in Gilgit-Baltistan as well as Ladakh. Purging. Present participle and gerund of purge. Purging cassia. A golden shower tree cassia fistula. Purging cassias. Plural of purging cassia. Purging nut. Synonym of physic nut jat. Trophocercas. Purging nuts. Plural of purging nut. Purging place. A place where purging occurs. Purging places. Plural of purging place. Purgingly. So as to purge. Purgings. Plural of purging. Purgettsville. An unincorporated community in West Virginia. Prairie. A city out Isha Idia. Puritan. Alternative form of Puritan. Puritans. plural of puritein. Puri, a marble of a single opaque color. Puris, plural of puri. Purif, purification rundown. Purifactory, purificatory. Purifiability, the condition of being purifiable. Purifiable, capable of being purified. Purificant, any substance that purifies. Purificants, plural of purificant. Purification, the act or process of purifying, the removal of impurities. Purification Rundown, a detoxification program used by the Church of Scientology involving exercise, vitamins, and long periods in a sauna and supposed to treat long-term effects of drug abuse or exposure to toxins. Purification Rundowns, plural of purification rundown. Purificational, of or relating to purification. Purifications, plural of purification. Purificative, having power to purify or cleanse. Purificator, one who or that which purifies, a purifier. Purificators, plural of purificator. Purificatory, that purifies, purificative. Purify, made or rendered pure or more pure. Purify, a person or device that purifies by removing impurities. Purifiers, plural of purifier. Purifies, third person singular simple present indicative of purify. Purifia, third person singular simple present indicative of purify. Puriform, in the form of pus. Purify, a surname. Purifies, plural of purify. Perifs, plural of purif. Purifer, a furry, especially a younger one whose views on sexuality are seen as sex-negative or moralistic. Purify, to cleanse or rid of impurities. Purifying, present participle and gerund of purify. Purifyingly, so as to purify. Purifyings, plural of purifying. Puerile, misspelling of puerile. Purim, a Jewish festival celebrated on the 14th day of Adar, commemorating the deliverance of the Persian Jews from a complete massacre at the hand of Haman the Amalekite. Purim Spiel, a usually comic theatrical reenactment of the Book of Esther. Purimic, relating to Purim. Purinemia, alternative form of purinemia. Purination, reaction with or conversion to a purine. Purine, any of a class of organic heterocyclic compounds composed of fused pyrimidine and imidazole rings that constitute one of the two groups of organic nitrogenous bases, the other being the pyrimidines, and are components of nucleic acids. Purinosome, misspelling of purinosome. Purinergic, containing or releasing purines. Purinergic receptor, any of a family. Misspelling of purinosome. Purinergic, containing or releasing purines. Purinergic receptor, any of a family of newly characterized plasma membrane molecules. Purinergic receptors, plural of purinergic receptor. Purinergically, in a purinergic manner. Therians, plural of purine. Thuring, present participle and gerund of pure. Thurington, a surname. Thuringtons, plural of Purington. Purinic, of or pertaining to purine. Purinospter, any of a family of plasma membrane substances involved in cellular functions such as vascular reactivity, apoptosis, and cytokine secretion. Purinospters, plural of purinospter. Purinogenic, misspelling of purinergic. Purinorceptor, purinospter. Purinorceptors, plural of purinorceptor. Purinosome, an organized group of enzymes that together carry out the biosynthesis of purines in cells. Purinosomes, plural of purinosome. Purintin, a surname. Purintins, plural of Purintin. Thurenyl, a univalent radical derived from a purine. Puriri, Vitex lucens, an evergreen tree endemic to New Zealand. Puriris, plural of puriri. Paris, plural of puri. Purism, an insistence on pure or unmixed forms. Purisms, plural of purism. Purist, of or pertaining to purism. Purist, Greek, which is used in an archaistically, recalling one which is of a historical, ancient, or classical style. Puriste, of or relating to purism or purists. Puristical. Puriste, puristically, in a puristic manner. Purists, plural of purist. Puritan, a member of a particular Protestant religious sect advocating greater purity and piety. Puritan work ethic, synonym of Protestant work ethic. Puritan work ethics, plural of Puritan work ethic. Puritandom, the world or sphere of Puritans. Puritanes, a female Puritan. Puritanesses, plural of Puritanes. Puritanic, alternative letter case form of Puritanic. Puritanical, alternative letter case form of Puritanical. Puritanically, alternative letter case form of Puritanically. Puritanicalness, the quality of being puritanical. Puritanicals, plural of puritanical. Puritanize, alternative form of puritanize. Puritanize, simple past and past participle of puritanize. Puritanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of puritanize. Puritanizing, present participle and gerund of puritanize. Puritanism, the beliefs and practices of the Puritans. Puritanisms. Plural of Puritanism. Puritanus, someone with strict, austere, or ultra-conservative values, especially in terms of sexual or religious conduct. Puritanistic, puritanical. Puritanists, plural of puritanis. Puritanize, to agree with or teach the doctrines of Puritans, to conform to the practice of Puritans. Puritanize, simple past and past participle of puritanize. Puritanizer, one who puritanizes. Puritanizers, plural of puritanizer. Puritanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of puritanize. Puritanizing, present participle and gerund of puritanize. Puritan-like, resembling or characteristic of a Puritan. Theratime, in the manner of a Puritan, puritanically. Puritano, a kind of cigar with pointed ends. Puritanos, plural of Puritano. Puritans, plural of Puritan. Puritan, a teenager or young adult, especially an LGBTQ or LGBTQ supportive member of Gen Z whose views on sexuality are seen as sex negative or moralistic. Puritans, plural of Puritan. Purities, plural of purity. Puritagen, misspelling of Puritagen. Puritan, a village and civil parish in Sedgemoor District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref ST 3241. Purity, a female given name from English from the virtue purity. Purity Ball, a formal dance event attended by fathers and their teenage daughters to promote virginity until marriage, mostly among conservative Christian groups in the United States. Purity Balls, plural of Purity Ball. Purity Pledge, synonym of Virginity Pledge. Purity Pledges, plural of Purity Pledge. Purity Ring, a ring representing a religious vow to abstain from sexual intercourse until marriage. Purity Rings, plural of Purity Ring. Purity Spiral, the situation in which members of an ideological group become increasingly zealous and intolerant, eventually turning on other members. Purity Spirals, plural of Purity Spiral. Purity Tests, an informal survey that assesses the participants' supposed degree of innocence in worldly matters such as sex, drugs, and deceit. Purity Tests, plural of Purity Tests. Perky, a surname. Perkies, plural of Perky. Perkinj, a surname from Czech. Purkinje cell, a kind of GBA neuron located in the cerebellar cortex. Purkinje cells, plural of Purkinje cell. Purkinje effect, the tendency for the peak luminance sensitivity of the human eye to shift toward the blue end of the spectrum at low illumination levels. Purkinje effects, plural of Purkinje effect. Purkinje fiber, one of a group of fibers in the heart consisting of specialized cardiomyocytes that allow the heart's conduction system to create synchronized contractions of its ventricles and thus maintain a consistent rhythm. Purkinje fibers, plural of Purkinje fiber. Purkinje fiber, alternative form of Purkinje fiber. Purkinje fibers, plural of Purkinje fiber. Purkinje figure, synonym of Purkinje image. Purkinje figures, plural of Purkinje figure. Purkinje image, any of various reflections of objects within the structure of the eye. Purkinje images, plural of Purkinje image. Purkinje layer, the narrow layer of Purkinje cells in the cerebellar cortex. Purkinje layers, plural of Purkinje layer. Purkinje neuron, synonym of Purkinje cell. Purkinje neurons, plural of Purkinje neuron. Purkinje shift, Purkinje effect. Purkinje figure, alternative form of Purkinje figure. Purkinje figures, plural of Purkinje figure. Purkinjian, of or pertaining to Jan, Evangelist of Perkine Johannes, Evangelist Purkinje, 1787 1869, Czech anatomist and physiologist, or to his discoveries. Pergens, a surname transferred from the given name. Arges, a surname. Perkine effect, alternative form of Purkinje effect. Perkine effect, alternative form of Purkinje effect. Perkine effects, plural of Perkine effect. Perkine effects, plural of Perkine effect. Toe, a particular stitch in knitting in which the working yarn is pulled through an existing stitch from front to back. Toe, obsolete form of purl. Purl, simple past and past participle of purl. Harley, a village in Malden District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 8302. Purler, a headlong fall or tumble. Purlers, plural of purler. Purls, plural of purl. Hurley, a town in the borough of Croydon, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3161. Purley on Thames, a village and civil parish in West Berkshire District, Berkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 6676. Perlicue, the space between one's forefinger and thumb. Perlicues, plural of perlicue. Perlu, the ground on the edges of a forest, especially when partly subject to the same forest laws concerning game hunting, etc. Perluman, an owner of lands in the Purlu. Perluman, plural of Perluman. Perlus, plural of Perlu. Perlu, plural of Perlu. Perle, a longitudinal structural member bridging two or more rafters of a roof. Purline, alternative form of purlin. Purlines, plural of purline. Purling, present participle and gerund purl. Purlings, plural of purling. Purlins, plural of purlin. Purle, to take the property of another, often in breach of trust, to appropriate wrongfully, to steal. Purloined, simple past and past participle of purloin. Purliner, one who purlines. Purliners, plural of purliner. Purlining, present participle and gerund of purline. Purlinings, plural of purlining. Purlinement, the act of purlining, theft. Purlinements, plural of purlinement. Purlin, third person singular simple present indicative of purline. Pearls, plural of pearl. Purlwise, by purling. Purly, obsolete spelling of purlu. Purmerend, a city in North Holland, Netherlands. Purmerald Peak, a mountain in the western foothills of Bruce Plateau, on Lobbit Coast in Grahamland, Antarctica, at 66 degrees 2351 S 65 degrees 0839 W. Permorphamine, a protein agonist, 9-cyclohexylen-4-morpholinophenyl 2-naphthalene 1-iloxy 9-H-purine 6-amine, that is involved in cardiovascular regeneration. Purnell, a surname. Purnals, plural of Purnell. Purnia Division, one of the administrative divisions of the Republic of India. Purnima, the full moon, the day Tithai in each month in which the full moon occurs, and marks the division in each month between the two lunar fortnight in Hindu calendar. Piro, a cigar, especially one made with tobacco from a single country. Purobasha, a barangay of Lugmanin, Camarines, sir. Philippines. Purohit, a surname. Purohits, plural of Purohit. Puroi, a tribe of the hill tracts of Arunachal Pradesh in India. Purondaling, any of a small group of proteins rich in tryptophan, found only in wheat. Purondalings, plural of Purondaling. Pura, a subdivision of a barangay, typically urban. Purake, a barangay of Borongan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Purak B, a barangay of Borongan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Purak C, a barangay of Borongan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Purak D1, a barangay of Borongan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Purak D2, a barangay of Borongan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Purak E, a barangay of Borongan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Purak F, a barangay of Borongan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Purak G, a barangay of Borongan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Purak H, a barangay of Borongan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Purox, plural of Puroc. Puramucus, synonym of mucopurulent. Puramycin, an antibiotic that is a strong inhibitor of protein translation. Pyramycin, alternative spelling of puramycin. Pyramycins, plural of puramycin. Pyramycylated, treated with puramycin. Pyramycylation, treatment with puramycin. Purorsu, Japanese professional wrestling. Pyros, plural of puro. Pyridanin, any of a group of toxic cross-linked cyclic oligopeptides. Pyridinins, plural of pyridinin. Pyrotoxin, any of a group of toxins present in venom of spiders of genus Geolicosa. Pyrotoxins, plural of pyrotoxin. Pyro, obsolete form of pural. Po, a variety of marijuana with purple flowers. Po, abbreviation of purpure. Purpurs, alternative form of purparty. Purparties, plural of purparty. Purparts, plural of purpart. Purparty, a share, part, or portion of an estate allotted to a parsoner. Purple, a surname from Middle English. Purple Airway, a route reserved for an aircraft on which a member of a royal family is flying. Purple Airways, plural of Purple Airway. Purple bacteria, protobacteria that produce their own food using photosynthesis with colors including purple, red, brown, and orange. Purple box, a device used in phreaking that adds a hold facility to a telephone line. Purple boxes, plural of purple box. Purple coral, a species of forest mushroom, Aloclaveria purpurea. Purple corals, plural of purple coral. Purple death, synonym of Spanish influenza. Purple Dragon Book, the second edition of Compilers, Principles, Techniques, and Tools 2006, a notable textbook about compiler construction. Purple Drank, a recreational drug based on cough syrup, popular in the hip-hop community in the southern United States. Purple Dye Murex, a medium-sized predatory sea snail of species Hostalum brandaris, which secretes a substance that can be used to make a long-lasting purple dye Tyrian purple. Purple emperor, a large, dark brown and white female, or purple and white male butterfly, Apature iris of the family Nymphalidae. Purple emperors, plural of purple emperor. Purple everlasting. Spoonleaf cudweed Gammaketa purpurea. Purple everlastings, plural of purple everlasting. Purple finch. Hemorrhas purpureus, a fringillid bird. Purple finches, plural of purple finch. Purple gas. Gasoline priced with reduced taxes for farm use, identified by adding purple dye. Purple Variovis sun. Leucocorine purpurea, a flowering plant native to central Chile. Purple glove syndrome, a skin disease presenting with swollen, discolored, painful extremities associated with intravenous administration of phenytoin. Purple gold, synonym of amethyst gold. Purple guava, Vitricidium rufum. Purple guavas, plural of purple guava. Purple hairstreak, a small, brown female or purple male butterfly of species Corcusia corcus sen, Miozephyrus corcus of the family Lycaenidae. Purple hairstreaks, plural of purple hairstreak. Purple hawk, a hawk player character who expresses a sarcastic personality. Purple haze, one of numerous strains of cannabis known for their high THC content and recognizable by the color of their leaves, which vary from solid purple to flecked violet. Purple heart, a U.S. military decoration awarded in the name of the President of the United States to those wounded or killed while serving on or after 5 April 1917. Purple heart, the drug phenobarbital when taken recreationally. Purple hearts, plural of purple heart. Purple hearts, plural of purple heart. Purple helmet, the glans penis. Purple helmets, plural of purple helmet. Purple heron, a wading bird, Ardea purpurea, having reddish-brown plumage and found throughout southern Europe and Asia. Purple herons, plural of purple heron. Purple ivory, synonym of pink ivory and African hardwood. Purple Jesus, a punch-like alcoholic drink made with grape juice. Purple judge, a circuit court judge. Purple judges, plural of purple judge. Purple lettuce, a European perennial herb related to lettuce, Pernans purpurea. Purple lettuces, plural of purple lettuce. Purple leucostrife, a semi-aquatic herbaceous plant, Lythrum salicaria, having long spikes of purple flowers, native to Eurasia, considered invasive in North America and New Zealand. Purple leucostrifes, plural of purple leucostrife. Purple marshlox, Comorum palaster sin, Putantilla palustris, a waterside shrub. Purple martin, the largest North American swallow, Prognosubis. Purple martins, plural of purple martin. Purple milkweed, Asclepias purpurescens, native to the central and midwestern United States. Purple milkweeds, plural of purple milkweed. Purple monkey dishwasher, a nonsense phrase used at the end of a chain in a game of Chinese whispers or when conveying a message on behalf of another or others. Purple nasties, plural of purple nasty. Purple nasty, synonym of snake bite and black. Purple noise, violet noise. Purple notice, A notice from Interpol providing information on modus operandi, procedures, objects, devices, or hiding places used by criminals. Purple notices. Plural of purple notice. Purple nipple. A school prank, the act of taking a person's nipple between the thumb and forefinger and then twisting it around roughly. Purple nipples. Plural of purple nipple. Purple of Cassius. A pigment formed from gold and tin salts, used in glass making. Purple passion. Any plant of the genus Gynura. Purple patch. A period of excellent performance where nearly everything seems to go right, contrasting with a lower general level of performance. Purple patches. Plural of purple patch. Purple pill. An esomeprazole tablet taken to reduce stomach acidity. Purple pills. Plural of purple pill. Purple pitcher plant. A carnivorous pitcher plant native to much of Canada and parts of the eastern United States, of species Sericenia purpurea. Purple pitcher plant. Plural of purple pitcher plant. Purple play. The brittle, bright purple intermetallic compound OAl2, formed when gold and aluminium are heated while in direct contact. For instance, if a gold wire is bonded to an aluminium contact pad and experiences heating due to electrical resistance. Purple prose. Extravagant or flowery writing, especially in a literary work. Purple quartz. Synonym of amethyst. Purple rice. Synonym of black rice. Purple rices. Plural of purple rice. Purple sandpiper. A type of sandpiper, Calidris maritima. Purple sandpipers. Plural of purple sandpiper. Purple shirt of sex. A tailored royal purple dress shirt worn by Sherlock Holmes, portrayed by Benedict Cumberbatch on the television series Sherlock. Purple spurge. A plant of species Euphorbia peplis. Purple squirrel. A job applicant who perfectly fits a laundry list of requirements against long odds of finding such a person. Purple squirrels. Plural of purple squirrel. Purple state. A swing state. Purple states. Plural of purple state. Purple storm snail. A holoplanktonic sea snail of species Janthina. Purple storm snails. Plural of purple storm snail. Purple sulfur bacterium. Any bacterium of the order Chromaceales. Purple swampfin. Various species in the Pavia genus of the Rallity family, including Pavia madagascariensis, Pavia poliosus, Pavia inditus, Pavia poelentis, and Pavia melanetus. Purple swampfins. Plural of purple swampfin. Purple team. A combined red team and blue team working together. Purple teamer. A member of a purple team. Purple teamers. Plural of purple teamer. Purple teams. Plural of purple team. Purple tea. Plural of purple tooth. Purple three-on grass. Aristida purpurea. Purple tooth. Trichatum biform. Purple triangle. A Jehovah's Witness in Nazi Germany. Purple triangles. Plural of purple triangle. Purple urine bag syndrome. A medical syndrome characterized by purple discoloration of urine caused by bacteria producing the enzyme indoxyl phosphatase, occurring in people with urinary catheters and coexistent urinary tract infection. Purple velvet plant. An ornamental plant, Gynura or Antiocha, grown for its attractive foliage which is covered with soft, bright purple hairs. Purple velvet plants, plural of purple velvet plant. Purple vetch, synonym of American vetch. Purple wiregrass, a species of grass native to Australia, Aristida ramosa. Purple yam, a yam used in a variety of desserts, Dioscorea alata. Purple yams, plural of purple yam. Purple zone, synonym of purple airway. Purple zones, plural of purple zone. Purple-backed ferrier, any of species Malurus assimilés of ferrierns of the Australia mainland except the east coast, formerly considered to be the same species as the variegated ferrierin Malurus lamberti. Purple-backed ferrierns, plural of purple-backed ferrierin. Purple-crowned ferrierin, any of species Malurus coronatus of ferrierns of central and northern Australia. Purple-crowned ferrierins, plural of purple-crowned ferrierin. Purple fish, a shellfish probably of the genus Murex, the classical source of Tyrian purple. Purple fishes, plural of purple fish. Purple glossed snake, any snake in the genus Amblyopsis. Purple glossed snakes, plural of purple glossed snake. Purple-headed yogurt slinger, Apines. Purple-headed yogurt slingers, plural of purple-headed yogurt slinger. Purple, simple past and past participle of purple. Purpleart, a large tropical tree of the genus Peltagine, native to parts of South America and the West Indies. Purplehearts, plural of purpleheart. Purple leaf, having purple leaves, especially of plants within the genus Prunus. Purple leaf, in a purple manner with purple color. Purplement, a senior member of the Orange Order and Orange Gemin. Purplement, plural of purplement. Purpleness, the state or condition of being purple in color. Purpletiller, a person who rejects both the red pill and the blue pill. Purplepillars, plural of purpletiller. Purfler, comparative form of purple, more purple. Purples, plural of purple. Purplescent, tending toward a purple color, purplish. Purpleless, superlative form of purple, most purple. Purflata, the plant Tridens flavus, a robust North American perennial bunch grass. Purpletop vervae, a purple flowering verbena, Verbena bonariensis, family Verbenaceae native to South America and widely cultivated as a flowering annual or herbaceous perennial. Purpletop vervanes, plural of purpletop vervane. Purpletops, plural of purpleta. Purpletos, any of the genus Aedaplura of small, short-tailed birds found in the canopy of forests in tropical South America. Purpletofts, plural of purpletof. Purpluage, to associate with feminism publicly to cover up actual non-feminist or anti-feminist goals. Purpluage, simple past and past participle of purpluage. Purpluacious, third person singular simple present indicative of purpluage. Purpluashing, the practice of presenting something as feminist, particularly a political action, in order to soften or downplay aspects of its reputation considered negative or as a justification for economic, political, xenophobic, or racist goals. Purple, the purple heart tree. Purpluodes, plural of purpluwood. Purport. Any of various plants of the genus Trifolium. Purply. Alternative form of purply. Purplier. Comparative form of purply. More purply. Purpliest. Superlative form of purply. Most purply. Purpliness. Synonym of purplishness. Purfling. Present participle and gerund of purple. Purplish. Somewhat purple in color/color. Purplishly. With a color resembling purple. Purpliness. The quality of being purplish. Purply. Of or having somewhat of a purple color or hue. Purpin. A particular steroid glycoside. Purpagallon. Misspelling of purpuragallon. Purpoint. Alternative form of pourpoint. Purpoints. Plural of purpoint. Purport. To convey, imply, or profess often falsely or inaccurately. Purported. Supposed or assumed to be. Purportedly. As appears to be true or is stated or accepted to be though might not be so. Purporting. Present participle and gerund of purport. Proportion. Something purported, a claim. Proportions. Plural of proportion. Purportless. Without purport or meaning. Purports. Third person singular simple present indicative of purport. Purpose. The end for which something is done, is made or exists. Purpose statement. Mission statement. Purpose statements. Plural of purpose statement. Purpose built. Designed and constructed to serve a particular purpose. Purpose-like. Having a definite purpose, having the appearance of being fit for a purpose. Purpose made. Made specifically for an intended purpose. Purposed. Intentional, deliberate. Purposely. According to purpose or design, on purpose. Purposeful. Having purpose, intentional. Purposeful availment. In the law of civil procedure, an intentional act by one party directed into a particular state, thereby permitting that state to constitutionally assert personal jurisdiction over that party. Purposefully. In a purposeful manner. Purposefulness. The state of being purposeful. Purposeless. Without purpose. Purposelessly. In a purposeless manner, to no end, for no reason. Purposelessness. The state of being purposeless. Purpose-like. Purposeful. Purposely. On purpose, intentionally. Purposer. Someone who purposes something. Purposers. Plural of purposer. Purposes. Plural of purpose. Purpose. Second person singular simple present indicative of purpose. Purpose. Third person singular simple present indicative of purpose. Purposing. Present participle and gerund of purpose. Purposings. Plural of purposing. Purposive. Serving a particular purpose, adapted to a given purpose, especially through natural evolution. Purposive approach. Doctrine of interpreting an enactment according to the spirit of the law and in the context of its drafting. Purposively. In a purposive manner. Purposiveness. The state or condition of being purposive. Purposivenesses. Plural of purposiveness. Purposivism. Philosophy, especially religious, that treats will or conscious intent as a basal fact. Purposivist. A proponent of purposivism. Purposivistic, of or relating to purposivism. Purposivus, plural of purposivus. Purposivity, the state or condition of being purposive. Perver, pervol, purposure, the unlawful personal appropriation of public lands, wrongful encroachment on or enclosure of properties belonging to the public, for example highways, sidewalks, forests, harbors. Purposures, plural of purposure. Purpurize, a close or enclosure, the compass of a manor. Purprises, plural of purprise. Purpurine, a particular steroid glycoside. Purpura, a surname. Purpura rheumatica, synonym of Henoch-Schönlein. Purpura. Purpuraceous, purple-colored. Purpural, misspelling of purpureal. Purpuras, plural of purpura. Purpuras rheumatica, plural of purpura rheumatica. Purpurascent, alternative form of purpurescent. Purpurate, of a purple color. Purpurated, clothed in purple, seen as indicating that one is wealthy or noble. Purpurates, plural of purpurate. Purpure, a purple color on a coat of arms, represented in engraving by diagonal parallel lines 45 degrees clockwise. Purpurigitacide, a particular steroid glycoside. Purpuriglycoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Purpureal, of a purple color. Purpureo, purple, used to designate certain brilliant purple-red compounds of cobaltic chloride and ammonia, similar to the rosa-cobaltic compounds. Purpuriacobalt, a violet-red variety of cobalt. Purpuriacobaltic, used to designate certain purple compounds of cobalt with ammonia. Purpurescent, somewhat purple, tinged with purple. Purpuric, pertaining to or affected with purpura skin discoloration from blood inside it. Purpuric acid, C8H5N5O6, a nitrogenous acid that yields alloxan and uracil when hydrolyzed, known for its purple salts. Purpuriferous, producing a purple pigment. Purpurian, a brownish or deep red decorative glass used in ancient times. Purpurine, uroriferin. Purpurians, plural of purpurine. Purpurina, any gastropod in the family Purpurinidae. Purpurinans, plural of purpurinin. Purpurians, plural of purpurin. Purpuriferous, synonym of purpuriferous. Purpurate, a manganese phosphate mineral with a striking purple color. Purpurize, to make something purple-colored. Purpurize, simple past and past participle of purpurize. Purpurizes, third person singular simple present indicative of purpurize. Purpurizing, present participle and gerund of purpurize. Purpuragallon, a red crystalline compound, the aglycan of several glycosides from nut galls and oak barks. Purpurogenous, having the power to produce a purple color. Purpuromycin, an antibiotic isolated from actinoplins eanthinogenes. Purpurus, purple. Purpuroxanthin, 1,3-dihydroxyanthraquinone. Purr, to make a vibrating sound in its throat when contented. Purword, a term that has a positive connotation. Per words. Plural of per word. Perfect. Alternative form of perfect. Paranormal. Paranormal involving cats. A bird, the Dunlin. Third. Simple past and past participle of per. Purry. A substance used in making the pigment Indian yellow. Purry is plural of purry. Puric acid, synonym of euxanthic acid. Purl, a transverse stripe or bar made by one or several weft threads in a web of cloth to be woven at the beginning and end of a piece as evidence of its full length and to prevent its subsequent fraudulent shortening. Pearl, alternative form of pearl. Pearls, plural of pearl. Pearls, plural of pearl. Purrer, someone or something that purrs. Purrs, plural of purrer. Purrs, plural of purr. Perfect, perfect in contexts relating to cats. Perfectly, perfectly in contexts relating to cats. Purrful, tending to or actively purring. Purring, present participle and gerund of purr. Purringly, with a purring noise or tone. Purrings, plural of purring. Purrington, a surname. Purringtons, plural of Purrington. Purrito, a cat wrapped in a blanket or towel, etc. Purritos, plural of purrito. Purless, without a purr. Purr-like, resembling a purr. Purrup, alternative form of paddock. Purruck, plural of purruck. Purse, plural of purr. Persuasive, alternative form of persuasive. Purry, inclined to purr, purring. Purriform, spoonerism of furry porn. Purse, plural of purr. Puss, a surname from Middle English. Purse crab, a crab of species Birgus latro of Indo-Pacific islands. Purse net, a kind of fishing net that can be closed like a purse. Purse nets, plural of purse net. Purse pup is plural of purse puppy. Purse puppy, a dog small enough to fit into a sleeve, purse, or backpack. Purse seine, a fishing seine consisting of a purse cable which acts as a drawstring for the bottom of the net, allowing entire schools of fish to be enclosed and brought up. Purse seines, plural of purse seine. Purse snatcher, a thief who steals a handbag, usually from a woman carrying it. Purse snatchers, plural of purse snatcher. Purse snatching, the act or practice of stealing a handbag, usually from a woman carrying it. Purse string, alternative form of purse string. Purse strings, plural of purse string. Purse bearer, a person in charge of another's money, a treasurer. Purse bearers, plural of purse bearer. Purse bride, the quality of being purse-browed, haughtiness in the possession of riches. Purse-browed, haughty in the possession of riches. Purse seine, to fish using a purse seine. Pursed, simple past and past participle of purse. Pursel, as much as a purse can hold. Pursels, plural of purseful. Pursel, a surname. Purslane, alternative spelling of purslane. Purslanes, plural of purslane. Purseless, without a purse. Purse-like, resembling or characteristic of a purse. Purcell, a surname. Purcells, plural of purcell. Parcels, plural of purcell. Purse-maker, a manufacturer of purses. Purse-makers, plural of purse-maker. Purse-making, the manufacture of purses. Purse-proud, alternative form of purse-proud. Purser, a surname originating as an occupation for a maker of purses. Purser-rigged and parish-damned, having joined the United States Navy, either because of destitution or in order to flee problems on land. Purser's crabs, boots issued by the Navy. Purser's name, assumed name. Pursers, plural of purser. Pursership, the rank or office of purser. Purserships, plural of pursership. Purses, plural of purse. Purse-string, a cord or string, the middle of which is enclosed in the hem of the opening of a soft purse or sack that, when pulled, closes the purse. Purse-strings, plural of purse-string. Purset, a purse or purse net. Pursets, plural of purset. Pursuivant, obsolete form of pursuivant. Pursuivants, plural of pursuivant. Pursue, obsolete form of pursue. Pursued spire, any of several spiders of the family Aedepidae that builds a silken tube close to the ground. Pursued spiders, plural of pursued spider. Pursued, simple past and past participle of pursue. Pursuing, present participle and gerund of pursue. Pursues, third person singular simple present indicative of pursue. Pursy, a surname. Ush, a surname. Peshawar, archaic form of Peshawar. Purse house, a surname. Purse houses, plural of purse house. Parser, comparative form of Percy, more Percy. Parsiest, superlative form of Percy, most Percy. Percival, a surname. Percivals, plural of Percival. Parsley, in a Percy manner. Persiness, the state of being Percy. Pursing, present participle and gerund of purse. Pursings, plural of pursing. Parsa, obsolete form of Percy. Parsiness, the quality of being pursued. Purslane, alternative form of purslane. Purslane, plural of purslane. Purslane, any of the family Portulaceae order Caryophyllales of succulent plants. Purslane tree, synonym of specboom. Purslans, plural of purslane. Parsley, a surname. Parsley's, plural of pursely. Purse, obsolete spelling of purse. Pursue, able to be pursued or followed. Perjure, pursuit act of pursuing. Perjoules. Plural of perjoule. Pursuance, a search for something, a pursuit or quest. Pursuances, plural of pursuance. Pursuant, in conformance to or in agreement with, used with to. Pursuantly, consequently, in consequence. Pursuant, rare spelling of pursuant. Pursue, to follow urgently, originally with intent to capture or harm, to chase. Pursued, simple past and past participle of pursue. Pursue, one who is pursued. Pursues, plural of pursue. Pursuer, one who pursues. Pursuers, plural of pursuer. Pursuers, third person singular simple present indicative of pursue. Pursuers, second person singular simple present indicative of pursue. Pursuer, third person singular simple present indicative of pursue. Pursuing, present participle and gerund of pursue. Pursuingly, with pursuit, so as to pursue or chase. Pursuings, plural of pursuing. Pursuit, the act of pursuing. Pursuit curve, a geometrical model which simulates the path taken by a pursuer in the course of its pursuit. Pursuit curves, plural of pursuit curve. Pursuit, obsolete form of pursuit. Pursuiter, a person, especially a cyclist who takes part in a pursuit race. Pursuiters, plural of pursuiter. Pursuits, plural of pursuit. Pursuit meter, a device for measuring hand-eye coordination, tasking the user with keeping an object in a certain position by means of manual controls. Pursuit meters, plural of pursuit meter. Pursuits, plural of pursuit. Pursuivant, a functionary of lower rank than a herald, but discharging similar duties, an attendant of the heralds, for example in the College of Arms. Pursuivant at arms, synonym of pursuivant of functionary of lower rank than a herald. Pursuivants, plural of pursuivant. Parsi, out of breath, short of breath, especially due to fatness. Party, a surname. Parties, plural of purdy. Pardal, a surname. Pardals, plural of perdal. Pardments, that which pertains or belongs to something. Pertinences, plural of pertinence. Comparative form of purdy, more purdy. Purdiest, superlative form of purdy, most purdy. Purdle, a surname form. Purdily, in a purdy manner. Pertinence, the quality of being purdy. Purdle, a surname. Purdles, plural of purtle. Parta, a hamlet in Litany Parish, Forest of Dean District, Gloucestershire, England. On the west bank of the Severn OS Grid Ref So 6704. Purton Stoke, a small village in Purton Parish, Wiltshire, England, northwest of Swindon OS Grid Ref SU 0990. Putty, pronunciation spelling of pretty. Piru, a member of an Indo-Aryan tribal alliance or confederation between c. 1700–1400 BCE. Pirachuco, an archaeological site in Lima, Peru. Puruganan, a barangay of Dingras, Ilocos Norte, Philippines. Puruha, an indigenous people of Ecuador traditionally inhabiting the highlands of the Andes. Purulence, the condition of containing or discharging pus. Purulences, plural of purulence. Purulences, plural of purulency. Purulency, purulence. Purulent, consisting of pus. Purulent bronchitis, Spanish influenza. Purulently, in a purulent manner involving or resembling pus. Purulloid, resembling pus. Purula sanguineus, synonym of Purula sanguinis. Purula sanguinis, containing pus and blood. Puro, a commercial grade of a chemical compound that is greater than about 95% pure. Paris, plural of puru. Parissa, alternative form of Purusha. Purusartha, alternative form of Purushartha. Purusarthas, plural of Purusartha. Parissus, plural of Puruso. Purusha, in early Vedas, a cosmic man whose sacrifice by the gods created all life. Purushartha, any of four proper goals or aims of a human life, dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. Purusharthas, plural of Purushartha. Purashas, plural of Purasha. Purushatam, a male given name from Sanskrit. Purvalinal, a particular tri-substituted purine that induces apoptosis in some neurons. Pyrus, a surname. Purvaseas, plural of purvs. Purve, a surname. Purveyable, able to be purveyed. Purveyance, the act of purveying. Purveyances, plural of purveyance. Purveyancing, the requisitioning of goods and services for royal use. Purvey, simple past and past participle of purvey. Purvey, third person singular simple present indicative of purvey. Purveying, present participle and gerund of purvey. Purveyor, one who purveys, furnishes, provides, gets, procures, a supplier, specifically one in the business of supplying food or other necessary material goods. A provisioner. Purveyoress, a female purveyor. Purveyoresses, plural of purveyores. Purveyors, plural of purveyor. Purveyor, obsolete spelling of purveyor. Purveyors, plural of purveyor. Purveys, third person singular simple present indicative of purvey. Purviance, a surname. Purviances, plural of purviance. Purvu, the enacting part of a statute. Purvus, plural of purvu. Purvis, a surname from Middle English. Purvises, plural of purvis. Purvo, alternative form of purvo. Purvo, a Hindu clerk. Purvos, plural of purvo. Purvos, plural of purvo. Purvu, archaic form of purview. Purvus, plural of purview. Hawana, alternative form of perwana. Pawana. Alternative form of perwana. Pawanas. Plural of pawana. Pawanas. Plural of pawana. Payir. A surname. Padirs. Plural of padir. Thus, initialism of permanent undersecretary. Third, plural of piu. Thus, a whitish yellow or yellow substance composed primarily of dead white blood cells and dead pyogenic bacteria, normally found in regions of bacterial infection. Pustule, egg corn of pustule. Pustules, plural of pustule. Puscoted, corpulent, obese. Pusa, dated form of Busan. Pusapati, a surname from Telugu. Pusapatis, plural of Pusapati. Pusitary, a surname from Italian. Pusitoris, plural of pusitary. Husmak, a disgusting or worthless person. Husbags, plural of pusbag. Deshta, a municipality of Croatia. Nazgasi, a village in Barkanski, Prahova County, Romania. Tashkinia, any of the genus Pekinia of bulbous perennials in the family Asparagaceae. Pashkinias, plural of Pashkinia. Theosi, a small village and civil parish without a council in Vale of Whitehorse District, Oxfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 3596. Pusayan, of or relating to Edward Bouverie Pusey 1882, English churchman and one of the leaders of the Oxford movement. Puseyism, the principles of Edward Bouverie Pusey 1882, English churchman and one of the leaders of the Oxford movement. Puseyistic, of or relating to Puseyism. Puseistical, alternative form of Puseistic. Pusey, one who holds the principles of Puseyism, a member of the Oxford movement. Puseites, plural of Pusei. Puseys, plural of Pusey. Pasquetti, alternative form of Pasquetti. Push, a surname. Push about, to treat contemptuously and unfairly, to bully. Push against an open door, to do something pointless or unnecessary, to try doing something already done. Push along, synonym of push on. Push and shove, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see push, shove. Push around, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see push around. Push aside, to ignore, reject or subdue something. Push away, to apply a force to an entity such that it moves to a more distant position. Push back, alternative spelling of pushback. Pushbacks, plural of pushback. Push bike, alternative form of push bike. Push bite, simple past and past participle of push bike. Push bikes, plural of push bike. Push biking, present participle and gerund of push bike. Push broom, a T-shaped broom that can sweep or scrub large areas. Push brooms, plural of push broom. Push bunt, A ball that has been hit with a bat which moves forward by a batter who is in an arm spread stance, usually in an attempt to bunt the ball past a charging infielder. Push bunts, plural of push bunt. Push button, alternative form of push button. Push buttons, plural of push button. Push dagger, a short-bladed dagger with a handle often T-shaped designed to be grasped in the hand with the blade protruding out from between the fingers. Push daggers, plural of push dagger. Push daisies, alternative form of push-up daisies. Push down, to force downwards literally or figuratively. Push factor, a factor that encourages one to leave one's current home, region, country, organization, or religion. Push factors, plural of push factor. Push forward, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See push forward. Push in, to jump the queue, especially in a forceful manner. Push-ins, plural of push in. Push into the long grass, alternative form of kick into the long grass. Pushes, to make an extraordinary or risky effort. To behave in a way which tests the limits, to expect too much. Push money, money paid to a salesperson in a retail outlet in exchange for their promoting a particular brand. Push moraine, moraine of unstratified glacial sediment pushed by the terminus of a lowland glacier into a pile or linear ridge. Push mow, to mow a lawn using a push mower. Push mowed, simple past and past participle of push mow. Push mower, a kind of lawnmower with no engine, operated by pushing it so that wheels drive gears which rapidly spin a reel. Push mowers, plural of push mower. Push mowing, present participle and gerund of push mow. Push mows, third person singular simple present indicative of push mow. Push net, a fishing net designed to be pushed through shallow waters to catch shrimps and small fish. Push nets, plural of push net. Push notification, the delivery of information from a software application to a computing device without a specific request from the client. Push notifications, plural of push notification. Push off, to go away, to get lost. Push on, to persist, persevere. Push one to luck, to take an excessive risk or to attempt some task unlikely to succeed, especially after having already been unexpectedly lucky. Push one's way, to make one's way by pushing. Push one's way in, synonym of push in to jump the queue. Push out, to extrude. Push over, to push something such that it falls. Push paper, to work as a paper pusher. Push papers, alternative form of push paper. Push pass, to rudely force one's way in front of another. Push pin, alternative form of push pin. Push pins, plural of push pin. Push poll, an opinion poll designed to produce specific results and promote a certain narrative by influencing the views of respondents. Push polled, simple past and past participle of push poll. Push polling, present participle and gerund of push poll. Push polls, plural of push poll. Push present, a present a father gives to the mother to mark the occasion of her giving birth to their child. Push presents, plural of push present. Push rim, an extra rim attached to a wheel, as those of a wheelchair, used to impart motion to the wheel. Push rims. Plural of push rim. Push rope. To try to penetrate someone during sex with a penis that is not sufficiently erect. Push scooter. A small platform with a handle and 2 or more wheels that is propelled by a rider pushing off the ground. Push scooters. Plural of push scooter. Push it uphill. Attempting to do something with great difficulty, generally with little chance of success. Push shot. A shot where the cue ball is in contact with the object ball while the cue is in contact with the cue ball. Such a shot is a foul. Push shots. Plural of push shot. Push someone's buttons. To do specific things to anger someone, or less commonly, to sexually arouse or otherwise elicit a strong reaction from them, especially intentionally or maliciously. Push string uphill. To perform a difficult and thankless task. Push the boat out. To do something, especially spend money, more extravagantly than usual, particularly for a celebration. Push the edge of the envelope. Synonym of push the envelope. Push the envelope. To go beyond established limits, to pioneer. Push the limit. To do something that fully exerts one's physical capability. Push the right buttons. To take suitable actions or exert suitable influence on people to achieve some desired result. Push through. To force legislation to be passed. Push time. The total amount of time or total number of frames required for a character to push an animation from the distance from the character's center of gravity in the crouch to the center of gravity in takeoff position. Push times. Plural of push time. Push together. To surreptitiously envisage or inadvertently set up two people to hook up as partners in romance, business, crime, etc. Push under. To hide or repress emotion. Push up. To make something higher, to increase. Push up against. To generate pressure on someone or something, to challenge. Push up daisies. To be dead. Push up on. To approach with the intention of seducing, make sexual advances toward. Push up the daisies. Alternative form of push up daisies. Push water uphill. Try to achieve a goal despite huge resistance, being an uphill battle. Push wood. To play chess. Push and pull. Synonym of push pull. Push and run. Soccer. Push back. Alternative spelling of pushback. Pushbacks. Plural of pushback. Push bike. Alternative form of push bike. Push bite. Simple past and past participle of push bike. Push bikes. Plural of push bike. Push biking. Present participle and gerund of push bike. Push button, which can be initiated or activated at the push of a button. Push buttons. Plural of push button. Push in. Alternative form of push in. Push ins. Plural of push in. Push me, I push you. Moonshine, illicit alcohol. Push mo. Alternative form of push mo. Push mode. Simple past and past participle of push mo. Push mowing. Present participle and gerund of push mow. Push mows. Third person singular simple present indicative of push mow. Push penny. Synonym of shove happenny. Push pin. Alternative form of push bin. Push bins. Plural of push bin. Push-pull. Alternative form of push-pull. Push-pull. Simple past and past participle of push-pull. Push-pulling. Present participle and gerund of push-pull. Push-pulls. Plural of push-pull. Push-pull. Operated by pushing and pulling. Push-pull amplifier. An electronic circuit in which two transistors, one as current source, one as sink, are used to amplify a signal. Push-pull amplifiers. Plural of push-pull amplifier. Push-pulls. Plural of push-pull. Push-scrolling. A form of scrolling that is triggered whenever the user's text cursor, player character, etc. approaches the border of the screen, so as to keep it more or less central. Push-start. To start a motor car by pushing it in neutral and engaging a gear when it has sufficient velocity. Push-started. Simple past and past participle of push-start. Push-starting. Present participle and gerund of push-start. Push-starts. Third-person singular simple present indicative of push-start. Push-through. A narrow passageway through. Push-throughs. Plural of push-through. Push-a-talk. A means of back-and-forth conversation on semi-duplex communication channels such as two-way radio, using a button to switch temporarily between reception and transmission modes. Push-to-transmit. Synonym of push-to-talk. Push-out. Supporting the breasts to increase their apparent size. Push-up bar. A piece of exercise equipment that consists of a weighted bar with handles that one grasps and pushes against in order to exercise the arms. Push-up bars. Plural of push-up bar. Push-up bra. A brassiere designed to elevate one's breasts and enhance one's cleavage. Push-up bras. Plural of push-up bra. Push-out. Simple past and past participle of push-up. Push-upping. Present participle and gerund of push-up. Push-ups. Plural of push-up. Pushability. The quality of being pushable. Pushable. Capable of being pushed. Push-along. A child's wheeled toy that can be pushed along the floor. Push-alongs. Plural of push-along. Pusher. A surname. Pushback. The act of repelling an enemy, etc. Pushbacks. Plural of pushback. Pushball. A team game where players attempt to push a large inflatable lightweight ball into the opponent's goal. Pushballs. Plural of pushball. Pushbike. A pedal bicycle, as distinguished from a motorized bicycle. Pushbike. Simple past and past participle of pushbike. Pushbikes. Plural of pushbike. Pushbiking. Gerund of pushbike, the act of traveling by pushbike. Pushblock. A push stick in the form of a solid block. Push blocks. Plural of push block. Pushroom. Alternative form of push broom. Pushrooms. Plural of pushroom. Push-button. Alternative spelling of push button. Push-buttons. Plural of push-button. Push card. A punch board. Push cards. Plural of push card. Push cart. A small cart, normally with 2 or 4 wheels, that can be pushed by hand. Push carts. Plural of push cart. Pusher. A small carriage in which a baby or child sits and is pushed around. Pushers, plural of pusher. Pusherovskite, a triclinic mineral containing arsenic, copper, hydrogen, and oxygen. Pushdown, describing a stack in which items are removed in a lethal manner from the end at which they were added. Pushdown automata, plural of pushdown automaton. Pushdown automaton, an automaton with finitely many states that can also use one unbounded stack of memory. The automaton may only push, pop, or read the top of the stack. Abbreviation, PA. Pushdown automatons, plural of pushdown automaton. Pushdowns, plural of pushdown. Push, simple past and past participle of push. Pushed about, simple past and past participle of push about. Pushed against an open door, simple past and past participle of push against an open door. Pushed along, simple past and past participle of push along. Push and shout, simple past and past participle of push and shove. Pushed around, simple past and past participle of push around. Pushed aside, simple past and past participle of push aside. Pushed away, simple past and past participle of push away. Pushed back, simple past and past participle of push back. Push daisies, simple past and past participle of push daisies. Push down, simple past and past participle of push down. Push forward, simple past and past participle of push forward. Push in, simple past and past participle of push in. Pushed it, simple past and past participle of push it. Pushed moraine, synonym of push moraine. Pushed off, simple past and past participle of push off. Push on, simple past and past participle of push on. Pushed one's luck, simple past and past participle of push one's luck. Pushed one's way, simple past and past participle of push one's way. Pushed out, simple past and past participle of push out. Pushed over, simple past and past participle of push over. Push paper, simple past and past participle of push paper. Push pass, simple past and past participle of push pass. Push rope, simple past and past participle of push rope. Push someone's buttons, simple past and past participle of push someone's buttons. Pushed string up hill, simple past and past participle of push string uphill. Pushed the boat out, simple past and past participle of push the boat out. Push the edge of the envelope, simple past and past participle of push the edge of the envelope. Push the envelope, simple past and past participle of push the envelope. Push the right buttons, simple past and past participle of push the right buttons. Push through, simple past and past participle of push through. Push together, simple past and past participle of push together. Push under, simple past and past participle of push under. Push up, simple past and past participle of push up. Pushed up against, simple past and past participle of push up against. Pushed up daisies. Simple past of push up daisies. Push up on. Simple past and past participle of push up on. Pushed up the daisies. Simple past and past participle of push up the daisies. Pushed water uphill. Simple past and past participle of push water uphill. Pushed wood. Simple past and past participle of push wood. Pushy. One who is pushed around, literally or metaphorically. Pushies. Plural of pushy. Pusher. Someone or something that pushes. Pusher thruster. A rikishi who uses his weight to push and pummel his opponent, rather than holding the opponent's mawashi and attempting to throw him. Pusher thrusters. Plural of pusher thruster. Pusherman. A drug dealer. Pusherman. Plural of pushermen. Pushers. Plural of pusher. Puss. Plural of push. Push is about. Third person singular simple present indicative of push about. Pushes against an open door. Third person singular simple present indicative of push against an open door. Pushes along. Third person singular simple present indicative of push along. Pushes and shoves. Third person singular simple present indicative of push and shove. Pushes around. Third person singular simple present indicative of push around. Pushes aside. Third person singular simple present indicative of push aside. Pushes away. Third person singular simple present indicative of push away. Pushes back. Third person singular simple present indicative of push back. Pushes daisies. Third person singular simple present indicative of push daisies. Pushes down. Third person singular simple present indicative of push down. Pushes forward. Third person singular simple present indicative of push forward. Pushes in. Third person singular simple present indicative of push in. Put it. Third person singular simple present indicative of push it. Pushes off. Third person singular simple present indicative of push off. Pushes on. Third person singular simple present indicative of push on. Pushes one's luck. Third person singular simple present indicative of push one's luck. Pushes one's way. Third person singular simple present indicative of push one's way. Pushes out. Third person singular simple present indicative of push out. Pushes over. Third person singular simple present indicative of push over. Pushes paper. Third person singular simple present indicative of push paper. Pushes pass. Third person singular simple present indicative of push pass. Pushes rope. Third person singular simple present indicative of push rope. Pushes someone's buttons. Third person singular simple present indicative of push someone's buttons. Pushes string uphill. Third person singular simple present indicative of push string uphill. Pushes the boat out. Third person singular simple present indicative of push the boat out. Pays the edge of the envelope. Third person singular simple present indicative of push the edge of the envelope. Pushes the envelope. Third person singular simple present indicative of push the envelope. Pushes the right buttons. Third person singular simple present indicative of push the right buttons. Pushes through. Third person singular simple present indicative of push through. Pushes together. Third person singular simple present indicative of push together. Pushes under. Third person singular simple present indicative of push under. Pushes up. Third person singular simple present indicative of push up. Pushes up against. Third person singular simple present indicative of push up against. Pushes up daisies. Third person singular simple present indicative of push up daisies. Pushes up on. Third person singular simple present indicative of push up on. Pushes up the daisies. Third person singular simple present indicative of push up the daisies. Pushes water uphill. Third person singular simple present indicative of push water uphill. Pushes wood. Third person singular simple present indicative of push wood. Pushes. Second person singular simple present indicative of push. Pusha. Third person singular simple present indicative of push. Push forward. The differential of a smooth map between smooth manifolds. Push forwards. Plural of push forward. Pushful. Energetic, bushy. Pushfully. In a pushful manner. Pushfulness. The quality of being pushful. Pushy. A pushback. Pushy. Comparative form of pushy. More pushy. Pushies. Plural of pushy. Pushiest. Superlative form of pushy. Most pushy. Pushilin. A transliteration of a Russian surname. Pushily. In a pushy manner. Pushin. Pronunciation. Spelling of pushing. Pushiness. The quality of being pushy. Be it aggressively ambitious, overly assertive. Pushing. Present participle and gerund of push. Pushing about. Present participle and gerund of push about. Pushing against an open door. Present participle and gerund of push against an open door. Pushing along. Present participle and gerund of push along. Pushing and shoving. Present participle and gerund of push and shove. Pushing around. Present participle and gerund of push around. Pushing aside. Present participle and gerund of push aside. Pushing away. Present participle and gerund of push away. Pushing back. Present participle and gerund of push back. Pushing daisies. Present participle and gerund of push daisies. Pushing down. Present participle and gerund of push down. Pushing forward. Present participle and gerund of push forward. Pushing in. Present participle and gerund of push in. Pushing it. Present participle and gerund of push it. Pushing off. Present participle and gerund of push off. Pushing on. Present participle and gerund of push on. Pushing one's luck. Present participle and gerund of push one's luck. Pushing one's way. Present participle and gerund of push one's way. Pushing out. Present participle and gerund of push out. Pushing over. Present participle and gerund of push over. Pushing paper. Present participle and gerund of push paper. Pushing pass. Present participle and gerund of push pass. Pushing rope. Present participle and gerund of push rope. Pushing school. A brothel. Pushing schools. Plural of pushing school. Pushing someone's buttons. Present participle and gerund of push someone's buttons. Pushing string uphill. Present participle and gerund of push string uphill. Pushing the boat out. Present participle and gerund of push the boat out. Pushing the edge of the envelope. Present participle and gerund of push the edge of the envelope. Pushing the envelope. Present participle and gerund of push the envelope. Pushing the right buttons. Present participle and gerund of push the right buttons. Pushing through. Present participle and gerund of push through. Pushing together. Present participle and gerund of push together. Pushing under. Present participle and gerund of push under. Pushing up. Present participle and gerund of push up. Pushing up against. Present participle and gerund of push up against. Pushing up daisies. Present participle and gerund of push up daisies. Pushing up on. Present participle and gerund of push up on. Pushing up the daisies. Present participle and gerund of push up the daisies. Pushing water uphill. Present participle and gerund of push water uphill. Pushing wood. Present participle and gerund of push wood. Pushing jack. An implement for starting a railway carriage, etc. Pushing jacks. Plural of pushing jack. Pushing school. Alternative spelling of pushing school. Pushing schools. Plural of pushing school. Pushingly, so as to push. Pushingness. The quality of being pushing. Pushings. Plural of pushing. Pushkalavati. The ancient capital of Gandhara Kingdom near Charseta in modern Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan. Bushki. Cow parsnip Heracleum maximum. Pushkin. A transliteration of the Russian surname Pe-u-acute Sha-ka and Pushkin. Pushkinest. Reminiscent of the works of Alexander Pushkin Russian, acute and dead Pe-u-acute Sha-ka-u-n, 1799-1837, Russian author of the Romantic era. Pushkinian. Of or relating to Alexander Pushkin Russian, acute and dead Pe-u-acute Sha-ka-u-n, 1799-1837, Russian author of the Romantic era. Pushkinism. The literary style of Alexander Pushkin Russian, acute and dead Pe-u-acute Sha-ka-u-n, 1799-1837, Russian author of the Romantic era. Pushkinist. One who studies the works of the Russian author Alexander Pushkin. Pushkinists. Plural of Pushkinists. Pushkinologists. One who studies Alexander Pushkin. Pushkinologists. Plural of Pushkinologists. Pushkinology. The study of Alexander Pushkin. Pushmi. A triangular steel structure incorporated into or attached to the bow of a push boat, allowing the boat to face up to a barge which is higher than the deck of the pushboat. Pushmis. Plural of pushmi. Pushlet. A push mechanism in which the web server takes advantage of persistent HTTP connections and leaves the response terminated so that it can continue to send information. Pushlets. Plural of pushlet. Puyamataha. An unincorporated community in Choctaw County, Alabama, United States. Pushmataha County, one of 77 counties in Oklahoma, United States. County seat, Antlers. Pushpuliu, alternative form of Pushmi-Puliu. Pushpolius, plural of Pushpoliu. Pushmipoliu, alternative form of Pushmi-Poliu. Pushe-Poliu, a person who behaves in a conflicting or contradictory manner. Pushmi-Polius, plural of Pushmi-Poliu. Pushmobile, an improvised wheeled vehicle propelled by pushing, used in children's races. Pushmobiles, plural of Pushmobile. Thushmo, alternative form of pushmo. Thushmode, simple past and past participle of pushmo. Pushmower, alternative form of pushmower. Pushnowers, plural of pushmower. Pushmowing, present participle and gerund of pushmo. Pushmos, third person singular simple present indicative of pushmo. Vote out, the collimate of a pair of morphisms which share the same domain. Pushouts, plural of pushout. Pushover, someone who is easily swayed or influenced to change their mind or comply. Pushoverness, the state, quality, or condition of being a pushover. Pushovers, plural of pushover. Pushpa, a female given name from Sanskrit. Pushpa, a pad that can be pushed to activate a device. Pushbends, plural of pushbed. Pushbesh, a male given name from Sanskrit. Pushpin, a small pin with a head made for gripping with the fingers to be pushed into a bulletin board so as to pin papers to it, especially such a pin with a cylindrical head. Pushpint, simple past and past participle of pushpin. Pushpinning, present participle and gerund of pushpin. Pushpins, plural of pushpin. Pushit, the railing at the stern of a boat. Pushbits, plural of pushbit. Pushrim, a rim designed to be pushed, typically found on a manual wheelchair. Pushrims, plural of pushrim. Pushrai, a rigid reciprocating rod that, by its movement, transmits force to actuate a mechanism. Pushrides, plural of pushrai. Push-scooter, alternative form of push-scooter. Push-scooters, plural of push-scooter. Push-stick, a handheld piece of wood or other material used in woodwork to control the motion of the workpiece and to protect the user's hands from the blade. Push-sticks, plural of push-stick. Push, simple past and past participle of push. Pushto, alternative spelling of pashto. Pushtu, archaic form of pashto. Pushtun, alternative form of Pashtun. Pashtuns, plural of Pushtun. Pushtu, alternative spelling of Pashto. Pushtun, alternative form of Pashtun. Pushtens, plural of Pushten. Pushat, alternative form of Pushao. Putups, plural of push-up. Pushwall, a wall that moves or triggers some other action when the player character pushes against it. Pushwalls, plural of pushwall. Putti, overly assertive, bold, or determined, aggressively ambitious. Pusil, a barangay of Lipa, Batangas, Philippines. Pusillanimous, misspelling of pusillanimous. Pusillanimities, Plural of pusillanimity. Pusillanimity, the quality or state of being pusillanimous, the vice of being timid and cowardly, and thus not living up to one's full potential. Pusillanimousness. Pusillanimous, showing ignoble cowardice or contemptible timidity. Pusillanimously, in a pusillanimous manner. Pusillanimousness. Pusillanimity. Huskar, a surname. Huskars, plural of Puskar. Potdes, a surname from Hungarian. Puscases, plural of Puskas. Puskulgian, a surname from Armenian. Puskulgians, plural of Puskulgian. Puzzle, alternative spelling of puzzle harlot. Puzzles, plural of puzzle. Hustly, purslane. Huswis, plural of pusley. Pus-like, resembling pus. Puso, rice wrapped and boiled in a casing made of woven coconut leaves. Pusat, a barangay of Lapu-Lapu City, Cebu, Philippines. Pusbergladeni, a town in Hadj-Bahar County, Hungary. Pus, adkath. Pus, caterpillar, the larva of the pus moth Megalopyge opercularis. Pus caterpillars, plural of pus caterpillar. Puss in a bag, a pig in a poke. Puss in Boots, a 17th century French literary fairy tale about a cat who uses trickery and deceit to gain power, wealth, and the hand of a princess in marriage for his penniless and low-born master. Puss in the Corner, a children's game in which someone in the center tries to capture other players' bases as they change places. Puss Mai, Megalopyge opercularis, a North American moth. Puss moths, plural of puss moth. Put out, to avoid doing something due to cowardice. Puss gentleman, a dandy or fop, an effeminate man. Puss gentleman, plural of puss gentleman. Putzbus, the Vala. Putzbuses, plural of putzbus. Pusscat, alternative form of pussy cat. Putscats, plural of putscat. Put, simple past and past participle of pus. Pushed out, simple past and past participle of puss out. Puzzle, alternative spelling of puzzle harlot. Puzzles, plural of puzzle. Puther, a purser. Puzzer's crabs. Alternative form of purser's crabs. Putters, plural of puzzer. Puzzes, plural of puzz. Puzzes out. Third person singular simple present indicative of puss out. Pussed out. Simple past and past participle of pussy out. Puther, comparative form of pussy, more pussy. Puddis, plural of pussy. Pusses out. Third person singular simple present indicative of pussy out. Puddist, superlative form of pussy, most pussy. Pussification, the act or process of pussifying. Pussify, simple past and past participle of pussify. Pussifies, third person singular simple present indicative of pussify. Pussify, to render someone weak and effeminate. Pussifying, present participle and gerund of pussify. Pussy, present participle and gerund of puss. Pussing out. Present participle and gerundive puss out. Pussavant. To engage in pointless, annoying, or meddlesome activity, to fuss around. Pussavanted. Simple past and past participle of pussavant. Pussavanting. Present participle and gerundive pussavant. Pussavants. Third person singular simple present indicative of pussavant. Pussily. Purselain. Pussily. Alternative form of pussly purslane. Pussums. A term of endearment for a cat. Huswa. Pussy, vagina. Vulva. Huwas. Plural of puswa. Pussy. A village in La Lature, Savoy Department, France. Pussy bandit. A player, a man who seduces many women, especially if the sexual liaisons are considered illicit because he or she is committed to another relationship. Pussy bandits. Plural of pussy bandit. Pussy bow. A large, floppy bow on an item of clothing, often a blouse or shirt. Pussy bows. Plural of pussy bow. Pussy boy. Alternative form of pussy boy. Pussy boys. Plural of pussy boy. Pussy cat. Alternative form of pussy cat. Pussy cats. Plural of pussy cat. Pussy control. The ability of a woman to provide sexual pleasure by massaging, squeezing, and tightening the muscles of her vagina. Pussying. Cunnilingus. Pussy fart. An emission of air from the vagina, especially when audible. Pussy farts. Plural of pussy fart. Pussy finger. The index finger. Pussy fingers. Plural of pussy finger. Pussy hat. A simple pink knitted hat playfully reflecting a double entendre, worn in symbolic solidarity with women, introduced for the Women's March on January 21, 2017, and subsequently worn at various protest marches and rallies. Pussy hats. Plural of pussy hat. Pussy juice. The naturally occurring lubricating secretions of the human vagina. Pussy juices. Plural of pussy juice. Pussy lit. Singular of pussy lips. Pussy lips. A lid. Pussy magnet. Something that attracts or is hoped to attract women, such as a fancy car or a guitar which one can play. Pussy magnets. Plural of pussy magnet. Pussy money. Any form of income obtained through prostitution or sex work. Puffyath. To fail to do something because of cowardice. Pussy pad. Synonym of barbell pad. Pussy pads. Plural of pussy pad. Pussy pass. The tendency of women to receive lighter criminal sentences or be held to a lesser standard of personal accountability than men. Pussy passes. Plural of pussy pass. Pussy posse. A vice squad. Pussy posses. Plural of pussy posse. Pussy pounding. Vaginal sexual intercourse, especially when rough or forceful. Pussy poundings. Plural of pussy pounding. Pussy power. Power as held by women, especially seen as coming from inherently feminine qualities or from female sexual allure. Pussy print. A camel toe. Pussy prints. Plural of pussy print. Pussy pump. a sex toy that applies suction to the labia and vulva. Pussy pumps. Plural of pussy pump. Pussy repellent, a person or object that repels or repulses women. Pussy repellents. Plural of pussy repellent. Pussy tickler, a mustache. Pussy ticklers. Plural of pussy tickler. Pussy torture, a sexual activity involving the application of pain or pressure to the vulva or vagina. Pussy wants a corner. Synonym of puss in the corner children's game. Pussy whip. Alternative form of pussy whip. Pussy whipped. Alternative spelling of pussy whipped. Pussy whipping. Present participle and gerund of pussy whip. Pussy whips. Third person singular simple present indicative of pussy whip. Pussy willow. Any of a number of species of willow and sallow when their catkins are still young in spring. Pussy willows. Plural of pussy willow. Pussy-ass. Alternative form of pussy-ass. Pussy bow. Alternative spelling of pussy bow. Pussy boy. Alternative form of pussy boy. Pussy voice. Plural of pussy boy. Pussy cat. A pet domestic cat. A pussy. Pussy yes. Plural of pussy cat. Pussy whip. Alternative form of pussy whip. Pussy whipped. Alternative spelling of pussy whipped. Pussy whipping. Present participle and gerund of pussy whip. Pussy whips. Third person singular simple present indicative of pussy whip. Pussy willow. Alternative spelling of pussy willow. Pussy willows. Plural of pussy willow. Alternative form of pussy willows. Pussarse. Alternative spelling of pussy ass. Puss. A weak, ineffective, or effeminate person, particularly a male. Pusses. Plural of pussy ass. Pussibo. Alternative spelling of pussybo. Pussibos. Plural of pussibo. Pussaboy. A bottom, usually a younger, submissive, and hairless male. Pussavoice. Plural of pussaboy. Pussabrat. A term of abuse. Pussycat. Alternative form of pussycat. Pussycat bow. Synonym of pussy bow. Pussycat bows. Plural of pussycat bow. Pussycats. Plural of pussycat. Pussydom. The quality of being a pussy coward weakling. Putinvest. Group sex that involves several women. Pussimists. Plural of pussifist. Pussification. The process of making or becoming weaker, gentler, or less masculine. Pussyfoot. To move silently, stealthily, or furtively. Pussyfooted. Overly circumspect or euphemistic. Pussyfooter. One who pussyfoots. Pussyfooters. Plural of pussyfooter. Pussyfooting. Present participle and gerund of pussyfoot. Pussyfootings. Plural of pussyfooting. Pussyfootism. A tendency to pussyfoot, excessive timidity or caution. Pussyfoots. Third person singular simple present indicative of pussyfoot. Pussyfuck. To engage in vaginal intercourse. Pussyfucked. Simple past and past participle of pussyfuck. Pussyfucker. Term of a Abuse. Pussyfuckers, plural of pussyfucker. Pussyfucking, present participle of pussyfuck. Pussyfucks, third person singular simple present indicative of pussyfuck. Pussygate, a controversy in 2016 regarding a lewd recorded conversation between politician Donald Trump and Billy Bush on the subject of women. Pussygirl, a term of endearment for a female submissive sex partner, a prostitute, a seductress. Pussygirls, plural of pussygirl. Hosa, alternative form of pussy hat. Pussats, plural of pussyhat. Pussyhole, the vagina. Pussyholes, plural of pussyhole. Pussification, alternative form of pussification. Puffing out, present participle and gerund of pussy out. Pussyjuice, alternative form of pussy juice. Pussoas, without a pussy the female genitalia. Pussilicker, someone who performs cunnilingus. Pussilickers, plural of pussilicker. Pussilike, resembling the female genitalia. Pussyman, a great male lover. Pussyman, plural of pussyman. Pussamar, pussamoners, plural of pussamoner. Hudo, a coward. Pausiologist, someone who specializes in knowledge of the vagina. Pausiologists, plural of pausiologists. Pausiology, a study of cats. Pussapause, a plant of the genus Cyston or Caloptridium. Posito, singular of positos. Positos, any of several species of composite flower in the genus Antennaria, known for their clusters of white fluffy flower heads. Posowhip, to dominate a male partner, especially bisexual politics. Posowhipped, submissive to or dominated by one's wife or other female partner, frequently with the connotation that this submissive behavior is for the prospect of sex. Pussy whipping, present participle and gerund of pussy whip. Pussy whips, third person singular simple present indicative of pussy whip. Pussy willow, alternative spelling of pussy willow. Pussy willows, plural of pussy willow. Pasta, a temperate grassland biome of the Great Hungarian Plain, an exclave of the Pannonian Steppe. Pustakari, a Nepali form of candy made from molasses, cooked with ghee and milk and topped with coconut, dates, or nuts. Pustakarus, plural of pustakari. Pastas, plural of pasta. Pastelnik, a surname from Polish. Pasty, synonym of pastixiato. Pasties, plural of pasty. Pastelnik, a surname from Russian. Pastelniks, plural of pastelnik. Pastamity, a city Lviv Oblast, Ukraine. Pustulant, producing pustules. Pustulants, plural of pustulant. Pustular, of, pertaining to, or containing pustules. Pustulate, to form, or be formed into, pustules. Pustulated, having pustules, pustular or pustulate. Pustulately, in a pustulate manner. Pustulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of postulate. Postulating, present participle and gerund of postulate. Postulation, the act of producing pustules. Pustulations. Plural of postulation. Pustulatus. Pustule. Pustule. A small accumulation of pus in the epidermis or dermis. Pustuled. Marked with pustules. Pustule-like. Resembling or characteristic of a pustule. Pustulant. Filled or oozing with pus. Pustules. Plural of pustule. Pustuliform. Having the shape of a pustule. Pustulocrustaceous. Characterized by the formation of pustules and crusts. Pustulose. Alternative form of pustulus. Pustulosis. A highly inflammatory skin condition resulting in large fluid-filled blister-like areas or pustules typically on the palms of the hands or the soles of the feet. Pustulus. Bearing pustules. Huzwa. Alternative spelling of puswa. Huzwas. Plural of puswa. Hate. Alternative form of pussy containing pus, purulent. Husta. Alternative spelling of pusta. Hustas. Plural of pusta. Hustasabalks. A town in Fejér County, Hungary. Ut. Acronym of parameterized unit test. Ut. To physically place something or someone somewhere. Put them up. Synonym of stick 'em up. Put a band-aid on a bullet wound. To inadequately treat a serious situation. Put a blanket over. Make something seem less serious. Put a block on. To stop something. Put a brave face on. Behave confidently about circumstances that are bad. Put a bug in someone's ear. To make a small suggestion or give a hint that causes the listener to act. Put a civil tongue in one's head. Alternative form of keep a civil tongue in one's head. Put a civil tongue in one's mouth. Alternative form of keep a civil tongue in one's head. Put a cork in it. Synonym of put a sock in it, be quiet. Put a crimp in. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See put crimp in. Put a damper on. To stop people from enjoying an activity. Put a dent in the universe. To leave a positive mark on many people's lives. To bring about a revolutionary change that benefits mankind. Put a foot wrong. To make a mistake. Put a gun to someone's head. To compel someone to do something, to create a situation in which someone has no alternative course of action. Put a hat on a hat. To do something unnecessary, to go over the top. Put a hurt on. To impose significant difficulty on. Put a lid on. To get under control, to prevent something from increasing or becoming more of a problem. Put a lid on it. To be quiet, to shut up, to stop talking about something or making noise. Put a name to attribute a person's name to their face, voice, photo, etc. Put a pin in, to discredit or ridicule, to deflate someone or something that is pompous or overly esteemed. Put a premium on, to value or appreciate greatly, to attribute great importance to. Put a shift in, to work hard, to make an effort. Put a slide on. Alternative form of put a slight upon. Put a slide upon. To insult, disrespect, or belittle someone or something. Put a sock in it. To stop talking, to be quiet, to shut one's mouth. Put a spanner in the works. Alternative form of throw a spanner in the works. Put a spoke in someone's wheel, to thwart or obstruct someone in the execution of some design. Put a stop to terminate or abolish something. Put a stopper to. Alternative form of put a stop to. Put about, to change direction. Put across, to explain or state something clearly and understandably. Put ahead, to treat something as more important than something else. Put all one's eggs in one basket. To rely on a single source as of income rather than diversifying. Put an egg in one's shoe and beat it. To go away, get lost, scram. Put an end to terminate or abolish. Put and take, a traditional children's gambling game similar to dreidel. Put around, synonym of put about to circulate a rumor. Put aside, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see put aside. Put asunder, to sunder is destroying, separate. Put at ease, to evoke or cause someone to be relaxed or calm. Put away, to put something in its usual storage place, to place out of the way, clean up. Put back, to return something to its original place. Put before, to treat someone or something as more important than someone or something else. Put behind one, to try to forget a past negative experience. Put bread on the table, synonym of put food on the table. Put butter on one's bread, to earn money. Put by, to store or place in reserve, to save money, etc. for later use. Put case, to take as a hypothesis, to suppose that. Put daylight between oneself and someone, to increase or create distance or difference between people or objects. Put down, to insult, belittle, or demean. Put down as, to assume the particularity of someone's character based on very little information. Put down for, to record that someone has offered to help or contribute something. Put down roots, to establish oneself in a place, to become settled. Put down to ascribe, to assume to be the cause of a situation. Put downs, plural of put down. Put facts on the ground, to quietly or incrementally change the de facto situation in one's favor in order to win a legal dispute. Put food on the table, to provide enough money to cover basic necessities. Put foot to ass, to beat the shit out of someone or something. Whoop someone's ass. Put forth, to give or supply, to make or create implies trying or striving. Put forward, to propose for consideration. Put hair on one's chest. Alternative form of put hair on someone's chest to make one manly and vigorous. Put hair on someone's chest, to make a person, especially a male, stronger or more masculine or mature. Put heads together, to collaborate in a mental task, such as generating ideas. Put her there, inviting a person to shake one's hand. Put him in, to get him out, an election poster catchphrase and rallying cry for imprisoned Republicans to be elected to Parliament. Put horns on, to cuckold, to be unfaithful to. Put in, to place inside. Put in a good word, to speak favorably of someone to someone else in order to help them out. Put in a word, alternative form of put in a good word. Put in an appearance, to attend an event briefly but not stay. Put in an or. Synonym of stick one's oar into interfere. Put in mind. To encourage or inspire someone to follow a certain course of action. Put in motion. Synonym of set in motion. Put in one's oar. Synonym of stick one's oar into interfere. Put in pledge. To pawn. To give as a guarantee. Put in practice. Alternative form of put into practice. Put in the ground. To kill. Put in the pin. To refrain from drinking alcohol. Put in the shade. To outshine, to eclipse, to overshadow, to be better than. Put in the work. To apply the necessary amount of effort and labor to accomplish something. Put in with. To commit to something with, to partner with. Put in writing. To write down, to put into words. Put into action. Synonym of put into practice. Put into context. Contextualization. Something apparently outstanding, made look less so by providing context. Put into effect. To implement, to execute, to carry out. Put into practice. To make something a practical reality. Put into words. To express using words, either written or spoken. Put it about. To disseminate, for example through gossip. Put it down. To behave impressively, to do everything correctly. Put it mildly. To state without exaggeration, to understate, to state in euphemistic terms. Put it pass. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see put it past. Put it there. An invitation for the addressee to slap the speaker's palm in greeting or celebration. Put it to. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see put it to. Put lie to. Synonym of give the lie to. Put lipstick on a pay. To superficially alter something in the hope of making it seem more appealing than it is in actuality. Put off. To postpone, especially through procrastination. Put on. To set movie, show, song, etc. to play on a screen. Put on a brave face. To behave in a brave or stoic manner. Put on a clinic. To perform excellently, to put on a show of brilliance. Put on a pedestal. To hold in very high esteem, especially to an exaggerated degree. Put on airs. To become haughty, to assume a pretentious manner. Put on dog. Alternative form of put on the dog. Put on frills. To act in a pretentious or snobbish way. Put on one's dancing shoes. To prepare for celebration or rejoicing. To put oneself in a positive frame of mind. Put on one's pants one leg at a time. Alternative form of put one's pants on one leg at a time. Put on one's trousers one leg at a time. Alternative form of put one's pants on one leg at a time. Put on the block. To sell something. Put on the brakes. Alternative form of put the brakes on. Put on the die. To dress up, to make a show of wealth and slash or importance, to be pretentious. Put on the kibosh. To put the kibosh on something, to bring an end to something. Put on the map. To bring someone or something into a position of prominence. Put on the pounds. To gain weight, to put on weight. Put on the red light. To advertise oneself as a prostitute. Put on the Ritz. Alternative letter case form of put on the Ritz. Put on the Ritz. To make a show of luxury and extravagance. Put on the spot. To challenge or embarrass someone. Put on weight. To experience a weight gain, to increase in weight. Put one across. To convince or deceive someone into believing something untrue. Put one foot in front of the other. To walk, decompose, distress the fundamentality of the task. Put one over. To succeed in a deception. Put one pass. To deceive, trick, or fool someone, especially by concealing something. Put one's affairs in order. To prepare for the end of, or a radical change in, one's life. Put one's ass on the line. To take a big risk. Put one's back into. Synonym of strive. To apply oneself. Put one's best foot foremost. Synonym of put one's best foot forward. Put one's best foot forward. To show oneself in the best or most positive way possible to make a favorable impression. Put one's cards on the table to reveal one's true intentions, beliefs, feelings, or other previously concealed facts about one's situation, to speak frankly. Put one's ducks in a row. Alternative form of have one's ducks in a row. Put one's feet up. To relax. Put one's finger on. To identify, specify, name, or pick out. Put one's fist to. To sign one's name to. Put one's foot down. To insist, demand, or refuse with finality. Put one's foot down on. To put a stop to, suppress, to reject. Put one's foot down upon. Alternative form of put one's foot down on. Put one's foot in it. To put one's foot in one's mouth. Put one's foot in one's mouth. To misspeak, to say something embarrassing or wrong, or to make a mistake in public, or a social blunder that is embarrassing or offensive. Put one's foot in someone's ass. To beat the shit out of someone. Put one's foot up someone's ass. Alternative form of put one's foot in someone's ass. Put one's hand in one's pocket. To pay for something, spend, or donate money. Put one's hand to. Alternative form of turn one's hand to. Put one's hand to the plow. To begin an undertaking. Put one's hand up. To raise one's hand various senses. Put one's hands on. To assault. Put one's hands together. To clap. To applaud. Put one's hands up. To raise one's hands. Put one's head above the parapet. To create controversy and thus be a target for anybody's criticism. Put one's head in the sand. Synonym of bury one's head in the sand. Put one's heart in. To be emotionally invested in something, to do something wholeheartedly. Put one's heart into. Alternative form of put one's heart in. Put one's heart on one's sleeve. Alternative form of wear one's heart on one's sleeve. Put one's house in order. To clean and arrange in an orderly manner the furnishings and other contents of one's house. Put one's household in order. Synonym of put one's house in order. Put one's legs under someone's mahogany. To dine with someone. Put one's mind to it. To apply oneself. To exert a directed effort. Put one's money where one's mouth is. To make or take a bet. Put one's money where one's mouth was. Simple past and past participle of put one's money where one's mouth is. Put one's name in the hat. To run in an election or to nominate oneself for consideration in some other selection process. To nominate someone other than oneself for such consideration. Put one's oar in. Synonym of stake one's oar in to interfere. Put one's pants on one leg at a time. To be an ordinary person, to be a mere mortal. Put one's shoulder into. To make a strenuous effort to do something, to put one's back into something. Put one's shoulder to the wheel. To work hard, to complete an activity with one's complete effort and focus. Put one's stamp. To change or influence something in a way that demonstrates one's style or abilities, to make a lasting impression on. Put one's toe in the water. Synonym of test the waters. Put one's trousers on one leg at a time. Alternative form of put one's pants on one leg at a time. Pat one's whole posy into. To do something with maximum effort, to full send, go all out for. Put oneself about. To make oneself visible or noticeable in a place, to make an appearance. Put oneself across. To explain one's ideas and opinions clearly so that another person can understand them and get a picture of your personality. Put oneself in someone's place. To imagine and empathize with someone's circumstances. Put oneself in someone's shoes. To try to look at a situation from a different point of view, as if one were the other person, to empathize. Put oneself out. Alternative form of put oneself about. Put oneself out of the way. Alternative form of put oneself about. Put onto. Synonym of put someone onto. Put option. An option to sell a stated quantity of an asset or financial product, such as stock, at a stated price, the strike price on a stated future date or range of dates. Put options. Plural of put option. Put out. Misspelling of put out. Put out a fire. To address a problem, especially an unexpected one caused by the incompetence, negligence, or misconduct of another person. Put out feelers. To explore or watch for, to ask around, to investigate. Put out of one's head. Synonym of put out of one's mind. Put out of one's mind. To avoid thinking about something. Put out the fire. Alternative form of put out a fire. Put out to grass. Synonym of put out to pasture. Put out to pasture. To make someone retire, especially due to advancing age. Put out to sea. Alternative form of put to sea. Put outs. Plural of put out. Put over. To state or explain a concept in a clear, understandable manner. Put paid to. To mark a bill or a debt record as paid. Put past. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see put past. Put pedal to the metal. Alternative form of put the pedal to the metal. Put pen to paper. To write something, especially using pen and ink. Put right. To rectify, to put in order, to make good. Put round. Synonym of put about, to circulate a rumor. Put solve on someone's tail. To capture or pin down someone. Put some timber on. To put on weight, to become more heavy or obese. Put someone in a box. To judge someone unfairly as a member of a category of person based on very few factors. Put someone in a false position. To bring someone into a situation where they are sure to be misunderstood by others. Put someone in hospital. To injure someone to the point that they need serious medical attention. Put someone in mind of. To remind someone of. To inspire a mental image or awareness of. To cause thoughts concerning. Put someone in their place. To remind someone of their position. Put someone on blast. To embarrass by publicly denouncing or exposing, especially by using social media. Put someone on game. To inform someone about something. To make someone aware of something. Put someone on ice. To postpone or delay an interaction with someone. Put someone onto. To show. To draw someone's attention to something useful or interesting. Put someone out of their misery. To relieve somebody's anxiety by supplying information that they wanted to know. Put someone through their paces. To direct a horse to walk, canter, trot, etc. Put someone to their trumps. To put someone in a difficult situation. Put someone under. To anesthetize someone or render them unconscious through the use of narcotic substances, usually either alcohol or pharmaceutical drugs. Put someone under the screw. To compel, coerce, or pressure someone. Put someone wise. To explain, to inform of something. Put someone's back up. Synonym of get someone's back up. To annoy someone. Put someone's light out. To kill someone. Put someone's lights out. To cause someone to become unconscious, especially by striking him or her. Put someone's pipe out. To scupper someone's plans. Put something behind one. To recover from an unpleasant or traumatic experience. To overcome a negative feeling, especially anger, resentment, or grief. Put something down to experience. Synonym of chalk something up to experience. Put something into perspective. To compare something with a similar thing to give a clearer, more accurate idea. Put something over. Alternative form of put one over. Put spurs to. To prod him out with spurs. Put stock in. To have faith in, to believe, to give credence to. Put store by. Synonym of set store by. Put store in. Synonym of set store by. Put straight. Synonym of set straight. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Used after stating something surprising or undesired to emphasize its truth. Also used after refuting an argument. Sometimes an adjective is inserted before pipe. Put the arm on someone. To demand money from someone. Put the bad mouth on. To speak ill of, to vilify. Put on. To finish off, to beat. Put the beggar on the gentleman. To follow up something good with something inferior. Put the bite on. To extort, to demand money from. Put the blame on. To blame a particular named person. Put the boot in. To kick a fallen opponent. Put the bottom rail on top. To reverse a hierarchy. Put the brakes on. To stop an event, action, or process, or to slow it down. Put the kibosh on. Alternative form of put the kibosh on. Put the cart before the horse. To put things in the wrong order or with the wrong priorities. To put something inconsequential as more important than something more essential. Put the case. To suppose an instance, to take as an example. Put the cat among the pigeons. To cause alarm, fuss, or agitation. Put the change on someone. To trick or delude someone. Put the clock back. To change the time in a time zone to an earlier time, for example for the end of daylight saving time. Put the clock forward. To change the time in a time zone to a later time. Put the clocks back. Alternative form of put the clock back. Put the cork back in the bottle. To revert a situation. Put the dead wood on. To gain a great advantage over someone. Put the fear of God into. To cause someone to obey through fear in other contexts. To terrify into submission. Put the feedback on. To dine, to eat. Put the fries in the bag. Used to express that one does not wish to engage with someone and considers them to be inferior, implying that they are a fast food worker. Put the frighteners on someone. To intimidate or coerce someone using threats of violence. Put the genie back in the bottle. To revert a situation, to put things back as they were before something, usually an unwelcome thing, became a reality. Put the hammer down. To drive quickly, to step on the accelerator. Put the heart across one. To give one a sudden fright. Put the heat on. Synonym of turn up the heat. Put the hurt on someone. To attack a person as a group or gang. Put the kibosh on. To halt, stop, or squelch. Put the kibosh on. Alternative form of put the kibosh on. Put the last hand to. To complete, to put the finishing touch to. Put the lid on. Alternative form of put a lid on. Put the light to. Synonym of give the light to. Put the make on. To pursue with romantic interest, especially in an aggressive, sexually suggestive manner. Put the millers out. To dilute something excessively. Put the moves on. To make an effort to gain someone's romantic or sexual interest, to try to woo or seduce. Put the pedal to the metal. Misspelling of put the pedal to the metal. Put the pedal to the metal. To press the gas pedal to the maximum extent. Put the plug in the jar. To cease drinking alcohol, to become teetotal. Put the pot on. To exaggerate. Put the record straight. To straighten out or clarify the facts after an inaccurate report. Put the saddle on the right horse. To assign praise or blame where it is properly due. Put the same shoe on every foot. To attempt to apply a single solution to different problems. Put the screw. Alternative form of put the screws. Put the screws. To apply pressure and coercion. Put the shits up someone. To scare someone or give them a fright. Put the shoe on the other foot. To reverse the roles or positions of two things. Put the squeeze on. To put pressure on someone to do something. Put the stunners on. To astonish greatly. Put the tin lid on it. To be one final, unwelcome event that rounds off a series of problems or misfortunes. Put the toothpaste back in the tube. To revert a situation, to put things back as they were before something, usually an unwelcome thing, became a reality. Put the wind up. To frighten or disturb. Put the wood in the hole. To shut the door. Put the world to rights. Alternative form of set the world to rights. Put through. To connect a telephone caller with intended Cali. Put through the mangle. Synonym of put through the ringer. Put through the mill. To be abused or treated very harshly, to suffer intense anguish, stress, or grief. Put through the ringer. To interrogate or scrutinize closely, to subject to some trial or ordeal. Put throughs. Plural of put through. Put to ask or pose a question or make a proposal or suggestion. Put to bed. To help someone, for example, a child, go to bed. Put to bed with a shovel. To bury someone. Put to death. To kill as punishment for capital crimes. To execute. Put to good use. To make good use of something. Put to lie. Synonym of give the lie to. Put to rest. To settle or finish, especially a question or discussion. Put to sea. To leave a port or harbor on a voyage, or for other purposes such as fishing. Put to shame, to humiliate, to disgrace. Put to sleep, to cause someone to sleep. Put to the blush, to cause to blush with shame, to put to shame. Put to the horn, to outlaw a person by three blasts of the horn at the cross of Edinburgh. Put to the sword. To execute, especially by using a sword. Put to the test. To test something or someone, to evaluate, scrutinize, or explore by testing or experimentation. Put to the torch. To set on fire. Put to use, to utilize, to apply. Put to words. To verbally express, to articulate. Put to work. To put to use. Put together. To assemble, construct, build, or formulate. Put two and two together. To figure something out, to deduce or discern something. Put two and two together and come up with 5. Alternative form of put two and two together and make 5. Put two and two together and make 5. To come to the wrong conclusion, to make a false inference. Put under. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See put under. Put up. Alternative form of put up. Put up a fight. To offer some form of resistance to an attack. Put up a show. To do something particularly well or particularly badly. Put up eye. To make someone aware of or up to date on something. Put up one's dukes. To raise one's clenched fists in front of one's body and stand in a threatening or defiant manner in preparation for a fist fight. Put up one's hand. Alternative form of put one's hand up. Put up one's hands. Alternative form of put one's hands up. Put up or shut up. To desist from saying something unless one is able to prove it. To act in a manner that makes further talk unnecessary. Put up the shutters. To bat defensively in the last innings of a match in order to force a draw when winning is not possible. Put up to. To encourage or trick someone to perform an action which is foolish or wrong. Put up with. To endure. Tolerate. Suffer through or allow, especially something annoying. Put upon. Imposed on, taken advantage of, used, taken for granted, or unappreciated. Put words in someone's mouth. To say or imply that someone has made a statement or remark which they did not precisely or directly make. Put and take. A gambling game in which dice or spinning tops are used to decide what happens to a combined pool of players' money. Put back. Synonym of go back, item of merchandise to be placed back on a shelf. Put backs. Plural of put back. Put down. An insult or barb, a snide or demeaning remark. Put downable. Not captivating or engrossing, dull. Put downs. Plural of put down. Put restarting play by rolling or throwing the ball into the scrum, the right to do this. Put in bay. A resort village on South Base Island in Ottawa County, Ohio, United States. Hut me at. Synonym of put you up. Hut me at. Plural of put me up. Put off. Alternative form of put off. Put off. A deception, hoax, or practical joke. Put-ons. Plural of put on. Put out. Alternative spelling of put out. Put outs. Plural of put out. Put together. That has been put together, assembled, makeshift. Put out. secretly arranged in advance, especially in order to defraud someone or to advance one's own interests. Put up ja, an attempt to trick, deceive, or con someone. Put up jobs, plural of put up ja. Put upon, alternative form of put upon. Put ups, plural of put up. Put you up, a kind of folding bed. Put you ups, plural of put you up. Hilda, a prostitute, whore, slut, bitch, etc. Putable, alternative form of putable. Putables, plural of putable. Putiendo, a commune and city in Chile. Haydidi, prostitution, copulation or lewdness by a woman. Putamen, a round structure located at the base of the forebrain, regulating movement and learning. Putamen, relating to a putamen. Putamens, plural of putamen. Putamena, plural of putamen. Putaminal, relating to the putamen. Putingidengi, synonym of paradise shelduck. Putanism, prostitution, harlotry. Tuta, the fish poison tree. Putation, an act of considering, estimation. Putative, commonly believed or deemed to be the case, generally assumed. Putative marriage, a marriage that is invalid because of an impediment or a lack of consent, but entered into in good faith by at least one of the parties and follows the form established by canon law. Putative marriages, plural of putative marriage. Putatively, according to belief. Putativeness, the quality of being putative. Putaway, the process of storing goods in a warehouse, etc. as they are received. Hudai, a move in which a player scores a basket immediately after securing an offensive rebound. Hutdais, plural of putbah. Hutdas, a kind of cotton cloth from India. Hutchamin, obsolete spelling of persimmon. Hutchamins, plural of putchamin. Hutchin, a wire trap for catching salmon. Hutchins, plural of putchin. Lutcher, a fish trap in the form of a conical basket, traditionally used in parts of Great Britain where they are set out in rows against the tide. Putchers, plural of putcher. Hudsock, alternative form of pachek. Butchuk, alternative form of pachek. Butchuk, alternative form of pachek. Hut down, alternative spelling of put down. Hut downable, alternative form of put downable. Hut downs, plural of put down. Putil, an enclosure around a well to prevent people from falling into it. Pudils, plural of pudil. Pudily, a large boat for transporting produce. Pudiles, plural of pudili. Pudelle, a princess. Pudeles, plural of pudeli. Puder, a particular dialect of Romansh. Puderbaugh, a surname. Puderbaws, plural of Puderbaugh. Puders, plural of Puder. Pudery, prostitution, copulation, or sluttiness. A surname. Hathan Kyra, a village in Thrissur district in Kerala, India. Pathaf, a surname. Pathas, plural of Pathaf. Us, plural of Puff. Tushan, a prefecture-level city of Fuji in China. Tivta, rotten, fetid, stinging, base, worthless. Putadertixen, an adrenotoxin produced by Pseudomonas putida. Putidness, the quality of being putid. Putian, alternative form of Putin. Putin, a transliteration of the Russian surname Pu acute T-E-N Putin. Putida, a feminine form surname from Russian feminine of Putin. Puiu, a village and commune of Giurgiu County, Romania. Putias, reminiscent of the beliefs or policies of Vladimir Putin, born 1952, President of Russia since 2012. Putin Bato, a barangay of Toledo, Cebu, Philippines. Putinian, of or relating to Vladimir Putin, born 1952, second and fourth President of Russia. Putinization, the taking over of power utilizing allegedly undemocratic means. Putinize, to take over power employing allegedly undemocratic means. Putinize, simple past and past participle of putinize. Putinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of putinize. Putinizing, present participle and gerund of putinize. Putinism, the political policies of Vladimir Putin, the Russian political system during Putin's tenure in power. Putinist, a supporter of Putinism. Putinista, supporter or advocate of Vladimir Putin. Putinistas, plural of Putinista. Putinists, plural of Putinists. Putinai, a supporter of Putin or of his policies. Putinites, plural of Putinite. Putinization, alternative spelling of Putinization. Putinize, alternative spelling of Putinize. Putinize, simple past and past participle of Putinize. Putinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Putinize. Putinizing, present participle and gerund of Putinize. Putinland, Russia under the presidency of Vladimir Putin. Putinology, the study or analysis of Vladimir Putin, born 1952, Russian politician, President of Russia. Putinomania, the fervent admiration of Vladimir Putin, born 1952, Russian politician who has served continuously as President or Prime Minister since 1999. Putinophile, a fan or supporter of Vladimir Putin, born 1952, Russian politician who has served continuously as President or Prime Minister since 1999. Putinophiles, plural of Putinophile. Putinophilia, the love or admiration of Vladimir Putin, born 1952, Russian politician who has served continuously as President or Prime Minister since 1999. Putins, plural of Putin. Putinstan, Russia under the government of Vladimir Putin. Other, a town in Oaxaca, Mexico. Putla Villa de Guerrero, a town and municipality of Oaxaca, Mexico. Putla, archaic form of Putalam. Putler, Vladimir Putin, President of Russia. A village and civil parish in eastern Herefordshire, England OS grid ref SO 6437. Putlock. Alternative form of putlock. Putlocks, plural of putlock. Putlock. One of the pieces of timber or metal on which the planks forming the platform of scaffolding are supported, one end resting on the ledger of the scaffold, and the other in a hole made in the wall, a putlock hole for that purpose. Putlogs, plural of putlock. Putna. A surname. Putna. A river in Romania. Putnam. A surname. Putnam County. One of 67 counties in Florida, United States. County seat, Palatka. Putnam model. A model that describes the time and effort required to finish a software project of a specified size, taking productivity into account. Putnamian, of or relating to Hilary Putnam, 1926-2016, American philosopher, mathematician and computer scientist, and a major figure in analytic philosophy in the second half of the 20th century. Putney, a surname. Putnasite, a quartz-like mineral, purple in color, naturally occurring brittle crystals smaller than 0.5 mm, with an orthorhombic crystalline matrix of S. SARCoV4CR3CO-OH23H2O. Putno, a suburban area of Bedford, Bedfordshire, England OS grid ref TL070514. Puto, a rice cake made of boiled or steamed rice. Putoff, an excuse made to delay or stall. Putoffs, plural of putoff. Putoid, any scale insect in the family Putoidae. Putoids, plural of putoi. Putois. A brush of polecat's hair for painting ceramics. Putangyu, Standard Mandarin, the official language of the People's Republic of China, the state-designated national speech of the Han nationality, using Beijing pronunciation as the standard pronunciation, Beijing speech as the basic dialect, and the model writing of the modern vernacular prose as the norm for grammar. Puto, a Singalese dish made from palmyra nut meal, scraped coconut, etc. Puthoronite, an isometric hexacohedral brass yellow mineral containing copper, iron, and sulfur. Putos, plural of puto. Putout, a play in which a batter is retired. Putouts, plural of putout. Pocket, a person who places money or other items into another person's pocket or bag without the other's knowledge, typically as a form of kindness or generosity. Hut pockets, plural of put pocket. Putrajaya, a federal territory in western Malaysia. Putrakamshti, a special yajna performed in Hinduism for the sake of having a child. Putrangivaceous, of or relating to the Putrangivaceae. Puter, Acheulean city. Putridinous, resulting from putrefaction or partaking in the putrefactive process. Putrefacient, of, pertaining to, or causing putrefaction. Putrefactions, plural of putrefacient. Putrefactant, any material that causes putrefaction. Putrefactants, plural of putrefactant. Putrefactible, susceptible to putrefaction, able to go rotten. Putrefaction, the act of causing to vat, the aerobic splitting of proteins by bacteria and fungi with the formation of malodorous incompletely oxidized products. Putrefactions, plural of putrefaction. Putrefactive, of, pertaining to or causing putrefaction. Putrefactiveness. The quality of being putrefactive. Putrefiable. Capable of being putrefied. Putrefy. Simple past and past participle of putrefy. Putrefier. That which putrefies. Putrefiers. Plural of putrefier. Putrefies. Third person singular simple present indicative of putrefy. Putrefy. To become filled with a pus-like or bile-like substance. Putrefying. Present participle and gerund of putrefy. Putres. To putrefy. Putres. Simple past and past participle of putres. Putrescine. Misspelling of putrescine. Putrescence. The condition of being putrid, decay. Putrescences. Plural of putrescence. Putrescencies. Plural of putrescency. Putrescency. Alternative form of putrescence. Putrescine. Alternative spelling of putrescine. Putrescines. Plural of putrescine. Putrescent. Becoming putrid, putrefying. Putrescently. In a putrescent manner. Putresces. Third person singular simple present indicative of putress. Putrescible. Decomposable, capable of becoming putrescent, rottable. Putrescine. Alternative spelling of putrescine. Putrescine. A diamine NHCHNH2,1,4-diaminobutane or butynediamine produced by the breakdown of amino acids in living and dead organisms. Putrescines. Plural of putrescine. Putrescing. Present participle and gerund of putres. Putrescens. Plural of putrescen. Putre. Rotting, rotten, being in a state of putrefaction. Putrid fever. Typhus. Putridus. Superlative form of putrid, most putrid. Putridities. Plural of putridity. Putridity. The state of being putrid. Putridly. In a putrid manner. Putridness. Putridity. Putrefacted. Putrefy. Putrefaction. Obsolete spelling of putrefaction. Putrefiable. Alternative form of putrefiable. Putrefaction. Putrefaction. Putrefacations. Plural of putrefaction. Putrefy. Simple past and past participle of putrefy. Putrefies. Third person singular simple present indicative of putrefy. Putrefy. Alternative spelling of putrefy. Putrefying. Present participle and gerund of putrefy. Putrelate. Something undergoing or having undergone putrefaction. Putri. Putre. Of. Plural of put. Puts. Third person singular simple present indicative of put. Puts a band-aid on a bullet wound. Third person singular simple present indicative of put a band-aid on a bullet wound. Puts a brave face on. Third person singular simple present indicative of put a brave face on. Puts a bug in someone's ear. Third person singular simple present indicative of put a bug in someone's ear. Puts a crimp in. Third person singular simple present indicative of put a crimp in. Puts a damper on. Third person singular simple present indicative of put a damper on. Puts a foot wrong. Third person singular simple present indicative of put a foot wrong. Puts a gun to someone's head. Third person singular simple present indicative of put a gun to someone's head. Puts a hat on a hat. Third person singular simple present indicative of put a hat on a hat. Puts a lid on. Third person singular simple present indicative of put a lid on. Puts a lid on it. Third person singular simple present indicative of put a lid on it. Puts a pin in. Third person singular simple present indicative of put a pin in. Puts a shift in. Third person singular simple present indicative of put a shift in. Puts a slide on. Third person singular simple present indicative of put a slight on. Puts a slight upon. Third person singular simple present indicative of put a slight upon. Puts a sock in it. Third person singular simple present indicative of put a sock in it. Puts a spoke in someone's wheel. Third person singular simple present indicative of put a spoke in someone's wheel. Puts a stop to. Third person singular simple present indicative of put a stop to. Puts about. Third person singular simple present indicative of put about. Puts across. Third person singular simple present indicative of put across. Puts ahead. Third person singular simple present indicative of put ahead. Puts all one's eggs in one basket. Third person singular simple present indicative of put all one's eggs in one basket. Puts an end to. Third person singular simple present indicative of put an end to. Puts around. Third person singular simple present indicative of put around. Puts aside. Third person singular simple present indicative of put aside. Puts asunder. Third person singular simple present indicative of put asunder. Puts away. Third person singular simple present indicative of put away. Puts back. Third person singular simple present indicative of put back. Puts before. Third person singular simple present indicative of put before. Puts butter on one's bread. Third person singular simple present indicative of put butter on one's bread. Puts by. Third person singular simple present indicative of put by. Puts case. Third person singular simple present indicative of put case. Puts daylight between oneself and someone. Third person singular simple present indicative of put daylight between oneself and someone. Puts down. Third person singular simple present indicative of put down. Puts down as. Third person singular simple present indicative of put down as. Puts down for. Third person singular simple present indicative of put down for. Puts down roots. Third person singular simple present indicative of put down roots. Puts down to. Third person singular simple present indicative of put down to. Puts facts on the ground. Third person singular simple present indicative of put facts on the ground. Puts food on the table. Third person singular simple present indicative of put food on the table. Puts foot to ass. Third person singular simple present indicative of put foot to ass. Puts forth. Third person singular simple present indicative of put forth. Puts forward. Third person singular simple present indicative of put forward. Puts hair on someone's chest. Third person singular simple present indicative of put hair on someone's chest. Puts heads together. Third person singular simple present indicative of put heads together. Puts horns on. Third person singular simple present indicative of put horns on. Put in. Third person singular simple present indicative of put in. Puts in an appearance. Third person singular simple present indicative of put in an appearance. Puts in mind. Third person singular simple present indicative of put in mind. Puts in pledge. Third person singular simple present indicative of put in pledge. Puts in the ground. Third person singular simple present indicative of put in the ground. Puts in the shade. Third person singular simple present indicative of put in the shade. Puts in with. Third person singular simple present indicative of put in with. Puts into context. Third person singular simple present indicative of put into context. Puts into practice. Third person singular simple present indicative of put into practice. Puts it about. Third person singular simple present indicative of put it about. Puts it down. Third person singular simple present indicative of put it down. Puts it past. Third person singular simple present indicative of put it past. Put it to. Third person singular simple present indicative of put it to. Puts lie to. Third person singular simple present indicative of put lie to. Puts lipstick on a pig. Third person singular simple present indicative of put lipstick on a pig. Puts off. Third person singular simple present indicative of put off. Puts on. Third person singular simple present indicative of put on. Puts on a brave face. Third person singular simple present indicative of put on a brave face. Puts on a clinic. Third person singular simple present indicative of put on a clinic. Puts on a pedestal. Third person singular simple present indicative of put on a pedestal. Puts on airs. Third person singular simple present indicative of put on airs. Puts on frills. Third person singular simple present indicative of put on frills. Puts on one's dancing shoes. Third person singular simple present indicative of put on one's dancing shoes. Puts on the dog. Third person singular simple present indicative of put on the dog. Puts on the map. Third person singular simple present indicative of put on the map. Puts on the red light. Third person singular simple present indicative of put on the red light. Puts on the Ritz. Third person singular simple present indicative of put on the Ritz. Puts on the Ritz. Third person singular simple present indicative of put on the Ritz. Puts one across. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one across. Puts 1 foot in front of the other. Third person singular simple present indicative of put 1 foot in front of the other. Puts one in hospital. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one in hospital. Puts one over. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one over. Puts one pass. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one pass. Puts one's ass on the line. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one's ass on the line. Puts one's back into. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one's back into. Puts one's best foot forward. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one's best foot forward. Puts one's cards on the table. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one's cards on the table. Puts one's feet up. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one's feet up. Puts one's finger on. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one's finger on. Puts one's foot down on. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one's foot down on. Puts one's foot down upon. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one's foot down upon. Puts one's foot in it. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one's foot in it. Puts one's foot in one's mouth. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one's foot in one's mouth. Puts one's foot in someone's ass. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one's foot in someone's ass. Puts one's foot up someone's ass. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one's foot up someone's ass. Puts one's hands on. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one's hands on. Puts one's hands together. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one's hands together. Puts one's head above the parapet. Third person singular simple present indicative of put one's head above the parapet. Puts one's head in the sand. Third person singular simple present indicative of